高兴见到你们。
欢迎。那嘎姐也许可以用中文来给我们打个招呼。
Self-introduce, use Chinese is okay.
你好，我是来自加拿大的 Scarlett 嘎姐。
欢迎 Scarlett。嘎姐的中文真的很好，我在线下基本都可以用中文跟她交流。那我们也是想问一下soO，来到这一次线下，感觉我们斗鱼嘉年华星际争霸2这一次比赛线下给你的氛围感觉如何呢？
지금 그 우한에서 진행하고 있는 행사 참여하셨는데 현장 분위기가 어떠신지 한마디 해주세요.
일단 팬분들 열기가 너무 좋고 오게 돼서 온 걸 잘한 것 같아요.
现场的粉丝的热情非常的高涨，我很开心能够来到线下参加这次比赛。
哇，再给他一点掌声，让他感受一下我们武汉的热情。那嘎姐也是，因为嘎姐其实在中国很长一段时间了嘛，这一次线下赛在武汉给你的感觉会和之前的线下赛有什么不一样呢
？You have participated a lot of offline tournaments in China, and what do you think the atmosphere in this event, and is what difference in Wuhan offline?
Compared to previous events, this is like in a much bigger venue. It feels similar to like the DreamHack events we have online sometimes. And just in general, there's less and less events nowadays, so I'm always very happy to come to LAN, come to China, and meet all the fans.
他说这次的线下赛有些不太一样，因为他是在展会里的，然后有些像之前的 DreamHacker， 各位如果看过的话，不管无论如何，他还是很高兴来到这片大陆，来到中国。 然后来线下参加这次的赛事，对的。
我们把掌声再一次送给嘎姐，欢迎。那我们也是想问一下两位选手，这2天比赛打下来，感觉当前这个版本的平衡性怎么样呢？我们想要知道一下。
지금 대회 진행 전에 패치가 업데이트됐는데 이번 새로 나온 패치에 대해서 어떻게 생각하세요?
이제야 좀 블리자드가 똑바른 패치를 하는구나라고 생각합니다.
我觉得暴雪终于做对了他正确的补丁。
哎呀，终于做对了一个选择。来，我问问看，嘎姐。
You know, old question about the PTR, you know, the new patch of the StarCraft. What do you think of this, the balance and something else? Yeah.
I think it still needs to be worked out a little bit. Right now, especially against Protoss, it feels very easy, which is a new feeling. I haven't felt this way in a very, very long time. But today, this is a ZVC match, so no one has an advantage.
他说这个补丁太好了呀！我靠，终于可以乱干神族了。然后，但是很可惜啊，今天是 ZVZ 对吧？所以并没有那么开心啊。但是总体来说是很好，我等这一天等很久了。
我都期待这天，期待很久了。那我们比赛也是马上要开始了，赛前来互相对你们对手来放点狠话吧。
경기 시작 전에 상대 선수한테 강력하게 한마디 해주세요.
솔직히 오기 전에 스칼렛 선수가 우승 후보라는 얘기를 많이 들었는데.
I'm just letting you guys listen. I am here, guys. I'm just
별로 내용이 없더라고요.
letting you guys listen, like I say.
이기도록 하겠습니다.
其实看赛前的话，很多人对 Scarlett 选手的那个夺冠呼声还是很高的。但是昨天看到他跟卫星打比赛，感觉也没有什么。
哦，嘎姐有什么想要回应的吗
？soO said he watched your match yesterday and you versus INnoVation. He think it's nothing special, yeah, for you. So he think you may be the champion, but he think you are nothing special now. So what do you think? Or want to say to soO?
Well, I think a lot of players thought I was like still active in the scene much more than I was compared to the other players. So I think a lot of players had very high expectations for me because all the other players are also kind of retired. Against INnoVation, I made a few mistakes, but I still think I can take down soO today.
他说其实很多选手看着退役了，但是实际上感觉打起来并没有那种退役的感觉啊，还是很强。虽然说他们不活跃了，然后他说他昨天在对吕布的那个比赛中犯了很多错误，但是他今天不会再犯了，他今天应该可以拿下书本啊。
哇哦，那我们把掌声再一次送给2位选手，期待他们在比赛里面能有好的表现。那接下来就要把画面交给我们最专业的解说席了。
Alright, you guys will be getting games soon, as we are straight over to the caster desk, which we love to see. That means they're really not messing around. We really should be able to get into this pretty quickly today, as we get ready to start up with some action. Like I say, hopefully very shortly, probably get into this and everything. How's everyone doing? Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Obviously super early, maybe, potentially. Depending where you're from, I'm obviously here super early at 6 AM. I've been up since 5, and we are going to be here for the next... My genuine prediction is the next 17-ish hours of StarCraft 2. So I hope you guys are locked in. I hope you guys are excited because, like I say, we have got a lot of games coming up. We've got the entire quarterfinals of this Douyu Cup event. This is going to be the first 7 hours of the stream. And then we have the entirety of the Maestros of the Game offline tournament. That is going to be the second half of the stream. I reckon that's going to take a good 8 to 10 hours as well. So maybe I'm a little bit off on this, but yeah, I think it's going to be that kind of there or thereabouts, basically, which is obviously yeah, kind of interesting, So it's going to be a day, is the TLDR of it all, and hopefully you guys are very excited about this. I'm definitely excited about it. I'm very excited to get in and just cast a bunch of games and just enjoy some StarCraft, basically. I mean, that's what it's all about usually, and that's what it's all about today. So yeah, hopefully you guys are here for the ride and excited for all of that as well. And yeah, it should be a really, really fun day of C2. Genuinely very exciting. Genuinely very exciting. Yeah, obviously we'll kick off here in just a few moments, guys. We'll get this going. We'll see how everything is looking, and get this ready to party. Now, obviously, it's going to be a few mirror matchups throughout the start of the day as well. Can't really do much about that. That's just how it has gone. So, a few mirror matchups along the way. It should be cool. I mean, we do have great players. We've got fun players. We've got players we don't always get to see, right? So it should be pretty fun no matter what. If nothing else, that is pretty much going to be, still something we get to enjoy, I'm pretty sure.
那现在就大家其实 ZVZ 其实还是会按照一个就是老的思路裸刷嘛，但现在比赛不一样，而且特别今天这场比赛很重要，8进4啊。对，8进4的比赛，现在8进4的比赛有3场都是同步对抗，其实对于选手来说就没有什么平衡性的一个说法了，就完全是拼硬实力啊，就是看大家谁对这个新的版本的理解更好一点。那这场比赛反正嘎姐因为她今年我看了一下，她还是打了一些比赛的，虽然她天梯好像。
Again, how's everyone doing? Let me know what's up. Let me know if you're here. I'd love to hear from you guys if you are around and excited to join us for some games and enjoy some games with us. I do think it's I do genuinely think it's going to be a fun day, guys. I really do think it's going to be a fun day. Be enjoyable. Should be enjoyable. There you go, Scarlett and soO ready more or less to get us going. It's going to be a long day. Oh yes, it's going to be a really long day. The best part is I'm going to finish, sleep for like 6 hours and wake up and do this tournament again. So I'm basically committing the next 24-ish hours of my waking life to these next 2 tournaments that you're about to watch. So it's definitely going to be some commitment. It's definitely going to be a day and a bit. That's okay. We got the Monday Cup, nice and chill on Monday, and then we've also I have a day off on Tuesday. Wednesday is going to be Kung Fu Cup, I believe, and then Thursday I travel to Home Story. So yeah, still a busy week, and then I'm probably going to take some time off after Home Story Cup and figure life out a bit. As we have in the bottom right side, the blue Zerg player, it is going to be soO to start us off in our first match of the day. Quarterfinals, best of 5, single elimination, no second chances as the Shopify Rebellion's Scarlett shows up on the other side.
你别管，现在重峦本来就快。看嘎姐这边，嘎姐这边是一个慢。他要裸双，他要偷一个农民，然后裸双。那这个1分11秒下。
We're not going to see that pool coming up from soO, so he is going to get us a little bit aggressive here straight away. 10 pooling us up, so one of the more aggressive builds you can kind of go into in these early stages. Like I say, a little bit of a mix-up here in the very beginning. Let's see what this pans out to be. See what this looks like. And see what exactly, again, the ZVZ gives us as we settle down for a few moments. Scarlett's going to go pool first, which is very good for her, because she's basically not going to be under any pressure at all. As the lings arrive, her own lings will be starting to pop out. And that means that she's going to straight away just going to be in this position where she doesn't really have to defend this hatchery too much. The hatchery's going to be low HP, so it's maybe more easily targeted. But like I say, her own lings are going to be pretty close to be, coming along with this as well. So he moves to the low ground, gets ready for his own hatchery, but he's basically just playing 3 workers behind. The time it takes to run across the map here is obviously significant, like I say. The only thing that could maybe trouble Scarlett is if she built a bunch of drones and didn't have any lava at all. But the Overlord sees it now, right? So Scarlett already has a queen on the way in the main base. Couple lings on the way up. She's supply blocked, though. Yeah, she extracted Trixie at 2 more lings started. The supply block's a killer. She might actually lose the hatchery because of this. She's going to pull the drones. And get to this low ground. Here's soO looking for the micro as the drones pull straight in. Here the lings now starting to arrive, but like I say, it's only 2. Then there was 2 more on the way, but they took a little longer to start. That's those now. After that, there's not really any more lings that are showing up anytime soon. So soO starts to micro this position, but Scarlett is in a little bit of trouble. Let's now have the queen going to hit that overlord. We are going to go back and forth then for just a little bit. We see some back and forth action for a few moments, and we are going to be having the lings looking to engage back through. Queen going to be here. The few zerglings gathering up. A couple more of those lings just on the way in at the moment. Again, the queen and the drones will continue to come by. And in the end, Scarlett does defend. Now, she did have to pull a lot of drones, which I don't think you should have had to do necessarily. I don't know exactly how a 10 pool works out off of an 8 worker start, in fairness, so I don't know the ins and outs of this just yet. I'm not an expert. I've not seen enough 10 pools, but I would... The general knowledge is if someone goes 10 early pool and you go pool first, typically the expectation is that you can just hold this very comfortably and it's very good for you. Like I say, Scarlett was kind of stuck towards 20 supply. I'm not sure if there's a couple things she could have done to optimize her build, specifically when she saw this or noticed it. But it just took a while. And it was mostly the drone pull kind of gave soO the chance to get back in this game, because now soO is able to, have had Scarlett on an economic loss. And if Scarlett's been on an economic loss, that's been a pretty big deal as well in these early stages. This is best of 5, guys. Yes, this is best of 5. So excited to see these players again. Oh, absolutely. No, it's not just great to see them, it's great to see them playing live, It's not just like they logged in for a show match or something. There's something more magical because it's old players, actually seeing them on camera in a, on a stage and stuff. I think it's really nice. Scarlett's making a massive round of lings. She's going to have ling speed and soO is not, so she's going to have a massive opening to try and get damage done here. Now, she's still equal workers as of right now. soO's got 9 drones on the way, however, so that's going to pump up his economy. But I really get the feeling that Scarlett's going to have a good time here. She's got queens chasing an overlord. This overlord turned around, I think was given up a little bit. It's going to go down, so you lose an overlord. If you lose this overlord, that's a supply block for soO as Scarlett marches across the map with mass lings. Rotron on the way, the wall-off coming up. Can the wall-off save soO? It has to, is the TLDR of this situation right now. It's not a pretty wall, no. Where's this Evo chamber going to go down? There's going to be surface area, because it's not a good 3-building wall. So there's going to be a bunch of surface area to break through the structure on the left side. That's the Rotron as well. So if we lose that, no roaches will ever come out here. soO has got gas stacked up. The only thing you could use that gas on potentially is roaches. Building ling speed here would be silly. As the lings flood into the natural expansion, and Scarlett is going to go wild. The drones are going to be in trouble. The queens are caught. This is game. Scarlett takes the opening map, 1-0 lead over soO to start off this series. Yeah, just hits with the link speed, gets in position, gets set up, and bam, straight into it. And no wasted time there in the end. No wasted time there in the end. As we get ourselves readied up for game number 2, then Scarlett takes the first strike of the day. A 1-0 lead for Queen of Blades. I'm kind of curious how what's going to happen if these matches are fast, because I don't know if they are like on a set schedule, because this is a tournament which is it's not necessarily just about this tournament. There's other things going on in the venue and stuff, and like I don't know if I think they have to also kind of line up with other streams and games going on as well. So like I said, I'm not 100% sure if this is as simple as just like we get ahead of time, we can just go super fast and stuff. I get the feeling it's probably not going to be like that, honestly. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Like I say, today is one of those days where there's maybe a bit of downtime and stuff. See what happens. At the end of the day, we'll figure out a little bit of what's going to be going on and everything. And we'll just see what the vibe is kind of as we move through. Should be some good fun, if nothing else. So, if nothing else, like I say, that part should be pretty enjoyable. Just take a few moments for them to get sorted out here. Sure will be in game shortly though. Get back at this. Kind of just expect us to be straight back in game, to be honest. It's always funny when we're doing other people's events and stuff, right? And like I'm so used to being in control of my own events that like, and it's not like it's a better thing. This is just simply like you know, when I'm doing my own events, I know when we're about to go in game, or you know, sometimes the players, you know, this happens in my events too, where sometimes the players are like AFK for a few moments and stuff, and I'm like, I thought we were gonna be in game. I was just like, I'm sat waiting, I'm like, I'm not ready to talk about anything else because I'm convinced this game is about to start, you know? I'm mentally prepared to do the intros of this game. Like, I got nothing else going on. So, yeah. That's a little bit of a thing. There, in case you're wondering why I'm just sitting quietly. We're just waiting and figuring it out. But we are get into this, as you're going to see in the bottom left, Scarlett in the upper right, as you might have just seen already. We'll see what happens to get ourselves into the first couple moments, and not too much going on just yet. Because that shouldn't really be, right? Unless we're going to early pool, it is going to take a little while to get set up. And again, this 8-worker start has absolutely slowed down the game from what we've seen up until now. So, and when we say slow down the game, again, we've had a lot of discussion about it, but I think the fairest way to say it so far is it just takes us another minute or so to really get to where things start to really happen compared to before. I don't think there's necessarily been anything positive really come from it. It's not really hurt the game outside of just making it more boring in the first minute or two. Obviously, a lot of other things going on and changing up in this patch have absolutely been much more, I think, much more fairly so talked about as well. Some much bigger factors. To just have Hatch the Pool and company coming into place. And yeah, I guess as well, Scarlett already has the gas. soO's gas is a little bit later, so you have a little bit of a difference between the two players here. Already seen just a little bit of how builds can maybe look a bit different across the board. And yeah, a couple queens and company coming through. And yeah, nice and peaceful. So link speed is going to start up. We're going to get that on the way. The couple of queens are coming about as well. Bring that straight through for a couple of moments. So yeah, we get this all beginning. And excited to see what exactly this gets into, given a little bit more time to develop. Like I said, we got some time to build up here for a few moments. Got some time to get everything going, starting, and everything else. Couple things will chase around. There is the lair on the way up from soO. So we are going to see something a little sneaky from soO. The lair is maybe not quite the expectation, right? We got a few drones on the way. The queen coming up. A few drones and the link speed coming in on the side of Scarlett as well. The overlord is also producing through. So yeah, I mean, just the lair coming up from soO versus Scarlett is getting that link speed. So Scarlett will take all the map control. She will get that third hatchery up as well. You will not be able to get a third hatchery super easily here as soO. Generally, if you're going lair, you're going to bypass the link speed. Bypassing this link speed means you don't have the speediness, the map, you don't have the map presence or the ability to kind of step onto the map and do a lot here either, which obviously puts you into a bit of a rough position as well. So that's a lot of what you're going to more or less be seeing here in the grand scheme of things.
很难守。放3基地啊，我放3基地，我变1公主啊。你3基哦，我变1公蟑螂啊。你3基必放好吧？看这个在动了，应该是啊。他知道了，他知道了1公蟑螂。哎，这个没用，我跟你说，这个1公蟑螂。
Pistol missiles, roach speed all building. So again, we get a good bit of this started already.
知道你1公蟑螂开了。对，你这个蟑螂塔动了，说明你2本已经好了，就不会爆。 主要是看新版本嘎姐的整个嗅觉了，就是她的对1公蟑螂出门的时间的判断。
Roach speed coming up again, plus some missiles going through. Ooh, Scarlett gonna throw down the Spire. She hits her own lair, so she's gonna. Yeah, I mean that's fun. Took Cyan. Let's see the Spire coming into play. And again, soO doesn't have a lot of counter Spire play. Obviously, he doesn't have like Lings to counterattack or speed up with himself. He's just going to be playing the roaches for now, and he's fully committing to those roaches as well. He's full sending this at the moment, so making sure to get this fully set. Obviously, you're going to come over, and obviously Scarlett going to try and pick up a little bit more information, so we get some more info gathered here. That's obviously going to be really nice. So yeah, we find just a little bit extra for a couple moments. Keeping an eye on things, seeing where everything's going to be continuing to move to right now. Just going to be having the defense already setting up for Scarlett. She's afraid of roaches killing her before she gets to her Mutalisks, right? So the first is on the way, which means that if the mutas are on the way, you will absolutely be able to put a lot of work in, I think, in the right direction of handling this. So kind of like it for Scarlett, honestly. It's a pretty reasonable position to be in. Like I say, she's got some spine claws to buy time. The mutas are here. This is all about, I mean, every roach you kill is one less roach that's going to be able to harass you. It's one less roach that's going to be able to actually, do damage to you throughout this, for example. And so every roach that goes down, Scarlett's going to be a step closer to dealing with this right now. And that is obviously a big factor, a big deal. So get into a very good position there, just initially. And we lose 13 drones, but that's so manageable because long term here, realistically, you're playing a position as Scarlett, which you can absolutely. Like you're just in no rush, basically, as Scarlett, You're not in, like, an immediate, like, oh god, I gotta do things. Like, mutas are gonna control this game the entire way through. So as long as we are on these meters, as long as these meters exist, there's always going to be a good chance for you to fight back in and to kind of make your way right back into this. And that's a big part of what we're already seeing right now, for example. So, yeah, seeing some of that coming through, we are going to be seeing how meters will not maybe be able to necessarily do a lot every single moment here going across the map, but I think there's going to be a lot of moments where they're going to be more than good enough in terms of getting a few things done and so on. And obviously just flying between bases, like, you know, finding a queen here, this is damage too. You know, every single moment might not be like the most, oh my god, this is huge damage, etc., etc. Every single moment doesn't need to be either. Like I say, just the map control these meters provide you is big. The roaches can't really do anything much because, okay, they can threaten to go across the map and force the mutants to come away. But realistically, Scarlett sees that the mutants come over, the roaches get dealt with, they get cleaned up, and they go down. And that's already going to become a big win for you then, right, as Scarlett in that situation, because then it's just 3 roaches. Now, in this case, you're going to lose a few workers before it happens, but generally speaking, that's going to be a pretty reasonable way that things are going to head here over the course of this. Roach is going to show up. A few drones are going to be in some trouble. That's going to be seen. I mean, again, the mutas having to actually go and clean these roaches up. You need to take some time to actually put the work in on these. Oh, 11 drones go down. I mean, soO's actually doing a pretty good amount of damage. I didn't think he was going to see quite as much success as what he's already seen here, to be honest. I thought it'd be a lot more, a lot easier of a defense, I suppose. So yeah, a little bit surprised by the ability of soO to get so much done. Like I say, just against mutas in general, this is not really something that typically happens, right? So, like I say, definitely interesting to see that. Yeah, I've seen the mutas actually just getting into the O-Lord as well. We have these queens obviously sat around. They are continuing to help out, continue to help us along the way. Not going to have the mutas obviously up against the Hydras. Are not going to have as much of a good time. I just can, in fact. This one's going to blow your mind, guys. Hydras can shoot up, so they are a reasonable answer to the they are a reasonable answer to the mutalists, believe it or not. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a push then. Does Scarlett have enough that she's made to deal with this? She's got some Banes on the way. Lings are building through as well, but yeah, she needs these Banes to show up and connect, especially just force the Hydras back so we can just deal with the mutas. If we get enough Hydras, the mutas can play cleanup here. Like I say, the mutas will do the rest of the work. However, soO seems to have enough roaches left over. The mutas are not able to get through. And so we are going to have... Yeah, soO, I actually think is going to break through and do enough here. This is... To be fair, he did really do a great job of minimizing a lot of the... He did minimize a lot of stuff. Like, he didn't let these mutas kind of run him ragged or anything, so in that regard it was pretty darn solid, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, he's going to figure out a few more Hydras. I mean, at the end of the day, if we still hold on to this, Scarlett still has mutas, then that's still great. She's a 4-base Zerg still. She still has mining off the bottom right base, so we actually still have a good amount going our way over here as well. Not as bad as you might think it is. As the Lings are now going to start flooding as well. And again, if these Hydras can't stay alive, they can't necessarily do enough here, and then that's going to be a problem. Comes a little bit of a complication for sure here. So yeah, getting into a little bit of a funky spot. You're not going to be seeing the meters pulling back.
搞一波毒爆，对吧？飞龙毒爆搞多一点，直接 A 过来，基本上就结束了。还有狗，把自己人口飙到160，其实这根本是真打。
Take a couple seconds. I mean, the meters are going to be back on the map. I thought soO, I mean, don't get me wrong, soO absolutely did enough to kind of keep this game going for himself, but I thought he was going to do enough to actually. I was ready to kind of call Scarlett a little bit dead in the water already, to be fair, quite frankly, but. She holds on, and like I say, kind of similar to earlier, if you just hold on with meters, it's very, very good for you. There's a lot of benefits from that, right? Like, it's very close to being just good enough, I suppose. Just plain and simple, so... Kind of intrigued as to what the next few moments look like as the meters continue to deal with this. The Queens are now coming across the map from soO. He feels as though he's getting a little bit more desperate to try and figure out some final bits of damage over the grand scheme of this. And trying to get this a little bit more wrapped up. Ranges are going to come. Scarlett's still down a lot of supply. But it's going to really be a question of what kind of supply we're seeing here, right? Which the Banes rolling in is obviously huge. If they can get the Hydras, that's massive. The Queens do not have transfusions, of course, off creep, remember, as the Banes crash in. Good amount of Hydras go down. The Queens behind this are nice, but like I say, they're nowhere near as scary as if there was creep. Now, if they get onto Scarlett's creep, now, you know, then we're talking, because that's when we can actually talk about... that's when we can actually talk about a situation here where, you know, the Queens can transfuse and then they're a lot less killable. The Hydras would have been a lot more survivable as well. Would have been a very different circumstance for sure. soO is holding on. We are going to see, like I said, the Queens now on creep, like such a massive deal. And the Queens are holding on as the meters come through. The transfusions on this Queen is going to be good enough. Scarlett, I think you got to be frustrated with this as Scarlett, plain and simple, because this is a situation where it feels as though it should just be good for you. It's a situation where it feels like you did enough. It feels like you put yourself in a good position. And we just didn't do enough with meters in the end. Like, the meters actually ended up letting us down. I still think, like, even if the meters let us down a little bit, I still think this was, like, a reasonable spot where we should have been kind of okay for a lot of it. Obviously, it's not played out like that, unfortunately, though. And, yeah. It's going to be a call of GG's. All of GG's. All right, we're going to be tied up 1-1 in this quarterfinal, guys. I'll just run a round of ads again. Thank you for everyone for joining us early today. Good to see you all. Glad to be with you as we, like I say, take you through all of these games in today's Douyu Cup to start us off, and obviously, like I was saying later on, we will also have the Maestros of the game event too. Like I say, it's a long stream for us today, so sit back, relax, enjoy.
这样的一个淘汰赛当中，有这样的一些失误是很正常的存在的。
确实。
Tied up 1-1. Washout is going to be map number 3.
要看，就等于是强行打个波3了。要开第3场了。他其实输得很难受，他觉得真的，
他觉得自己优势很大，
就至少有2波，他都觉得自己优势。
对。
Would love to see a Scarlett win every game. Yeah, but more games is good. I like the logic. Yeah, no, I like that a lot.
好的，看一下重点位，这边蓝色的重组元首就是书本出现在了右上角的2点钟的位置。左下角红色的重组元首 Scarlett 出现在了8点钟的位置。
All right, Scarlett bottom left, soO upper right.
看这把开局吧，我觉得估计还是裸双，估计啊。
这边还是实地啊，还是实地。看下嘎姐这边， 嘎姐这边是11D。
对，现在我就跟你说，开局真的千奇
Take
百
a
怪
few。moments and get ready to rumble into this one then again. Game number 3. Setting up to see where we're going to go, where we're going to take things, and yeah, figure out what exactly is going to start to happen as we move on through some early stages, early minutes. Get ready to rumble.
你就当以前的12D 嘛，12D 过去压基地，然后。
Spawn pool, spawn pool coming up. The Overlord is on its way. Again, first couple minutes.
都是6条狗准备开矿的。
这样的话，前期的这个 timing 已经完全被打乱了。
First seconds will start to pop out.
开矿时间也差不多。
It is pull first from both, but the same timing pull first from both, so kind of a funny one that we're going to go and be aggressive into aggressive, throw the hatchery down.
把这个虫卵补回来的。
Yeah, the Lings are going to see the Lings, so now you know the timing of this, so there's not really a benefit to being the aggressor in this situation, because being the aggressor just means that you're running across the map into your opponent's units. So being the non-aggressor is typically better being the defender, as one might even say.
就感觉都差不多嘛，就这个时间点，就你基地的时间，你点一下自己基地，对吧？点下他基地就差不多就知道对方开局了嘛。
Queen coming up, a couple drones all the way through. The Lings are going to go run out front as well, as we do look to engage in for the next couple moments.
都是10条狗，但是我觉得双方不敢拼，你信我吗？
赶紧又补了2条狗，补了的人就敢拼。
正常大家都狗都差不多情况下，你也不会去拼的呀。
哎，以前就要拼的，以前你打。
Lings are going to take a chance to go running across a little bit. Just going to see those Lings running through then. Again, drones coming up, Queen's on the way by.
别人看你阵型好，他就不跟你打，他往后面拉就好了，因为你狗都没速度的也追不上。
一个女王站这里开始补农民，大家都开始补起来。这个时候就是大家选择的时候，到底是有没有人在里面藏气矿一波，对吧？你也不知道。其实我一直说8。
Feelings is going to run across. Couple shots coming through.
没必要啊。 大姐，快走！哎，这死2条狗，亏了。
就我一直说的8个农民的开局的时候，就是大家的选择变多了，这个游戏就变好玩了。就不像以前嘛，以前12个农民真的是就固定死的开局。
Just having this Queen gathering up again, a few more drones on the way over. Couple Lings step through, drones building, and we have ourselves the setup just happening. soO's going to get a lot more drones than Scarlett here. Going to take the lead, so soO's basically just like a little round of drones ahead, just has like a slight edge in the early stages. That's what we're sitting with right now, as the additional drone 7 of them on the way up. The extractor's coming by, the Queen's in production. Bring a lot more of this through for now as well. So again, we continue to bring a lot of this into place already. Let's see. Will continue to happen.
3次下去，嘎姐，3次下去的话，有可能就要升2本，然后按飞龙3开。哎，但这个3开，我说实话，这嘎姐真的胆子有点大，她没有狗数，她直接出蟑螂的这种3开。
嘎姐不一直都这样吗？就胆子大呀。
哎，书本这个时候按狗的话，
Queen is just going to shoot. That Overlord is about to go down.
10条按下去了。
3矿可能要被抢退，一防狗他就打你蟑螂。
对他先咬基地应该是。
这一盘书本的选择非常好。
对，其实真的现在的新版本里面 ZVZ 升一防其实是有。
The lab building up, red drone coming through. It's going to have that +1 missile upgrade. The carapace coming by as well. Still got the Ling speed also in production right here, so a lot of those bits and pieces coming up. 12 more Lings coming into play at the moment, so again, bringing a lot of this up and running, bringing a lot of this over. So far.
真的是现在是合理的。
他出3个蟑螂，然后骗你一下呢，还是怎么说？ 这一波过去，嘎姐的3个基地肯定是掉了，这不用想。
Couple queens just gonna gather up again. The Lings and the Roach is gonna be right there as well. Let's have our Lings be the carapace. And the company all coming into position. I mean, soO getting the carapace, Scarlett getting the missiles, so it's going to be a bit of a difference there. Scarlett just much more onto these roaches, whereas soO is kind of hitting a Ling Roach +1 carapace timing, it would seem. I think it's going to actually get in initially for soO, already catching a queen. Any damage you do now is good damage, right? The more you do now, the happier you're going to be pretty quickly.
这个是战术，中期的战术被克。对，这个就是一防狗开的一个战术。嘎姐也做了一个变化，直接跳飞龙。
There's that there coming from soO, so again bring that across.
你这么打的话，你的科技并不会很快。
Again, Spire on the way up from Scarlett, so we are going to see her going into the Spire. It's actually even more scary that you've got so much Ling Roach carapace upgrade kind of running around on the map against you when you're trying to go into the Spire. Obviously, you've lost the third hatchery here. Getting the meters is nice. It's kind of an odd situation. I mean, soO's playing catch-up on the lair. Scarlett's meters will definitely give her something of a possibility/advantage to make something happen.
这种见招拆招的反应，我觉得嘎姐还是很快的。
3技能们再咬退一次。
soO keeping a bit of vision on this. The Ling's coming over again. +2 missiles, +1 carapace coming up here from Scarlett. That Spire is about to finish.
做得非常的好。
这波飞龙出来之后，也不用多出个5、6条，这样的话，嘎姐就有时间把3矿开起来，并且。
Scarlett gonna pause, hitting a bit of lag.
有点卡。
So I'll give it a moment or two. Hopefully get this resumed. Yeah, Scarlett's gonna be in an okay position as she gets to the mutas. Puts her in a pretty alright space overall.
卡了一下，不知道出现什么问题。
稍等一下。
Couple of seconds, soO takes a drink.
这个飞龙出来之后，嘎姐3矿顺利开起来，对吧？然后开始补农民。但是书本的应对就一个，就是双喷，这个肯定没悬念的，对吧？
而且书本不会转型啊，他双喷他就是喷到底的。
但是嘎姐有一个打法，就他就5、6条飞龙，然后纯粹的蟑螂、火蟑螂跟你双喷打。 第一波接触，其实蟑螂、火蟑螂非常的凶。
So we're going to get resumed back into this. So, like I say, Scarlett losing the third hatchery. That really is the biggest problem of all. But the mutas will help draw her back. She's not going to be behind on roach upgrades. She has good economy when she has the base to mine from again. However, soO is looking to make a play onto this, so he's looking to try and grab this base. What a time to do it as well, because we're moments away from the mutas showing up. soO tries to jump onto the roaches. We are going to be seeing Scarlett pulling back against this Ling Roach attack. Her own +2 missiles not done yet. She still is ahead in attack upgrade, by the way, but obviously there is a carapace to help him do it. There are the mutas arriving. soO's going to have a lot of roaches. He will try and push through into this natural. He is sending this. He is committing to this. Scarlett is rebuilding roaches to help her numbers out defensively. She is chipping through this army, but it is taking a little while. We're just going to attack through again, that oversee overhead. We're going to build a bit of a wall off here as well, which is kind of cute in case more Lings start streaming through. Lings especially are annoying because they protect the roaches so easily, and they take a long time for roaches of your own to kind of take down, right? So working through that is pretty solid, as you are going to be seeing the few meters that are left. We'll make that way through. The problem is I think soO just has... I think he just has too much army supply. I think he's going to continue to do a lot. He's probably going to kill his third base because it's going to take so long for the meters to work through. Those roaches are going to show up on that left-hand side, hitting this hatchery already. Roaches turn back the other way. A couple of those roaches going down. The meter's going to come in overhead as well. Ravager will morph. Again, +2 missiles coming up currently from Scarlett. A bunch more roaches from her. She's going to lose her +2 missiles, though. It's very sad. She is stabilizing a little bit in terms of army supply, but the economy is obviously still a big issue. soO is sending it. The problem is because the economy is such a big issue and she's spending so long defending against roaches, by the time she goes across the map, soO's going to have queens and hydras to handle those mutalisks, and once again, they're not going to find the damage that they're looking for. And if that's the case, I do think we're probably going to be more or less at a a very difficult position for Scarlett, because like I say, like, the meters give you a lot of options, but they're going to give you a lot less options if your opponent has queens and hydras all over the place. Going to give you a lot less options. 11 more hydras coming through, 1 more upgrades coming about, the roaches are going to be there, ready to try and help deal with this. Few meters are around, just going to put some work in so we get straight to business. Just trying to do what we can. And the Zerglings coming up as well. Obviously, you're going to sit overhead. Those few roaches are going to gather together. Queen count's already very high. Obviously, we can't just go run across with this queen count straight away or anything. It's going to take a little bit of setting up to get there, but yeah, it's not exactly looking great for you here. If you're, it's not exactly looking great for you if you are Scarlett. It's just the fact that the meters are meant to give you so much opportunity, or at least give you the chance to step back in the game, but we don't really have enough meters to actually let that happen here. Slash, it's so much damage that you've taken. And like I say, she's actually kept the drones alive quite nicely, but that's pretty much all she's been able to do. Keep the drones alive. She's not really been able to do much else. Su's about to be maxed out, and like I say, he's going to have hydras, he's going to have a good amount of anti-air. A good amount of anti-air really does a lot of what is needed here, plain and simple. Because again, if you can just shut down the meters, you're going to overwhelm Scarlett in pretty much every other way. It's not going to be a contest in that regard. We'll just run forward. Again, we're going to see Scarlett's just going to be outnumbered. And again, just there's not a lot exciting to say about it. Because again, unfortunately for Scarlett, she is just in a rough position now. She is getting the numbers up. She's getting her own roaches building. Remember, she lost her +2 missile upgrade earlier. I don't believe she ever got back to this. Ravage is obviously going to try and do their thing. Ravages are powerful. Ravages are pretty good typically as well, but again, there's just a numbers difference. I mean, Ravages definitely fill a role in this entire situation, but yeah, like I say, I think there's going to be a little bit too much of a disadvantage that we have to kind of figure our way through here. I think that's probably going to be too much. GG gets called. soO is going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5, and is now a map away from moving through to the semi-finals, everybody. Very exciting. She just finished her +2. I thought soO had +2 on the way, no? I'm getting the colors mixed up again. I'm sorry. I thought it was soO's +2. My bad, guys. With Scarlett. Damn. One of the things that always gets me, especially in mirror matchups, is that oh, Scarlett's +2 finished like 10 seconds before soO's. Okay, I just didn't see that one. My bad. So she got +2. Freaking UI as well. This is the UI that has switches between APM and upgrades. See, I always said that this was the biggest issue with this UI, is that you can't in a moment always check what the upgrades are. So yeah, they both got +2 towards the end. The Hydras out-trade Ravages. Yeah, they can trade pretty well. Guys, I'm just gonna be 1 minute just before the next game starts up. I'll be right back with you guys. Gabby.
CVZ 现在的开局的博弈还是太重要了。对。
好了，双方的第4盘，这赛点对于书本来说也是太重要了。这盘其实真的书本是可以去拼的。
来看一下开局吧。好，这边蓝色的种子选手就是书本选手的左下角的8点钟的位置。右上角红色的种子选手 Scarlett 出现在了2点钟的位置。哎，好像他们都没有选过4人图嘛 ，ZVZ 都不敢选是吧
？4人图博弈太多了，
有点太拼开局了4人。
就4人图是这样，就是你如果说你比如放一个战术，你农民不去探路，你可能还会跑错地方，
对
不对？博弈太多了。但4人图我很喜欢打，因为 ZVZ 4人图有一个绝学，就是你家里面抱狗不要出门，等到确认了对方之后，
对，
然后你再出去。对面其实很懵逼的，他如果说探得早，对吧？
对。
他看到你在哪点，然后他过来也不是，然后他家里面补农民，你这波狗直接直落过去就赢了。
4人图的博弈更厉害一点。
如果他打你一波，你刚好。
都是慢狗开，很慌。
没问题，这个没问题。
都求稳了这把，对面再放快狗。双方的思路其实差不多。哎，好像 ZVZ 他们2个都没有敢选过裸双啊。
他们就有第2盘都是裸双，其他好像都之后就一共前面3盘就正常的1盘慢狗，1盘裸双，1盘11D，对吧？然后这盘又是慢狗。
Apologies, guys.
还是一样的，书本，来看看啊，书本的开局。
Good thing about a work stop.
农民差不多。
You don't miss anything.
现在开局都没有什么太大的区别。也没看到狗过来，看见2农民在踩气了。书本现在没有踩起来。
对。
只是造了气矿还没有踩啊，他先补的。
Players setting up the hatcheries are similarly timed. Cool first again, huh? These guys, soO and Scarlett, both kind of continuing to get that going.
这样的话，书本的经济可能会稍微的好一点点。
我觉得前期这一点点
区别不大。
对，区别不大。你操作失误被咬死一条狗，也就这个区别了，就是。
有一点点区别吧。
这盘明显就是双方都会求稳。
嘎姐停气了。书本提狗之后会不会停气？这个要看。
Settle for a couple of moments here. Just going to be having the extract coming through. Take some moments.
又蟑螂了。
但是书本虽然就这招，但他2本蟑螂是有变化的。像刚才那盘，他就2本虽然说也升了，然后
就是他以前那几套。
对，有点变化。
对，但这个战术，说实话，后来就是被欧洲的一帮选手破了之后就没什么用了。就1攻蟑螂的战术，你只要在几个时间点做蟑螂就能够。
That lad's already coming up on the side of soO. Just going to be bringing that straight into place here for a couple of moments.
好了，先把口堵死。
Bring this up and online, and we have ourselves, lad on the way from soO. Scarlett's obviously tried Muse a couple of times and has yet to really see much success, unfortunately. So let's see if it goes a little better for her. Staying away from Mutas. I mean, obviously, if she wants to play Mutas and she's forced to stay away from them, that's not exactly ideal.
但问题是你这狗数退不退？其实他抱狗
也守不住啊，
也守不住啊，对不对？
好，一防。
You can see that carapace upgrade, and is going to be finishing up here as well in a moment. Just going to get that wrapped up. And it's going to be soO with the missiles and the roach speed. So both of those coming up. Again, the roach run is already coming into place. The hatchery and the lat coming online. We bring ourselves in toward this frothy moment. So, yeah, getting settled.
猥琐的地形你也很
不是我攻防狗开矿啊，我 就拼命开啊，我因为我虫卵多呀，所以狗多，我就没有那么怕蟑螂吧，就不像以前虫卵少，有点怕义工蟑螂。
He's already hatching a yellow wrap around this hatchery, so Scarlett going to be very active, is going to get the hatch, is going to benefit from having these lings where soO does not, so taking advantage of that where we can. Never a bad thing.
哎，这样的话其实
有优势。
对书本的这个虫卵很亏啊。
对，嘎姐因为有3基地虫卵，现在也多。
本来它的这个就虫卵就不多。
对，嘎姐现在只要抱蟑螂狗就行了，蟑螂狗升2本，等书本的第一波义工蟑螂出来。
A couple queens is going to go. I'm just going to hit this overseer, so able to push it back out. soO just trying to find information with this overseer, just trying to get some scout information done as best as possible right now. Not seeing too much, but I guess there are a couple of bits and pieces coming through at the moment.
嘎姐现在就不停的小狗在跑，然后蟑螂不停的造啊，一防蟑螂打义工蟑螂，一防来的时候应该快好了。 先用小狗拖一拖在后面，看到来了义工蟑螂，来得及吗？蟑螂数量应该是够的，但是没有速度，可能会被拉扯。
She shows up with the roaches on the left-hand side, 24 of them. Meanwhile, we've got 16 roaches from Scarlett as we come back across. It's going to be seeing this little bit of a fight going through. The roach is going to engage the other roaches. 20 roaches on the way, 13 roaches on the other side. So he's settled in for a couple seconds. I mean, this is soO attacking and sending it, but I don't think this is the fight for him. I think Scarlett's got a defense. She needs a couple more roaches, but she will have reinforcements spawning. She is only on the carapace to the missiles. It should be kind of fine when it's roach versus roach. soO is just building more roaches as well. Scarlett's about to have roach speed. I believe soO... Did soO get roach speed? I think he did. Yes, he does. So he's already got roach speed, but Scarlett will have it as well. soO is going to take a lead with that +2 missile upgrade. And actually, soO is ahead on workers as well now that the base has come back up as well, so... Few roaches come back around and just going to be heading back down the bottom again. +2 missiles versus the +1 coming up here. Take a couple of moments.
这绝对是他舒适区1攻接蟑螂接2攻蟑螂。他的整个职业生涯的重组都是这么打的，就是拼蟑螂。我记得他的 IEM 冠军也是这么来的。那次是把塞肉拱死了，我记得。
That one queen going to hit that overseer. Just going to push that back out over to the sides. A couple queens going to be there. Overseer shoved away. +2 missiles is on the way up from soO, like I said before, so he's going to take that upgrade lead. And he's going to see the few Ravagers more coming in as well. So a couple of those Ravagers coming through already. +2 missiles versus the +1 missiles coming about. The roaches all joined between the bases, and this overseer is already taking a bunch of damage as well.
应该封了，看对我感觉应该封了，因为看这个。
+1 missile is about halfway done. Overseer just sitting overhead. The roach is going to come across. La is going to sit here. The roach is going to come in for a bit of surround. Corrosive Bowels onto some of this roach Ravager. Going to hit quite nicely. Supplies are pretty even. soO doesn't have the +2 missile just yet. We don't have production tab up, so we can't see how close it is. soO does have a lot more roaches, though. So, seems very respectable to just have Ravagers continuing through, those roaches continuing across. I mean, are we going to be able to get defense again? The defensive advantage of Scarlett is big. I'm surprised soO was attacking before his +2 missiles. It feels like it was just expecting him to kind of hit the +2 more than anything else. I just could have presumed that was going to be something he got to, but yeah, he went kind of before it. It was not the end of the world. I mean, this has still been a very reasonable position for him. I'd say just expected something a little extra, as we are going to be seeing a couple shots coming down. The roaches are going to be here once again. soO attacking again. Scarlett is maintaining a pretty consistent supply, and again, she's equal with supply with the with soO as well. So she really is keeping herself up in that kind of correct position overall, keeping herself where she needs to be. As you're going to be seeing these units defend. I mean, supplies are even. Scarlett needs to start working towards her +2, I guess, is probably the next kind of factor of this. Get to that +2 would be great.
操作稍微出了点瑕疵，就没有点这个火蟑螂，是大家都没想到。嘎姐其实已经给了他这个机会了。
Roach Ravager all grown up again, plus 2 missiles, Overlord speed coming up as well, so we get that extra couple of upgrades coming through already. So again, bringing that into place right now, getting that set up. And more Roaches just pushing in from soO on this right side. Again, it's a constant challenge here. soO with that +2 numbers, even though Scarlett having the defensive advantage, it's an extremely close situation.
矿必退，正面不能打，我觉得可以走。这你打的话。
A few more corrosive bars coming in. Scarlett without a 4th base. I mean, soO's building his own 4th base now. soO still just has a few more units, but again, they're not over here. They're not in the right position at the right time. Is the problem we're consistently seeing. As the Roach Ravager just pushes straight through, and Scarlett is going to hold this and takes a supply lead as well. Again, soO continuing to be aggressive. Has just been an endeavor for him at the end of the day, and as it probably should be. You know, again, you're attacking into a very similar setup of your opponent. Defender's advantage is a thing, and we're seeing defender's advantage has been a big thing this time around for sure. So it's been a pretty huge factor in these early stages. Now we do see Scarlett. What can she do from this point? Roach Ravager is going to hold out, and she's starting to try and make a bit more of a move herself. Her Ravager count's amazing, by the way, and if those Biles are landing, she's going to put herself in an amazing position. Those Roaches and the Ravagers keep pushing through. The corrosive bile is going to land, hits a Ravager as we go. Scarlett up about 30 supply right now in this game. Again, a few more Ravagers, a few Queens all coming up. A bunch more Roaches coming out as well. The corrosive bile is going to drop down, try and find an Overlord, and doesn't quite get it. Again, taking some map control here, Scarlett doing what we can to help this position out. The rest of the Roach Ravager gathering through. The Roach is going to go back over to the right side and just gather up with the rest of this army. Scarlett with a 30 supply lead, looking to tie this series up and to put her into Game 5. I'm all about it, by the way. 5-game series to start the day. Sounds great. I mean, we want the day to go as long as possible, right? Because we are we want the day to go as long as possible because we are we've got Maestros of the Game coming up later anyway, so we have no qualms about games taking a hot second or two. And so we have the Roach Ravager is, like I say, moving around. Yeah, give us all of the 5-game series, guys. We want them all. Roach Ravager runs in. This hatchery going to be in some trouble. A couple drones already going down as well. Not going to try and take a nap between tournaments. I don't think there's going to be time. I'm pretty sure the Douyu Cup is set to start on schedule no matter what. I'm pretty sure if we have short games, it actually just... yeah, I'm pretty sure if we have short games, they just have more downtime. That's usually how the Chinese tournaments work, so... I think sleeping between tournaments is not likely. Yeah. As Roaches get up, Scarlett is going to chase. Loses Queens in the main. Just going to get rid of a couple more of these Roaches. Continue to pick through this. Again, we do have more Roach Ravager coming up on the side of soO. Overlord speed still coming into place as well. Going to give him a few more options in the grand scheme of things here. Hydra's coming up. That, again, Musket Augment's coming into play. Cyan and Sports continuing to be introduced into this. The Roach is going to go after a couple more of those Roaches. So again, just trying to run by. Scarlett trying to move up this ramp, not going to have a good time. And this is going to leave us in a pretty even state of things right now. Pull the upgrades out when the APM tab disappears. Is it 2-1 each? Oh, 2-2 for Scarlett. No upgrade at all from soO. It's a pretty big deal as we do see the Roaches getting chased down. So once again, soO finding a good split of units. Scarlett is, though, going to come around the backside with a few units as well. So she's going to be able to wrap around this. soO's going to come into the fight. soO's also catching a few units of Scarlett from the bottom side initially. That did stop soO from coming up this ramp more quickly as well at the same time, though. So it's been a very interesting couple of moments, to say the least. I'm going to keep fighting this. The last few units are going to go back and forth. My goodness, what a ridiculous situation, no? Back and forth and just not able to break through on either side. Scarlett kind of didn't have as much of an aggressive push, but when she did start to move across the map, you could see that she felt as though she was stopped already, you know? Hydras and those Ravagers still gather up together. The Lurker Den on the way from Scarlett as well is going to be a pretty huge factor. So bring that Lurker Den up and into play, get those Lurkers available. I mean, that's going to be massive. She's got 26 Hydras, so she can get some Lurkers up. It's not impossible for soO to fight Lurkers without his own Lurkers, but it is very difficult. Corrosive Biles against low Lurker numbers can be very effective. Corrosive Biles against the Hydras before they become Lurkers are effective too. I mean, just fighting the Hydras before they're Lurkers in general is maybe one of the better ideas that soO has. Because right now, these Hydras are squishy. We do not have Roaches in front of them, so Scarlett doesn't have the composition to help her out here. These Hydras are getting pushed back a little bit now. They're maybe going to get forward and jump onto these Ravagers, so Scarlett is going to make a defense of it. Every Ravager of soO goes down. But she lost like 20 Hydras here. This was so expensive. And it's all because she didn't have any Roaches. If she has a few Roaches in front of this, it looks so much better. It looks like such a different scenario. Oh my god, 245 Roaches lost from soO, 176 from Scarlett. Efficiency definitely has been there for Scarlett, but this 26 Hydras lost doesn't exactly help you with that. Scarlett continues to try and hold on at the moment. And more Roach Ravager going to come back around again. We just see a few Roaches now burrowing up as well. Scarlett does not have the Hive, so she's got the Lurker Den, but no Hive upgrades for the Lurkers, which means that she doesn't really want to build them too soon. Lurker's good, but Lurker's much better when they have the effective, you know, proper upgrades in play as well. So you can understand that Scarlett's a little skeptical to, like I say, go into these things too soon here. Understandable scenario. It's just a few Roaches burrowing around and doing some harassment, you know, it can be pretty darn good. It's really a game of movement. Although, I think it's a game of movement as DBZ typically is in these scenarios. However, it's about to become a game of tech. And like I say, there's about to be a certain Canadian Zerg player who has a whole lot more tech than the opposition. If we get Seismic Spines up and soO, we can go from there. It's going to be a big deal. We're just going to unburrow to trap these other Roaches coming back. Oh, that's actually kind of a cool move. That was awesome. I like that. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, a few more Roaches continue to fight, so we see a few more trade-outs continue to take place just across the board right now. A little bit more continuing to happen. Seismic Spines on the way up again, bringing that through. The +3 missile attack coming into play. A few additional Lurkers coming up as well. soO's once more coming around that right side. The first Lurkers are building. We are starting to see Scarlett hit this tech. A bunch of them now up. About like 7 or so. Give or take. A few of these Roaches jumping onto. A couple of units here as well. You see a couple of Corrosive Biles. Like I say, against lower numbers of Lurkers, Corrosive Biles can be very effective. But this is not really lower numbers of Lurkers. This is a much better count now. And even if you get some Corrosive Biles off, there's going to be multiple more Lurkers available after the fact as well. So definitely feels like that is a big part of what is currently happening. Scarlett is going to be once again across the map with a good group of units. Catching some units here as well. Crows of Vials to try and help out, but some of the lurkers are surviving, so the lurker damage output here is huge, and you are going to see soO taking some absolutely mega damage, so that's going to be good enough. GG is called, and Scarlett is going to take a game number 4. So we are going to tie things up 2-2. This one was back and forth. I do think Scarlett was in pretty good control of this, actually, for quite a while, in fairness. GG's. GG's. Alright, guys, I gotta backtrack a little bit. We had the 10 gifted sub bomb coming in during the last map. Not this one, but the one before that. And then I had to BRB during the downtime when I wanted to shout it out. So I gotta track back. This ended up being a long game, so it's kind of a big track back from 26 minutes ago. Crazy Ace, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, mate. I really appreciate it. I wanted to shout them all out, which is why I didn't do it during the game. And then, yeah, like I said, I had to BRB quickly during the break, which was unfortunate because then I didn't get the chance. So going out to Voodoo Chinu, Rock Peter, Battle Kid, Karquani, Holy Squid 89, Yashi U, Angmar 1917, Mustard Sword, Oben222, and Johnny Tranquillo. Thank you so much, Crazy Ace, for the 10 gifted subs. I'm sorry it took me so long to say thank you. Like I say, just getting caught up at a bad time when I had to AFK. And then a longer game after that. A longer game after that. Game 5 coming up here between Scarlett and soO. Getting into this in a few moments.
好了，我们来看一下双方的出生点位啊。出生在地图的右上角的，就是蓝色的重组选手，来自于韩国的soO。
Alright, guys, we'll take a couple moments here. We will settle this down. We're just going to be having the bottom left Zerg being, of course, Scarlett. The upper right Zerg being soO. Get this into play and get this going. Alrighty, a 5th game, first quarterfinal of the day delivering. Who's the favorite to win this cup? Winner of this series, INnoVation has looked probably the best, I think, overall, actually. Oliveira as well. I actually think if all my favorites win and get to the semis, then I actually think anyone that makes it to the semis has a chance to win. I actually think it's a very competitive tournament. Swarm pool coming up. Hatcher's coming into place. I'm getting settled for a few moments. What time is it where they are? In China, it's like plus 8-ish hours from us, from me at least, so it's like 3 p.m.-ish right now in China, if I'm not mistaken. It might be 2 p.m., it might be 7 hours. But it's around that sort of, it's around that kind of time frame. Double Queen still building up. The drones are on the way through. Link speed starting again. First couple minutes, might be a little chill, a little quiet.
BV 是提前堵口，
他应该是有点怕，因为你是慢狗开嘛，我有点怕，我先堵个口。
先堵个口，没毛病，好吧？
那他270，他不升2本啥意思啊？
他升的呀，升狗速吗？
没升狗速，慢狗速，然后提。
啊，你这样打的吗？
他是提一防。看他是一防狗，对，一防狗。
I have the carapace upgrade coming up from soO. He's gonna get link speed of his own. So he's gonna play that much later link speed, but essentially kind of makes it look like he's going gasless, but it's not. It's actually going to be a move into Zerglings in the end. So a little bit of a different vibe on this. Let's take a couple seconds. Get this ready to rumble. And Roach Run coming up, link speed and the carapace continue to come through. Couple queens just gather up again, link speed, carapace all coming about for a couple of seconds here, bringing this into position. We just have that link speed finishing. Carapace, like I say, we'll give him a chance to be very aggressive with all of this. So we get a lot of that set up already. Bringing this around. A road drawing coming up from Scarlett. Again, the layer building through. That will missile upgrade as well. I mean, Scarlett, of course, has shown us an attempt to muta a couple of times. But this layer give her the option to play mutas again, or is she going to stick to the roaches? To be fair, the muta games did not go well for her. The roach games have gone well for her. Oh, Scarlett sees the lings. So she knows that soO is going to go with a lot of lings. She's going to evacuate the third base, pull back. soO will be able to kill the third, but Scarlett will probably sacrifice that, saying, okay, I wasn't ready to deal with it, but my army is much better. She's got a lot of drones. She's going to have better forces with the roaches eventually when they're in good enough numbers to survive a lynx around. And then Lair will be coming up. Plus some missiles on the way. Roaches, the drones, the overlords. Continue to produce through roach speed, plus 2 missiles, and the carapace upgrade coming up as well. This is where the lings are going to try and find us around. The roaches get pushed out of their clump. So they are going to have a bit more surface area on them than you would expect. One transfuse came in to try and help us out. Did save a roach for a little bit. Ravager trying to morph in as well as eating a lot of the lings attack time. Even if that doesn't go off, the time board is nice. Scarlett obviously does want to push out back toward her third hatchery. Ideally. Hatch on the bottom goes down. Plus 2 missiles, the plus 1 carapace upgrade coming through. Missiles coming up from soO as well. A little bit more roach Ravager still coming into place. The extra drones are building. The ling's going to get turned around from the front. You can see those roaches still gathering through. Again, a few more Zerglings gathering around. Scarlett's going to be much better roach upgrades. She is heading T plus 2. Obviously, again, that's the price of her not having carapace, but generally, carapace is seen as the... I mean, generally, you see that as the worst upgrade in roach on roach. Certain things are going to kind of change up how that feels sometimes. Got that tunneling clause coming through, so bringing that about for a couple of seconds.
但埋地移动多线这个是出出区吗？小狗一攻是什么意思啊？这什么东西啊？我没看懂。这个他明显不可能造小狗的呀。
Couple of corrosive bars are unfortunately going to miss just by a second or two, so not going to be able to do too much extra there. We have got the roaches coming down from soO. Scarlet supply feels pretty good though.
我自己打，我不要你这个留一个落石在这里。 哎呦喂，绕蟑螂了，书本家里面被绕蟑螂了，回家吧。
As the Roach Ravage comes back across, just going to reposition once again.
没事。这波要打吗？书本这个进攻性那么强吗？你攻防落后哎，书本。
凭什么打得进去？你就算你的舒适区，对不对？你就算你是前阵期，也最多加2攻啊。
这嘎姐还很慌，他还搞了个地堡，哎，这个位置。
Going to see this fight still continuing through. We are going to see, I mean, soO's trying to engage in on this big surround, trying to get this direction going. Not exactly having too much success just yet. Going to see those roaches still wrapping around again. Good wrap around, trying to see what else we can do for a moment or so. Answer is honestly still not really too much. I mean, Scarlett's holding the high grounds for the moment. It's close. It's feisty. Is it enough? I was going to see a few roaches on the other side. soO is going to be losing drones as well. Scarlet supply is staying good. Like I say, the defense up on the high ground was looking pretty darn decent. Does seem as though it's been enough overall. As roaches come over, coming back along. It's going to be seeing a few extra roaches continue to get chased, and it does feel as though that is going to be pretty strong in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Scarlett is going to be up about 40 supply here, looking to make the semi-finals, knocking soO down. Could be playing ZVP in the next round, but she said felt very good for her when she was in the pre-interview. So you win this, you get into that next round, got to be feeling good. And she's now up 40 supply. Can she close it out? That is our question.
我突然发现，大姐是埋地移动生完，埋地没生。
哦，是这样吗？
那不然呢？他刚才那些蟑螂多线不是什么埋地过去，他是绕过去的嘛？对，走过去的。
See, the roaches are going to be heading down to the bottom. Again, the burrow coming up. The extra roach coming in. The couple of ravages are morphing.
这个 A 嗨有点过了。
A 嗨了，忘记了。
然后书本被这种不是埋地移动的这种蟑螂搞了12个钟，我也没想通。因为书本现在看到你有埋地。
And Scarlett's maxed out, so does she want to start moving across the map and making something happen here? You would generally expect, yes, there's not really much reason to hold back usually when you're maxed out. Unless you really feel like you're attacking into a bad position that's going to give your opponent a little bit of opportunity, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case here. I actually think, yeah, being aggressive is typically a good thing. She is taking a fourth, and soO does not have a fourth, so that might be one of the reasons why you don't commit. That might be one of the reasons you feel as though you want to hold back instead. Roach Ravager coming back through. Gonna take another couple of fights. Corrosive Bars dropping down. The Roach Ravager Scarlett still looking to push into this, so this time she's got the advantage, although it's mostly in workers. Her army supply advantage isn't huge, and she eats some Corrosive Biles. She is killing more workers as well. This might be a situation where you want to hang back and just let the economy do some work, build up your bank a little further. The interesting part is, though, is if soO gets maxed out, he's going to have more army supply because he's got less workers. So there is a world where soO has a larger army at any point, but Scarlett has much more ability to rebuild. Then you have to approach this a little bit differently. The Roach drop in the main base, getting turned around at the moment, trying to come back through, trying to reposition here. Couple more Corrosive Biles dropping in. Scarlett still maxed, but obviously, like I say, has to get units from across the map. She's getting Hydra speed, so she's looking to make a switch toward Hydras. Scarlett is potentially going to get surrounded here. She sees it. She gets out of it. Pulling away here on Blackrock before it becomes too late. This map has a lot of cool angles to attack on. Obviously, no high ground, low ground. Scarlett, okay, could actually benefit from this because now she's going to dive on it. Has got the Roach Drop still in the main base, dealing some damage. Scarlett is holding her ground in this position. Up a carapace upgrade in this fight as this Roach Ravage continues to work through. However, soO's numbers start to look a little bit overwhelming, but reinforcements are here. The biggest issue is going to be that Ravager counter soO. There's a few more Ravagers, a few more battles available as we push up this Ram. Spinecrawler is going to go down. The Roach Ravager pushing in the Corrosive Bow. Gets split away from, still eats a bit of that damage. Scarlett holding on the high ground with a 60 supply lead. Drones dying on the other side. soO's economy falling apart. His tournament hopes falling away. Scarlett goes to the semi-finals with a 3-2 victory over soO and gets to the semi-finals of the Douyu Cup 2026.
这边搞一下，那边搞一下，你就必须正面我怼进去，他已经烦了。这个嘎姐的多线做得非常的漂亮，他真守不住。对。
Crowd loves it. Shake the hands. And that is going to be Scarlett taking a 3-2 victory over soO to start this off. Where is this land? This is in Wuhan, China. And Scarlett wins the first match of the day. Thank you for joining us, guys. We have 800 viewers, and it is 7:30 a.m. in the morning for me. Again, we started early today. It's been an hour and a half series. It's kind of crazy now. I mean, I know it was a best of 5, and I know it went all 5 games, but still kind of surprised by the I guess we had a pre-interview as well. All right, like I say, loads of games coming up today, guys. We've got obviously this Douyu Cup, and then we've got the Maestros of the game later. It is a full day of StarCraft 2 for us. We are gonna. I wonder if we have a post-game interview with the players as well. I do think there probably will be as much kind of filler as possible today. I do think they're aiming to make this like an 8-hour broadcast, so you might get to see the iconic ESL and NA finals matchup tomorrow, Neeb Scarlett. I'd love a 2026 Neeb Scarlett. Sounds great. Neeb versus Scarlett in 2026 sounds like a lot of fun. If Neeb can make his way through PvP. Neeb looked good yesterday. He made a lot of cool moves in bad positions and brought himself back into some tough PvP, from some tough PvP spots, and his engagements look beautiful, which I think one of the things that's going to carry you far in this event is if you can engage really well, you're going to see a lot of success. So, yeah. Scarlett just gets brought to late game every time and loses. Not on this patch. You do not need to be brought to late game on this patch, I think, is the benefit that the Zerg has. Zerg has the ability to build a lot of units, so you can force a lot of all-ins. Obviously, it's not always going to be completely successful, right? Okay? Like, you're not always going to just win out, but I do think there's a very good chance for you in a lot of these scenarios to put yourself into essentially just winning positions. And like I say, if you want to play aggressively and you don't want to let the opponent get back in the game, I think you can play around that a lot more right now as Zerg than you could before. So, like I say, I think it's more playable than previously in that regard. But that'll be part of what's fun to see. Anyways, this isn't his interview, guys. I'll put the volume up a bit so you can hear.
You just perfectly defense that. And how do you judgment that he used the 10D not 8D to prepare for this?
Well, in the new patch, I think the early pool builds are way harder to defend with hatch first. So you kind of have to mix and pool first some games. And I thought he might have a bit less confidence, so he might start with a early pool, especially on the shorter map. So I decided to try pool first and see how it went.
他说他觉得那个书本是有点没有自信，然后那个而且呢，这是一张比较短的地图，这是一张比较就是不大的地图，所以书本可能会采取一些激进的策略去。跟他进行开局，于是他就用了全防，然后也就防住了。
哦，料事如神啊！那我们也是想问一下嘎姐，现在这个新版本的 ZBZ 跟之前的开局会有点不一样，你会觉得这个版本的这个8D 会比较难防吗
？Okay. And do you think the opening of the 8 workers is different than 12 workers, and the rush may be more hard to defend, or just normally?
Yeah, it's definitely much harder to defend in the early game, especially if you go hatch first. That's why pool first is so much more common than before. I think me and soO both opened pool first a few times, and we opened early pool a few times, hard first a few times. There's a lot more mind games than before.
Back pardon? Back pardon for the last part.
There's a lot more mind games than before.
Long mind game.
Mind games.
哦 ，patch，就是说他觉得这在3农，就是原来的话，12农的话，它的这个开局呢可能会前期有更多的经济，但是现在它这个矿的这个有所调整，所以呢可能防起来的话会有一些稍微的变化，不过还是比较普通的，所以还好。
那昨天的比赛我们看到你在赛后打完 GG 之后说 “Go 火锅”，我们都很想知道有没有去跟克拉苏吃火锅。
Yesterday you just beat Kalazur and you said go to hotpot for the Yan match, and do you go with Kalazur with hotpot?
We wanted to eat with Neeb as well, and since it was so late finishing last night, we didn't go. But I think tonight or tomorrow, when we finish earlier, we're definitely gonna go.
他们觉得有点累，所以就没有去。但是今天晚上结束以后，他们应该会去的。
今天晚上 Go 火锅。好的，那我们再一次把掌声送给 Scarlett， 恭喜她获得了比赛的胜利。那我们的赛后采访到这边告一段落，稍后会有我们的抽奖环节，大家一定要锁定在座位上，说不定下一个幸运儿就是你。那我们稍事休息一下，一会儿回来。
Can't have hot pop because the StarCraft lasted too long. Ugh. Unbelievable. Alright guys, that wraps up the series. Like I said, I just wanted to turn the volume up so we could listen to the interview a little. But we will have a little bit of downtime now. I'm not sure how long they're going to wait. I think the next series is scheduled fairly soon. It's scheduled in 15 minutes, so it's possible that we actually... Yeah, it's possible we actually have... Yeah, no, I actually think it's possible we probably just go in 15 minutes or so. Where's the link for the full tourney? If you exclamation mark B. There you go. Should I get some breakfast? Yeah, I'm gonna go get some breakfast, guys. So I'm gonna BRB 5-10 minutes, get some breakfast, and we can power up into some PvP. It is upcoming next. Neeb against Yashi. Then we have INnoVation versus TY, and then Oliveira versus Cyan. I'll see you guys in a few. I'll be right back with you shortly. I am gonna mute the stream sound because if I don't mute the stream sound and they start playing music, I lose my YouTube monetization. So I'm going to mute the streams down as well. So it's going to be quiet. I apologize, but we'll be back as soon as we get some action. I might be back before then. I just, like I say, going to grab some breakfast. BRB. Alright, guys, I'm back. We saw Neeb doing a little bit of setting up. How are we all feeling? Hope you guys are doing well. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, just waiting for the games to obviously start right now. Gonna be a long day, guys, so I'm gonna save my voice a little bit where possible. Because, yeah, it's gonna be along with the Masters of the game coming up later, too. Oh my god, I got jump scared. I was not ready for her to go on stage and talk. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, giveaway time.
A192这位观众在不在？我们要喊3次，如果3次不在，他就不要了。A192一次 ，A1922次，A192他说他不要了，换一批。
Oh no, A192 was not here.
A192拿走，再为大家来抽一个 B47。
B? We haven't seen a B all weekend.
B47哦，有了，千里迢迢奔袭过来。OK， 可以来到我们的舞台上，恭喜会获得我们的8机套装一份。
Has he got his sticker on his head?
欢迎小新。
Is she the same girl from GSL? No.
试一下。好的 ，B47， 你好，刚刚是在那边排队吗？在我们。
Wait, does he have a bandage on his head?
我稍后就去。来，这是我们的一个这个8机的套装送给你。那也是想问一下，就是从。
But bro just got like a second bag, and now he's like, oh, I gotta go.
长沙过来那很近哦。
I gotta talk.
那最喜欢的选手是哪个呢？
那肯定是李佩兰啊。
要为奥利维拉，那为他加油吧。
希望他能夺冠吧，再一次。
好的。
我已经很久没有听到0.37%的故事了。
希望今天、明天的比赛里上发挥出色，勇夺冠军。那这边的话还有
The headache relief pads, interesting.
要送给你，你想要一个什么样的毒奶祝福呢？来，我们也是掌声有请黄哥来到我们的舞台上。哎，说实话，也就我们这种展台，我们这种比赛会有这种环节了。来，兄弟，有什么想要黄哥祝福你的
But no, guys, the Korean GSL host does not, in fact, host Chinese events in China speaking Chinese. Hey, Wardy, are you love this girl? No, I am not love this girl.
比如什么永远找不到老婆呀
What a weird question, mate.
就这个，好吧？
不是，这兄弟就是，你能不能想点其他的？不要你每天就想女人，好不好？发不了财啊，这个兄弟，他这个还是比较实在的。我觉得你这辈子都发不了财了，好不好？
谢谢黄哥。好的，那也是可以到我们的台下稍事休息一下，然后黄哥也可以准备一下我们后面的比赛解说。那我们这边的话，接下来要登场的2位选手也是准备就绪了，让我们有请他们到台上来，简单的赛前采访一下，来，掌声有请。
He's running. He's like, get me the hell out of here.
来，欢迎我们的猫姐姐，还有我们的
Neeb.
OK， 那也是先简单的跟观众朋友们一起来打个招呼，自我介绍一下吧。
Self-introduce to every fan.
Hello, I'm a Protoss player Neeb. I was really good in 2016 and 2017, and yeah, I hope to show some good games today as well.
大家好，我是来自。
He was really good in 2016 and 2017, guys. When he was winning all these NA regionals in 2018, 19, 20, 21, didn't really count the same, you know. When did Neeb quit? 2023. Oh, his last ever match was against Oliveira. Remember that WTL? Man, there was so many people who played their last ever match as like a WTL match. It's funny that Neeb actually beat Oliveira in Katowice. That's so sad. The Katowice that Oliveira won, Neeb went 2-3, which I think is the same scoreline Oliveira went to. But Neeb lost his first 3 matches, then he went 2-1 Oliveira, 2-0 Dark, which is kind of funny because I'm sure if you look at Katowice 2023, those are some of the highest ranking players that went the distance. Well, Dark, I don't know how far Dark went. Yeah, Neeb was a map score away. If Neeb hadn't dropped a map to Oliveira, Neeb would have advanced over Oliveira, and Oliveira never would have been world champion. Oh yeah, Dark got 3-0'd by Hero in the round of 8. Kind of a crazy group. Shin got semifinals, Dark round of 8, and Oliveira won the whole thing. It was a crazy strong group. Clem and Cure also went out of this group at 2 and 3. Clem just had really bad map score. Cure was also -1 map score. It's crazy. Sorry, I'm talking over the interview. Sorry, guys.
他来过很多次中国参加比赛，比如重庆、西安、海南，并且在这里留下过很多美好的回忆。然后这次呢，他觉得这次的比赛呢是他就是已经不活跃以后重新回来的感觉，所以他非常开心，而且希望给大家带来这种精彩的比赛，然后感觉很有趣，粉丝们也很棒啊，所以说希望对吧，给大家一些好的表现。
哇，我们中国的粉丝们再给他一点热情跟欢呼吧，谢谢。好，那我们接下来的这个比赛其实是一个 PVP 啊，你对于这个内战怎么看呢？
新版本打法都还不固定，就是都有机会吧。然后他昨天是战胜了我的好兄弟鸡哥，看我今天干不干他就完了。
哦，好，来，我们同样也问一下 Neeb。
What do you think the new patch of PvP things? Yes,
PvP only?
Yeah, PvP only of the new patch opinion.
I think it's a lot of fun. PvP has always been very coin flippy. You kind of just do something and you hope your opponent does something that you counter. And this patch is really shaking it up, so we don't really know what's going on at all. We're just going to have fun games, I think.
他目前还不知道有什么变化，因为 PVP 一直都是很军事的对抗啊，两边互相打来打去啊，并没有说一切皆有可能啊，所以说他说让我们来看一看后面会发生什么吧。
那让我们一起来期待一下这场精彩的比赛吧！把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
好的，各位观众，欢迎回来呢。
All right, guys. We'll get into this in a couple of moments then.
很有精神啊，军哥。
And we'll be kicking this off real soon. I'm just going to be upbeat 1 minute, and then we'll kick this off, guys, and get into our action for the second quarterfinal of the day.
他跟我说的是，我很怕，万一我优势很大，然后被翻了怎么办？
那不是很正常吗？这个他之前也
他没想过，他说如果上来被别人3拳2脚打死了也就算了，万一他想的是万一我优势很大被翻了怎么办？他现在就一直在想这个问题。
他就是那
种我说
他巨大优势不胜是吧？
对，我说你已经在想优势的问题了吗？
他对自己的实力还是比较有自信的，因为他最近确实打得挺好的。
对，但是我可以跟大家透露一下，在当年大家都还在打职业，还在这个在役的情况下，役不在最巅峰的时候，在韩服有一个神族，他怎么都打不过，那个人就是解释。
是解释。
你们可能不知道。
解释的 PVP 相当于是数1数2的，在他的对抗里面。
对，而且解释的 PVP 很怪，就是他打谁都打不过的情况下，他在天梯就打得过尼布。
一直以尼布克星。
对，就尼布当时是6700还是6800，解释就只有6100，但解释跟我说打尼布不就造兵 A 过去就赢了吗？
他可能就是风格有点像克。
对，风格有点克，就解释不是就是一直虚那个不朽，然后 A 一波嘛，然后尼布每次都在这个台面被打死。
对， 逆补的话，其实打的话，他是以自爆球出名的。
逆补就是在自爆球，当时我记得逆补最早巅峰的时候就是。他发明的 PVP 的自爆球带追猎，然后在韩国是一举拿下了把本，拿下了 trap，
对，然后夺冠。
对，当时4-0拿下的 trap， 我记得。
是的，就是靠自爆球，不管再大的劣势，他只要把自爆球突出来，他基本上就能赢。
逆补是第一个非韩选手在韩国本土夺冠的选手。
对，
对，当时的对韩国选手的冲击是非常大的。
是的，而且当时他好像在韩服训练的话，他天梯也是第一。
对他当时16年的时候是他的巅峰嘛，他16、17年都很强，然后18年被 Cyro 代替掉了非韩的第一人，但是16、17年这2年应该是最强的时候，并且确实是在韩国第一个。
Alrighty guys, sorry, I have returned. Yo, Daddy Treble, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. It doesn't show 10, it shows me 4, 5, 6, 7. Twitch. Oh, there we go. The rest have come through. Teddy Dribble, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs to Dave A1, John King Size, Ilnana, JM2009 JM, HKJ1278, Fimi, SGS ADSL, Ariavilo 808, and Wikis Seth, and X Sakura Serenity X. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Pushing us back above 750 is amazing. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. All right, let's get into this. Neeb and Yashi. PvP, best of 5 in the quarterfinals. Match 2 of the day. In case you were not aware, first series was a banger. Full best of 5 banger matchup. Hoping for a full best of 5 here as well. Yashi to me is also not far removed from the game. Like, when did Yashi stop playing? Did he also stop playing in the regional kind of when the regionals stopped? Yashi's super active according to this. He's mostly only played Chinese events, but he has been kind of similar to Cyan. He only plays Chinese events, but he plays very regularly, so yeah, interesting. He played some Kung Fu Cup. Oh, that's 2024. So he didn't play much, but he did play some qualifiers for EWC last year, and then he's been playing some events this year as well, basically. So okay, so he's that's kind of the Yashi dealio. All right, cool. Cool. All right, we'll get into this PvP. We are going to see double gas taken. A couple workers starting to get onto those gases. Going to be 2 workers on each gas, apparently. Alright, well, Cybercore coming up, just going to be seeing the couple of gates as well. It's going to be, I mean, same as usual. We're just waiting that little bit longer to start this game off with the work count, but otherwise we'll get this going in a moment or so and actually kick off into some of the action, some of the excitement, some of the fun of what there's actually going to be the interesting part of these games, where some decisions get made and some choices are found, and so on and so forth. So, getting to that stage. We're going to see the first units coming online then. It's going to be a couple stalkers on one side, a couple stalkers on the other, so bring that through. So let's see, a couple of pros are going to nibble at each other for a few moments as well, so you're going to continue to bring that up and online. Yeah, that Wolf get coming through, just going to have ourselves a couple of deaths actually going to get caught here from Yashi, so Neeb is going to find himself with these stalkers an opportunity to get some work done, find some damage. I wonder how aggressive Neeb's going to be. Obviously, he's going to poke across the map. He is going to be playing into a Nexus, and obviously it is flat ground, so you can kind of play into that fairly respectably.
先不急啊，先不急。
他消耗你的电池的能量，等6个追猎，也是这边压死了，
又被压了，要被操作爆了。
有没有水晶啊前线？如果有前线水晶的话，哎，直接给你打爆。
I mean, Stalker's doing a lot of work here, putting themselves in a good position, absolutely keeping the work up. We are going to be seeing this battery going down. If that battery's going to get killed, that's going to be cleaned up. We do see the few Stalkers still poking back onto this. Just trying to get as much done as possible. For a few moments. You see that Stalker coming across. Chasing this Adept down. Yashi still trying to find some damage with these Adepts from earlier, but unfortunately really not having much fortune with that overall.
这个对解释来说，前期开局损失太大了。
A couple of Adepts, the Sentry, the Probes, the Batteries. A little bit of everything continues into place for the moment, so just continue to bring that online.
也是虽然农民多啊，但是他的科技太慢了。
Blink coming online, Robo Facility coming up, a couple probes, Twilight Council all coming into play. We are going to see this hallucination going across the map as well. Robo's coming up, Stalker's on the way, Blink is building. Take a few moments to settle this down. Neeb, haven't heard that name in a long time. Yeah, Neeb's yeah, for this event. I mean, there's a lot of these names in this tournament. If you haven't seen the bracket, is throwback. We have TY versus INnoVation after this series. And TVT coming up should be a ton of fun as well. So, absolutely looking forward to a whole bunch of that. Yeah, should be really, really exciting. What a day we have. I think it's cancel over here as well. Stalker's actually going to be able to show up and do pretty okay for themselves.
他这个就是给压力开3矿的。
马上好，他在等，他在等，等一下一个人进这个幻象凤凰上高，没有换，哎，幻象凤凰呢？到了吗？没来呀。
Two Stalkers gather up. We are going to be going back and forth. Stalkers in the center are going to be here. I mean, Neeb already has delayed this third base a pretty reasonable amount, right? He's already done a lot of work in terms of slowing that down, so I would say this has already been a pretty successful starting point, if nothing else. Actually, going to see Neeb jumping into the main base, so he's going to find Yashi completely out of position, going to deny one pylon, deny two, and that's obviously huge because it depowers these gateways as well. Depowering the gates is massive, and guess what? To the low ground to cancel the third base again. Wow, Neeb is playing beautifully. Just playing beautifully to start us off, if nothing else, here so far.
Neeb 而且占便宜占的太多了，基本上没有什么战损啊，这边。已经开始刷差，因为他的兵基本上快补齐了。
Well, Neeb has had a very successful starting point. We're going to follow on from here and see what the next stage of this then looks like.
会很舒服，他存了一轮兵在这个兵营里面，就可以把所有的钱全部用来康科技跟那个做农民。但是也有另一种原因，就是只有2个兵一直在造兵，解释好像就是一直在造兵，现在就是每个运营的方式它是不一样的。
Neeb's army is now obviously going to start becoming massive. He's just done good damage. Like, on top of just straight up it being great that he's been able to delay his opponent's setup on that third base, he did damage beyond that too. Denying pylons, denying production, you know, these are the exact things that are going to put you into a great position. And that's exactly where he stands. And now Neeb's already pushing forward, looking to try and take advantage of this scenario. Pushing across the map, pushing straight into place, and getting set up to go. I mean, Yashi's just going to tap out. Neeb is going to take a game 1 in very convincing fashion. Neeb looked good yesterday fighting from behind in the PvP, and obviously this game, as these games already, he just got ahead early in the PvP. So, kind of the question of if he's not fighting from behind, is he going to be in trouble at all? And I think the answer to that is probably not, based on what we just saw here. Played beautifully, just made some really good moves, right? Like I say, just some good ideas, some good cool ideas. Very nice.
其实两个使徒是可以，他主要是死了以后啊，他的追猎是可以毫无忌惮的出门。
就反正感觉今天俊哥的反应有点慢啊，刚才精神只是嘴巴上精神，手好像还没有提起，
还没热
起来啊。
105第一把，
对，
还可以有容错率。
看第二把吧，我觉得。
A couple moments then to get back into this.
前期吃了亏，从中期的运营来看，其实。
And go for game 2 here, guys.
就从科技线上没有什么区别，然后这个运营的速度也没什么太大区别。
整个流程双方都是一样的，就是解释这边太慢了，科技太慢了，所以导致被闪烁追猎一直在白嫖战损。
对，其实就前期不要吃亏，我觉得解释可以考虑一下，不用前期用那2个使徒必压，好像不太好压到。
它的运营流程是单气，然后双背营 BY， 然后双气，它这个是气力很少，它只能做使徒，它做不了。
All right, game number 2 coming up. Neeb has won the opening map. He is at a 1-0 lead to start off this series, so looking very good to start us off. Like I say, let's see how we go going into this next one. Let's see what happens as we continue the games here in the Douyu Cup 2026. Something special with all of our old players taking part. A little bit of a different tournament for you guys, so yeah, something a little different. Very fun, very cool, very funky. Excited to see, like I say, us with something that gets mixed up a little bit here. As we get ourselves into game 2. Top left-hand side of Rainfall is going to be Neeb.
4BG 也对，你只要能打死人也对。
对呀，4BG 很靠谱。
特别是那种神族不探路，你4BG 很容易就赢。
不探路4BG 直接就打死了，因为
Bottom right side is Yashi.
就比你想的要快。
Getting into this and getting this set to go.
这一波之后，你又没想到有那么多兵。
一般3兵也差不多够。
对呀，4BG 我跟你说了呀，4个追猎
，4个叉
，4个追猎，4个叉。第一波，那威力巨大。
现在看他怎么选择了。
Well, like I say, first minute just takes a little bit longer than it used to, but that's all good. We are now going to have ourselves the setup starting to get established. Going to be the first gateway coming down. We'll wait for gateway number 2 here. Get that set. Get that ready to go. Let's see where exactly we're going to get taken to. Even the Chinese commentator has taken a moment to chill out and not say anything for a second. Oh my god, it's not just Wardy that doesn't say things sometimes. Holy. But yeah, we get set up and we just have ourselves the gateway, the Cybercore coming through. It's going to be gateway number 2, Cybercore from both. In that regard, we're pretty even on the board here at the moment in terms of what we're getting up to.
而且他单气好像没有第一时间把这个气踩起来啊。
就是踩起来，他追求的是一个经济
嘛，他就先16个农民再踩的3气嘛。
也不好说这两边。
Just having that Cybercore finishing, so again, bring that into place in a couple of seconds, bring that through. And have ourselves the.
他这个气只有80嘛，只能出10多。
所以他应该是。
Chance to scout. Obviously, again, players seeing a little bit what's going on, seeing a little bit what's up, trying to find out what's happening here at the moment.
双气变化多，
而且逆补如果他探路早，看见你没有开这个气，
那就更没压力。
那闭着眼睛就知道你是出使徒的，根本就不用考虑你这个野 VS 啊，或者家里攀科技啊，你必然是一个使徒开矿。
对，啊，使徒，看到一个使徒。
Adept Stalk on the way through. The couple of Adepts are going to chase over, going after the probe for a moment. So, going to try and get a little bit more done there. Again, the warp gate's coming through. Stalkers and the sentry all coming online. And we do start to poke across the map to see what else is going on.
也不好说，现在追猎已经压在门口了，这个使徒可能要回来。
至少不会像上一把那么伤啊，感觉。
对，他只要堵好口。
And Wardy's silence because he's thinking about how much he hates StarCraft. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly it, guys. Yeah, today, especially early game, especially again, I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just the fact of it. Nothing happens for the first 2 minutes now, especially. I'm gonna be a little bit quiet today. I've got to save my voice. I've been up super early. I'm gonna be casting for 18 hours, so the price of that is I'm gonna be a little bit uninteresting in the early stages of the game sometimes. So yeah. I have to watch Maestros in 5 hours, and here you are watching Douyu Cup. Ah, what a problem we have presented you with, huh? What a problem.
这把比上把好一点，说实话，比上把好一点。好太多了，基本上没有受到太多的损失，就10几个兵而已。对对对，大家交换了一下兵嘛，其实就是。农民多2个，但是科技来说的话，其实也差不多。对，但是现在就是他补农民要比逆补要快，因为他2个基地现在已经开始补了。对。好，走回家。科技还行啊，科技。 不是这么一点速度的话，
Gonna try to cancel building up the blink and bring that into place.
咱农民补得快呀，32个农民打28个了。所以说两边的开局啊，没有说。
This is my World Cup. What's up, Winter? Thank you for the resub. Hello, everyone from the Winter stream. I just explained how I'm slacking off today. What's up, guys? Welcome. This is the Douyu Cup. Neeb, Yashi, you might be thinking, Neeb, what the hell? Neeb has he's unretired now. The Douyu Cup is basically an event with a bunch of old players. We have TY versus INnoVation as our next series, for example. So welcome in. Enjoy some games. We've got, like I say, kind of a wild one. Good to see you guys. I don't usually stream at this time, but I usually do cast a bunch of StarCraft. So yeah, we've just had Scarlett versus soO in the first quarterfinal of the day. We now have Neeb versus Yashi. And after this, we have Neeb versus Yashi, and then after Neeb versus Yashi, we are going to have the TVT, TY versus INnoVation, and then Oliver versus Cyan. And then, in a few hours' time, we have Maestros of the Game, which features several Maru, Hero, and Classic. So it's going to be... Today is looking like an 18-hour stream on my side. So that's what's coming up. Welcome in, and sit back. I was just saying, if I am a bit quiet at times, it's just because I have got a stupidly long day today, so forgive me while I was just saying I'm resting my voice up a little bit between games sometimes, or especially in the early game at the moment. So, yeah, that's all it is if you hear me being quiet. As Yashi does not see that dark shrine, so you get a little bit spicy in the early stages.
他造 OB 了，造 OB 了，也还好，死了3个农民，就1个引导换了3个农民。主要是解释这边的，如果这个 OB 如果出去对面家的话，他应该不会去吧，因为他一直在用幻象凤凰侦察，他的 OB 没有必要出门啊，就在家里面先站着。3框，哎，这个我说实话，他这个引导位置有说法呀，有说法，哎，没了，没说法了，没说法了，看到了，看到了，拐一下刚好看到。 还行吧，都没有问题。那他 OB 就退了，直接看到就退。
Again, Immortal, a few Stalkers, a couple of pros going through. That Nexus is still coming up as well. So continue bringing a lot of that into place at the moment as we have ourselves first couple units traded out. I mean, Neeb and Yashi already both just decided that apparently they're just going to go towards a third base here. So apparently that is the plan.
你别慌，反正也不打，现在。我等一下，这个那个义布就要打他了。 会打，他们要等2攻的一会儿。我解释攻防快很多呀，你这样想。
This nation going to come through, scouting by, trying to see a little bit more of what's going on.
一些，不，部队落后一些啊，但是他的这个攻防还是要快。义布好像没有补兵 ，no。对，义布是所有的兵一直在刷。他已经在造兵，前面在造兵。对，现在已经开到4个，他一波了。他这个是闪烁追猎一波。
A few Stalkers and company coming about. I mean, Neeb again has been pretty good today. Across the course of the tournament so far, he's actually been able to be a pretty impressive player. We know Neeb's good, but obviously the interesting part of this tournament, we don't really know how good everyone is, because we are obviously playing a situation where we've got a bunch of guys that have not played in a long time, so we don't really know what to expect from everybody, you know? So in that regard, as we actually just dive into this, Neeb is going to have an Immortal in some trouble. Neeb's actually been really good at taking fights, is what was being maybe most notable. Both of his Immortals in trouble here, though. They go down. Took a lot of time, however, and that time gained maybe enough to just have overwhelming Stalker numbers. He's got a new Immortal showing up in the back as well. +1 attack is done from Yashi. That might not matter if Neeb just has overwhelming amounts, which right now, 20 army supply lead, moving forward and one-shotting things. And that means a dead third base, and Neeb is just absolutely stomping Yashi. The first game of this series was extremely convincing by Neeb as well. And, yeah, the first game of this series was extremely convincing by Neeb, and the second game is going to be more of the same in that regard. Jeez. All right, Neeb. Popping so far as we get in, do some work, and we put ourselves in great positions. Neeb is absolutely getting the job done so far, it would seem. Yeah, playing well. And so we are going to take a few moments then and get into game 3. But yeah, this has been a very fast series. Neeb is going to test how much downtime they're willing to have between matches after this one. Why did Neeb ever stop being a pro? I mean, at some point you got to kind of decide what you want to do with your life, right? And Neeb already had played his game of days. It can be exhausting trying to stay at the very top, and you know, realistically, he was not exactly performing like he was still really good, but like he wasn't necessarily, you know, he wasn't out there winning tournaments and stuff anymore, right, when he left. So yeah, I know when you watch these guys play, you see how good some of them are, right? And you're like, man, why would you quit? But then you think about them if they try to play against some of the guys who are still playing super competitively right now, like you throw Neeb in against like a Bjorn or a soO, it starts to look so different again. They might be able to keep their ground a little bit, but it's a very different vibe, isn't it? He went to university. Yeah, he went... he studied in Korea for a bit, I think, as well, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. Maybe I can stay up to see Inno. Well, that's what they'd like you to believe, but the Chinese stream usually has a schedule, and they stick to that schedule. So I'm personally not convinced that we're not just going to have, like, an hour of downtime if this series ends quickly. INnoVation TY is scheduled for 2 hours from now. So, I don't know, man. The crazy part is they actually scheduled Inno and TY 2 hours and 20 minutes after this series. They only scheduled the original series an hour and 50, which makes me think that they've got a plan to do something else in between. You know? Crazy business. Hell yeah, just landed in Tokyo. See this while waiting at the airport. Nice. Great time to catch some StarCraft 2. Like I say, we're here all day, so tune in at any point. It's gonna be, we're gonna be about. When will be the next Caster's Civil War? Never. Unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. As much as a lot of people would like it to. Their plans to show the super secret actual patch, real patch reveal during the downtime. Alright, we do see 2 gateways on the way from Yashi here. 2 gateways now starting up from Neeb, so both players are going to be heading into the double gate setup for a few moments and going from there. So we're going to have that coming up for now, bring that into place, get that started for the moment. Does the tourney finish up today or Sunday? Tomorrow is the final day. So tomorrow we have the semi-finals and finals. What are they going to do? 2 hours of fill time? Hey, maybe they'll bring it forward a bit. I'm just being realistic, is that in that most Chinese events usually stick to their schedule. As crazy as it is, like, there's got to be a reason they scheduled it with like the gap that they did, you know. So I've got no idea what they're gonna do. But again, this is not just a StarCraft tournament. There's a lot of other stuff going on at this event, and because of that, it might be that like the StarCraft gets featured on like the main stage or something at some point. In which case, they have to just wait for that series at that time, you know. So it's kind of one of the downsides of SE2 is that the length of game is so unpredictable. It's hard to schedule stuff like that in sometimes. it's unpredictable, but also can be on the shorter side, right? I think is the problem.
可能过不了鸡哥这关。
差不太多，我感觉胜率话差不太多。
他打俊哥都那么慌。
Cast Civil War Home Story Cup when I play football.
鸡哥肯定比俊哥。
Don't know if I'm gonna play football this time.
他们两个
鸡 v 7啊，我觉得鸡哥要厉害点。
应该鸡哥要厉害一点。
Playing football last time was sad. I lost. Freaking first day Home Story Cup. Go to play football, lose my wallet. Ugh, misery. Entire Home Story Cup was just rough. No money in a foreign country. Cards gone. That's pain. I like those type of tournaments. God bless to Wardy for giving SC2 hype. No worries. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying some games with us as we have the Sentry, have the Stalker coming up, the Warp Gate still coming by, that Nexus, and the battery still building into place. And Neeb with a 2-0 lead in this game, and now hallucinating Disruptors because he's just having that much fun. I would guess that that was a misclick, and that was probably meant to be a Phoenix. Hallucinating a Disruptor real talk is probably not the right idea. Yeah, Disruptor does not quite have the scouting potential of a Phoenix, believe it or not.
自保球可能就在旁边按错了。
哦，有可能是 CD 他那个。啊，有可能，因为自保球的快捷键好像是 D。对对对对。All
right, Robo Facility is coming up. The Twilight Council coming through. Nexus is finishing on the naturals, so we are going to see 2 base versus 2 base here. Fear not if you're worried about where the proxies have gone in PvP. We saw plenty of proxies in the PvPs of this event so far, so it's just this series is not going to be proxy filled. But we've had a fair share of proxies coming around. Hallucination will fade. A couple Stalkers going to get here. Robo Facility coming up at the moment. Robo Facility. Next is the Adepts, the Blink coming through.
他刷冰的吗？他是刷冰的。他有一波了，他要压出去了。这边也是刷冰的。但是逆补其实这个情况他不应该刷冰，他应该是造冰啊。造冰是最好的，造冰会很多很多。
Nexus is building on the third base, so I'm just seeing, I mean, set up into the later game, but Neeb has been absolutely killer in these games. I don't love this for Yashi. I feel like I want to see Yashi kind of being a bit more adventurous and explorative and trying to get some more work done. We've just not really seen that yet.
被截了，不想你走，哨兵卖了吧？哨兵卖了，卖两个有点亏。
Got the Sentry killed. It's going to be seeing this hallucination going down as well, trying to fly over. Stalkers and Sentries will still gather up. Stalker, Sentry, Adept will gather. Observer again, just chilling, as we do see Yashi trying to gather up back at home. But already I feel like Neeb just taking a couple of the edges, a couple of the advantages just early here. Do you see that Blink upgrade starting now on the Twilight Council? The Warp Gate coming through. Done. And a Blink about to finish from Neeb as well, so upgrades are even. Neeb is already building into the Immortals. He's a bit later on the Forge, but like I say, building into Immortals, something Yashi is not doing. We saw the power of the Immortals in that previous game as well, that final fight. Immortals went down, but they took a lot of time to go down, and in doing so, gave Neeb the chance to get the overwhelming Stalker numbers in his favor. Charger +1 on both sides. Like I said, there's been a couple of differences in terms of timings, but it's pretty close overall. There's like, you know, Neeb preferred to play Immortal early, Yashi preferred to play straight toward the upgrades. Neeb playing a little bit safer, we could argue, and Yashi playing a little bit more like nothing to lose. Yeah, he obviously probably feels as though the pressure is on. 0-2 down, and the games have been pretty one-sided. If I'm Yashi, I'm also trying to just play as aggressive as I can, but he just threw down a second Templar Archives. Making a mistake, not realizing the first one was about to finish. So not only is he going to invest in a second Templar Archives, if he doesn't realize it, right now he's not building, you know, Archons where he could already have them. Now, it's not going to matter too much because, you know, High Templars are not going to be used for Storm here. They don't need to gather energy. They're just going to be for Archons, but The second Archives is just a gas investment that's unnecessary. And now he's building High Templar, and he's not going to realize the second Templar Archives, are we not? Are we not? It finishes. Yeah, gas wasted, unfortunately. Did he just morph back his warp gates? Did he morph them back? I don't know if I saw that. You're not going to see these Stalkers jumping on this Adept. What an Adept, though. Gets the Scout of the Dark Shrine, so a little bit of preparation time available. Because of that, it's going to be pretty decent. He morphs in the Archons. Obviously just doing that off the DTs. There's not necessarily need to use the DTs to harass. It's nice if you do get to, but like I say, you don't have to. And Zealot shows up, going to go in onto the 4th base. Neeb is ready for a bigger attack onto this 4th base, which is earlier from Yashi. Army supplies are even, but Yashi does not see Neeb's army coming, so he's completely out of position. So does he just straight up lose this base? I think so. Because now he's going to have to engage through the choke point if he wants to be here. And he's got a lot of Zealots, and they're going to get force fielded as well. So Neeb is just picking away at a bunch of these units freely. Army supply already swinging over into Neeb's favor. Neeb also has a few Zealots of his own, which are a little bit missing right now. You see a few more Zealots getting warped in. The Archons continue to fight. This is where I think the numbers of Yashi are going to come through. Neeb also does not have a super nearby warp in. If he had a pylon nearby and was warping more so like directly into this fight, I think he'd be having a very good time. He still is having a very good time, but I think it would have been even more one-sided. Man, this has been Neeb absolutely crushing in this entire best of 5. Neeb just, and considering Yashi's playing like every week, don't be wrong, like at that peak, obviously Neeb was a lot higher up than Yashi, but Yashi's playing every week in like Chinese tournaments and stuff. Like, he's not out of practice or out of shape, so Neeb looking this good is quite a statement. We are going to have ourselves a hell of a semi-final tomorrow. I'm super fascinated by what that's going to look like. It'll be the first match of the day. Neeb looking to advance in to play the earlier winner. I'll not say that in case you guys went up early and you didn't join us for the first match. You maybe want to go back, although I recommend doing that soon because spoilers are not going to be staying away forever. DTs is going to warp into the natural. We actually have enough DTs. I think we can just fight through the probes and then the cannon, which is exactly what's happening. And this is not great. We do have a robo. We should have observers. We have an observer showing up. Neeb knows he's already gotten a lot out of this, so he just steps away. Very happy with what he's been able to glean out of this so far. Cannon on that base of the copper top comes through. And Immortal popping out the robo facility again. The cannon building over to the side and a few more DTs just running back. And going to become Archons. That's the power of these DTs. You get enemy harassing. If you keep them alive, they have a secondary use. That Archon production is obviously massive. Being able to get those Archon numbers growing is a big deal. Neeb is a bit behind on upgrades. He's only just about to finish +2, but I think he's ahead enough in this game. Otherwise, that upgrades are not going to be the saving factor. Yashi, it's a nice factor. It's something, you know, having an upgrade lead is always going to give you an edge. However, it's going to be limited how much time you have on that upgrade lead. Right now, it's even again, for example, so we'll see how long the +3 advantage is going to be, maybe 30, 40 seconds. And realistically, the upgrades can only do so much. If you're significantly behind in supply, you're not going to see the upgrades saving the day, right? There is a tipping point, and like I say, upgrades are much more noticeable when supplies are very even, fights are very even. Otherwise, that's where the upgrades really pull you apart. When the numbers start to get to be too much, upgrades do not always save you. Are they excited because Neeb scouted the double temple archives? So Archon gathering in the center. Again, the rest of these ults coming up. Mortal Archon all on the way through. And we are going to be having this army of Neeb gathering. It is maxed out as well, so I think he should be looking to fight. The sooner he fights well maxed, the better here, I think is the general consensus. He doesn't really need to sit back and defend bases. He's got map control. Yashi's not doing anything. In which case, you just look to fight. Look to use the fact that you've got a 20 worker lead, base lead, and economy lead. And right now you're equal on upgrades as well. 10 seconds away from Yashi having the +3 upgrade, so it's going to be nice, but it's not going to be really here in play. And Neeb just crushes. GG's. 3-0, Neeb. Scarlett said if they finish early enough, they can go get hot pot. And Neeb was like, hold my hot pot. Let's go right now. 3-0, super quick, super easy. Neeb looking absolutely convincing in this best of 5. Jesus. That was brutal. Man took Yashi out in front of his home crowd and slapped him around a little bit. Crazy business. Thank you, StarCraft Boy JP, for the 16-month resub. Appreciate you. Also had Bayaldari coming in with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much for that. That was 18 minutes ago, just after the Winter Raid. Apologies, but we got you now. I got caught up on it. Should have a Neeb interview on stream here, guys, so we'll get that going in a couple of seconds. Get this ready to go. Neeb APM at 800 at some point. How do you achieve this? Probably rapid fire warping in is a pretty high spike of APM, usually. Sent the hallucinator disrupted to show dominance. Did feel a bit like that, didn't it?
对，而且他还有进步的空间，他的进步的空间，他只要用好这个前线水晶还要强。
现在就看他 PVZ 到底什么实力了，因为他半决赛他要对阵的是嘎姐，对，他们的胜者将进入最终的决赛嘛。然后接下来的2场比赛就是这个韩国选手的一场了，就是卫星要对阵全太阳，还有一场是我们中国选手的一场对抗，是这个李平南要对阵鸡哥啊。这2场比赛对于
Just waiting for the interview, guys. We'll see if we get any indication of how long this might be once the interview is done.
我看见Neeb，我感觉Neeb应该在鸡哥跟这个解释的实力之上了。
他到现在好像还没来现场吧？就昨天练得太晚。
没有来。刚刚我们上来的时候他还没有来，应该在睡觉，应该睡了自然醒这个情况，睡了自然醒，然后就是再洗个澡，吃一点东西。
哎，比以前好多了。
对。
以前他比如说是晚上的最后一场比赛，他早上就在这里练。
对，以前就是早上。
以前就很紧张，就早上在练，然后
练到自己没体力，
练到晚上已经没有体力，人都呆掉了，然后上去嘣被人3比0就被淘汰了，经常会这样。
是的，
哎，反正接下来的比赛，我们先还是恭喜一下Neeb是最终杀进了4强。接下来的比赛是全太阳要对阵卫星，我们先把这个舞台交给石小兔。
Hot pot well deserved.
好的，各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎回来。 掌声先送给Neeb，恭喜他获得了比赛的胜利。好，我们也是想问一下，那么在第1把的时候，我看到你是选择了加速2个 BG 出追猎压制，而且压制。
Alright, let's listen. I'll put the volume up a bit.
你是通过
Trying to listen in.
开视野绕路闪烁追猎，跳到了解释的一个主矿，更进一步的扩大了你的优势。那么你的追猎跳到主矿的这个位置，跟当时的这张地图的地形有关，所以是因为这张地图，你特别准备了这个战术吗
？So about the first question is, at the first map you choose the blink, stalkers and speed the BG, the warp gate, and use the observers to make the map's version to Jesh's main base, and you just blink, drop out into, and just make it to be the win. And is this technique is only for this map? Yeah, I mean the terrain is different for the other map. Is that typically is a different prepared for this map?
Yeah, I actually didn't prepare that at all. I just played a faster blink than him. I think he was a bit scared from the early game, so he played very defensively and had a very late blink. And me having the earlier blink opens me up to being able to do these kinds of plays, like you blink in the main with an observer, because my tech was just way faster than his. So it wasn't prepared or anything. It was just a response to how he was playing.
OK， 他的回答是，其实他并没有针对这张地图做过多的准备，他只是想速闪追。至于为什么呢？因为他觉得解释比他弱，解释比他弱，他就会全防。全防的话呢，他的 blink 就会比他慢。然后呢，所以呢，他就直接用一波闪针给他带走得了啊，就这样。然后于是他就选择了这个战术，但是效果很不错。
确实啊，那我们其实发现你的一个兵营开门都蛮早的，这样是为了让你的运营更加的顺畅吗？
We just found your warp gate is open very early, And is that make your Mako more smoothly, just like the warp gate is different at now, yeah?
Yes, in PvP, I still think you want to morph the warp gates fast because it just allows you to have maximum flexibility in what you're choosing to make and when you're choosing to make it. In other matchups like PvZ and PvT, I delay the warp gate further, but in PvP, I think just morphing them right away is what you have to do.
他觉得 PVP 那个对战里面开门还是很重要的。
To be fair, if you both have to make the warp gates, then that's kind of cool, you know.
它的运营和进攻，如果你不开门的话，可能就没有办法。但是如果 PVZ 或者 PVT 的话，它可能会选择不开门。对于这个版本，因为可能会根据战术的不同去进行不同的判断，对，是这样的。
是的，根据不同的一个种族对阵选择不同的战术。那今天感觉你的一个状态特别好啊，想问一下你为了这一次比赛复健了多久，做了哪些准备呢
？You played super well today, and how many times you practice before this match?
After my match yesterday, I played all last night, so I prepared a lot.
他昨天晚上玩了准备了一通宵啊，所以真的准备了很多。
All night gaming from Neeb.
送给他非常非常认真
That is the
对待我们比
dedication we
赛的
need,
选
guys.
手，掌声送给他，再一次恭喜Neeb获得了比赛的胜利。那么我们也是稍事休息一下，一会儿会为大家带来下一场比赛。
All right, guys. Like I said, I do not know what the plan is on their schedule. I don't know if we're just gonna have like a 10 to 15 minute break, or they're gonna accelerate the matches, and they're gonna accelerate the matches, or if they're gonna let this go even longer. I'm not really sure what the scenario is. Let Neeb play him again. That's pretty sick, honestly. Oh, you're gonna get so out of the thing. They did have a countdown timer at points yesterday. Yeah, what's up, Gairon? Thank you so much for the 63-month resub. Appreciate you. I'm gonna turn the volume back down here. Again, we're casting off a clean feed that isn't actually clean, guys. We have the Chinese commentary, which is why the game sounds and stuff are quiet. I can't make it any louder, otherwise it's difficult for me to talk over the Chinese commentators, so we're just hitting that old school kind of vibe. It's really some old school StarCraft. A clean feed that isn't clean? Yeah. It's funny, right? So they gave us like a separate stream from the main stream to cast from, which is typically a clean feed, right? Because the idea is you don't put the commentary on this stream so that anyone can cast from it. But but they left the Chinese commentators on and said they couldn't do anything. So it's basically the same as casting off the Chinese stream. Maybe some of the break stuff is different. I'm not sure. Looks like INnoVation and TY are vetoing, in which case maybe it's not going to take us too long to actually kick this off. And if that's the case, I'm going to go and take a couple minutes to BRB, guys. So I will be right back with you. I'll leave you guys. Again, I'm going to mute the stream just while I'm away, just in case there's some music or stuff that comes up. And I'll see you guys soon. BRB. Alrighty, guys. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, Scarlett Neeb will be tomorrow, guys. It's gonna run another ad break because if we've got downtime, we may as well make money off of it. Shock horror. Shock horror. Again, thanks for being here with us. We are going to be having some big streaming today. If you weren't aware, again, Maestros of the Game is a bit later on. I was just wondering if I had... I do have a Maestros of the Game thing. Cool. Just need that to make my thing later. Great picture, guys. Beautiful picture. Chinese fans always so passionate. Do 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 do. Can't watch ads because you're subbed. Oh, the calamity. Oh. Why would you do this to yourself? Unbelievable. Yeah, see, Pirate, the issue is that I think it's annoying for people to hear the Chinese commentators just between when I talk, because then it's just constant, like, in and out of noise, you know? I think it's very unfun to listen to because you're basically going, like, in and out nonstop. I would have looked into some options and stuff if I thought it was worth it, but yeah, it's, I think it's just annoying. I mean, as well, they told us this was going to be a clean feed. It's not. That's whatever. We're just going for that old school vibe, talking over the Chinese commentators. It's honestly, it's not been so bad on my end. I actually thought it was going to be a lot. I thought I was going to have to mute it because I usually can't focus, but I think we found a volume where, like, it's kind of nice because you can still hear the volume of the crowd and stuff, and the Chinese commentators kind of high deep. But yeah, the problem is there's just no good way to hear the game sound, basically, right? Is what it comes down to, which is the main issue that we're missing. So, yeah. They talk a lot. They actually were quiet at a part of that last game. I was like, whoa. The Chinese commentators, while co-casting, go quiet sometimes too. That's amazing. Do do do. Boom, 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 ba, ba, boom. Just waiting, guys, as you can see. Do, 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 boom, 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 boom. And the right volume, it's like watching a stream with the Korean announcer voice back. Honestly, it's kind of fun doing the old school vibe. Like, they used to have to do this a whole lot. Like, clean feeds were not a normality at all. We've actually had it very good the last few years where, yeah, we've actually had it very good in the last few years where it's obviously taken some turns in a much better direction, I guess. In terms of us being able to cast stuff, so that part's nice, but yeah, it's still not exactly fun when we don't get it. But yeah, we've just been spoiled lately, I guess is what it comes down to. Looks as though we've got TY and INnoVation already on stage. they're ready to go, man. TY and INnoVation are ready to begin. Meanwhile, we're missing our host. Our host is off over to the side. Well, yeah, they're waiting to go, and no one else is ready. Well, this is nice, guys. It seems like we're not just going to have silly amounts of downtime, so that's really good. Yep, that's really good, because there is absolutely a possibility that pretty rough. I hear StarCraft sounds, but they've not changed the video. We're good? Hello! INnoVation! Great intros, guys. Loved them. Loved it. Beautiful stuff. Oh, you guys can't hear the feed? Oh, yeah. Freaking loco saving my life here. I mute up to stop myself getting scammed, and you guys you guys get scammed even further. Is this live? Yes. Aren't these guys all retired? Yes. Exactly.
同族选手非常有优势，但是我的对手不是 Scarlett 选手，而是同族的人族选手，所以对比 Scarlett 选手的话，虽然对手 INnoVation 的实力很强，但还是比起打虫族要好一点。
哎呀，还好没有打虫族啊。那我们也想问一下吕布选手的看法是什么样的呢？
Anyway, I did a perfect rendition of exactly what INnoVation said. Like, I literally, like, the reason I said it like this, like, you guys didn't hear, is because INnoVation was actually just like, INnoVation. Like, he was thinking about what he was going to say after saying, hi, I'm INnoVation. His brain, like, froze for a second, mid-word, mid-name. Some kind of promo event. So, this is the Douyu Cup. Obviously, Maestros of the Game is today, and the reason this was meant to be another version of the All-Stars event that they did in January, but because of Maestros of the Game, they didn't know which players were going to be in the Maestros of the Game finals because those playoffs only finished like a week ago or so, and as such, they couldn't schedule a tournament 1 week before and schedule all the players. So they cancelled the All-Stars event and instead make this. They decided to basically invite old players to play at this event instead. So it was meant to be like the big All-Stars that we had in January, round 2. But yeah, they decided just to make it a fully kind of like retired kind of Chinese kind of retired slash. Some of the Chinese guys I wouldn't say are fully retired, but yeah, they decided to invite all the old guys to come play some games instead. There's the TLDR of it.
是的，因为我查了一下，他们最后2年的时候，确实是 TY 选手赢 INnoVation 选手赢的很多。那今天又要打到 INnoVation 了，我们想知道 TY 有没有信心再次战胜他。
But yeah, that's what it came down to. Just the Maestros of the Game event happening basically got in the way of their schedule. Unfortunately, it's very sad because Helen actually asked me this yesterday. She's like, "What happens after this week?" Because like it's like Home Story Cup next week, and then what? And I'm like. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. Then what? There is not a lot of StarCraft for the rest of the year. Yeah, there's not a lot of StarCraft for the rest of the year, so it's pretty. It's gonna be pretty interesting to see what happens. See if anyone else puts some other events together and stuff.
中国粉丝们也都很喜欢你哦，一直以来有什么话想对他们说吗？
현장에 많은 팬분들이 오셨는데 팬들한테 한마디 해주세요.
그래도 또 중국에서 좋은 기억도 있고 우승했던 기억도 있고 팬분들이 저를 응원해 주시는 분들도 계시니까 멀리서 와주신 만큼 꼭 이기겠습니다.
我知道，我之前在中国也拿过冠军，也知道中国的粉丝非常的支持我，而且我也感受到粉丝的热情。Please do. 今天我可以拿下这场比赛。
Please do. RSL and BlizzCon? I mean, RSL casting 3 games a week is not... Well, I mean, I don't count RSL because I can't cover RSL anyway. But I mean, RSL is extremely spread out as well. And it's not exactly a big tournament. It's like $5,000 prize pool. It's the same size as a Wardy event. And BlizzCon is not really a big deal. It's going to be some fun matches and then like the RSL final best of 7. That's not going to be worth staying up late for. At the very least watching. And it's not going to involve a lot of players, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. There's nothing on the scale of like Maestros or Home Story or Chinese tournaments. Wait, like we've just had a busy few weeks of different things happening and it feels like we're going into a bunch of weeks of not a lot happening.
好，那么下一场就是我们的 TVT 啊，内战 TY 跟 INnoVation。
是历史赛季的话，好像是 TY 赢的多一点。
对 ，TY 在当年的 TVT 里面是最强的。
All right, this TVT gonna get going. Sorry guys, I did talk over the interview, but we have no translation, so I'm just sitting there with us all watching a language most of us don't understand, so hence the talking over.
对，他在战术方面，包括多线方面就没有像 TY。
Yeah. Not sure what's going to happen the rest of the year. It's very sad. There was the big tournament I kept hyping up. Is unfortunately not going to be happening anymore that I was going to run. So that doesn't seem to be happening anymore as well. So that's just gone. Yeah. Pretty pretty interesting next few months. I'm gonna be intrigued to see what we if, like I say, usually the StarCraft calendar fills up though. It's just like I have no idea. Like I knew Maestros was happening like at the start of the year, basically, like when they first started like putting in calendars and stuff. It feels as though like it feels as though it's just gonna be so quiet for the next few months though. But yeah. Why? Why what?
可能是也是很久时间没有练习啊，不知道就这2天的时间能不能调整一下。
You're on the University of Arizona team when you're a freshman year. That's awesome. The college and Star League stuff was always very fun. I always thought it was very cool.
运营太好了，而且他双线也做得很好。对，昨天我印象深刻的是他的正面推进，同时家里面还能做好一个很好的防守。是的，当时如果我在想，如果是李佩兰的话，家里面应该会。
You're the A's for UCSD. Ay. We got freaking gamers in here. The freaking gamers in here.
INnoVation 毕竟是从自由之翼就打过来的，而且他从最开始就有一个杀虫剂的称号啊。他的 TVZ 是真的刻在骨子里的肌肉记忆。
当年他就靠这个打法赢了大可，我记得印象深刻。当时9分钟跳第4。 9分钟第4出来，然后 INnoVation 9分钟推过去，一波就把大哥给推死了。他也可以做到8分半就。
I think stuff like that was always really awesome in StarCraft too. This stuff's just always really awesome, like, you know. All right, guys, real-time predictions for INnoVation TY. I think, based on what we saw in the tournament so far, I think INnoVation 3-0 TY. Now, TY used to have really good TVT, but he struggled against Coffee. And INnoVation, like my comparison yesterday, I think is still pretty accurate, where INnoVation topped his group when he was not maybe expected to, and he played some great games. And I think TY, in comparison, was kind of lucky to get out of the group.
赛开始，地图左上方蓝色的。
So let's see.
是我们的 INnoVation.
INnoVation is the first intro in the top left-hand corner of Rainfall. He's massively popular in China. Him making it to the semis would be insane. With TY in the bottom right. Our red Terran player.
TVT 前期还是很关键的。哦，围堵口。这边 INnoVation 是直接点上了房子，而且 TY 是应该一样的慢房子啊，他慢房子。对 ，TY 也是不太喜欢堵口的。 他们两个看理解都一样啊。这赛季的地图其实 TVT 不堵。
Is that list to see who's still in? Exclamation mark B will give you the bracket. Give you all the info you need. Oliveira went. Oliveira is in the series after this one. He's in quarterfinal number 4 today. So you will see him in a little while. Guys, at this rate, I might actually get a nap in before Maestros of the game. Ay. We'll probably just put this, we'll probably just rebroadcast this while I go have a nap if we actually do have downtime between tournaments as well. That'll be crazy. Crazy, I tell you.
这样子我觉得 TY 要小赚一点便宜。是的 ，TY 前面多一个农民，而且 VF 的进度一样 ，VF 进度一模一样。死神会稍微。
Couple of gases coming online. Racks setting up.
好，来看看他们的细节，有没有探路了？应该现在 TVT 也不太好探路。农民太少。
Just gonna see the SCVs popping out. Getting a couple of barracks going through. Just gonna see that repeat coming over.
新轨慢了一点点。是啊，但是他多一个农民。对，这边多一个农民。这样如果平稳运营的话 ，TY 是会在前期占据一个优势啊。对，不光多一个农民，他 VF 的进度啊，还是 INnoVation 调了一下。差不多。还是快了不少。不会差很多。快了不少，应该是 TY 这边调整的有点。
We're going to see our factory going through, that orbital coming up, and we do have ourselves the Reaper still coming into play, so again, we get a couple things on the move here for a little bit. We do have our Reaper on both sides, the Factor on both sides. Both players going to open with a double gas to start us off. Start to see where some of this aggression goes.
TY 细节那天看得很仔细，他是找野兵，然后再回来防自己的二矿。是的。哎，INnoVation过来看有没有二矿，没有。
He's going to just go back defensively from TY. INnoVation was poking forward, but he's not going to do too much here. Just going to hold back for a little bit. And we'll hang around from there as the Hellion is on the way up from both players. They're going to mirror each other completely so far, so they're just going to mirror each other. No issues for the moment.
两边几乎一样，二基地进度也差不多，两边理解都一模一样。是的。哦，基地，而且都是30升两火车，哇，这就是高手吗？
Bouncing onto the natural, we do see the Reapers are building up still, so we are going to get to 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions on both sides. That's going to be a pretty fun micro fight early. If any player decides to be aggressive, we're going to have a little bit of back and forth with these units, so I imagine that's going to be a fun part of this. Get this ready to rumble. See some action maybe breaking out soon. Unless they both just say, oh, we don't actually like this idea of attacking in right now. Which I think is actually a pretty reasonable kind of take as well. Realistically, right, this is a scenario where you don't necessarily want to get too aggressive just in case something weird happens, and this is going to be weird. Both players are going to go around the map. This is wild because INnoVation hits a little sooner, but also, this is the next best thing here for INnoVation. His Cyclone's actually a little bit faster to get going. They need to keep chasing the SCVs down. INnoVation stopped for a little while. He's camping the high ground. I think he's looking to catch the unit as it spawns. Only a few workers going down on each side so far. Cyclone going to play cleanup. INnoVation still has all of the SCVs that TY chased away. Like I say, INnoVation was just a little bit cleaner overall here, as we are going to see the SCVs now try and pull back over. INnoVation will get a bunch more damage. It was going to get a bunch more work done. And is going to put himself into a really great position here, continuing to deal damage. I mean, this is just game-ending damage, and INnoVation handles this just a whole lot better in this opening game of this best of 5. Both players just ran past each other with Reaper Hellion. INnoVation just find himself a way to get so much more done in comparison. Hey, again, like, things were just lined up better for him. He arrived sooner. His Cyclone was out earlier defensively. It just allowed him to just sort of actually pull the SCVs into fight, whereas TY had to do a lot more running around and so on. He's going to have ourselves siege tank, a couple of Marines and the SCVs all coming through for a couple of moments then. I mean, INnoVation is massively ahead, and as he sets up to push on this map, I get the feeling this is going to start becoming a pretty... solid push that's going to be very difficult for TY to stop, if possible at all. I'm not sure if it is possible at all, to be honest. I think this might be a little bit too far gone, but let's see. Let's keep some hope. I mean, INnoVation not going to push right the way in. There's a Widow Mine that's going to go off. That could mean he could just run up into the main. It would mean you run into the Raven and the auto turret. You just don't need to. You've got the command center push back. You have no reason to really do anything else here. You can just sit back and just let this game develop in your favor massively, right? You're already super far ahead. Now you're going to be even further ahead as well. You're just getting into a better and better place of this right now. And the game settles for a moment or so. Raven Marines on the way up. Interference Matrix coming through. These Cyclones, the Raven gathering up together. Again, just going to see the few Marines, the tanks continue to join up as well. We are going to try and push in the front. There's a siege tank here. We ordered turrets, and we are going to see the Cyclones locking on, but they don't want to stay in reach. The Raven just about gets out of trouble there as well. The Cyclones pulling through that starport, about to finish up on the top side. As V pulls back through, Raven going to gather up. I'm just going to be having the... I mean, again, essentially just TVT being TVT. INnoVation goes double starport. So he's essentially setting up for a two-base push that's going to be nigh on impossible to stop. Considering you're, falling down in the game as TY, your opponent's now committing to something very aggressive. This does feel very much so like the right choice from INnoVation at the moment, I would say. Just going to be tough. TY is trying to go second starport as well. He might feel like he's so far behind. His only choice is to be super aggressive, which is kind of what he's setting up for. Just he's obviously going to be very behind with it, so it's going to be a little rough. The Ants is going to gather on in together for a couple seconds. He's going to be seeing the Ravens, Marines gathering in for a few seconds. Matrix is going down on the single tank that exists there, so just going to be able to get a bunch done. So I can see a few Vikings firing up, a little bit more work done as well. We are just going to be having the back and forth. I mean, again, INnoVation just has massive numbers. Not going to be able to make this one too exciting, guys. We can kind of see that it's not looking great overall. We're seeing the the units coming through. I mean, INnoVation just takes the fight. GG's going to get called. We kind of saw that this one was going to be a little bit one-sided in the way that it started out, and that was very true in the end. And that is going to be, like I say, opening game going the way of Inno. So Inno looking good. I mean, to be fair, this is very much so a case of just how this started versus what went wrong, etc. And this was a case of just TLDR. We ran in with the units on either side. INnoVation really just dealt with this much better as well, and was able to move that through to a significant advantage and just win out from there. Like I say, a pretty self-explanatory game. I hope for game 2 to be a little bit more competitive, maybe just a little bit longer, a little bit of a better setup as well initially. I'll just chat for a couple seconds, guys. Ready for some more TVT again. It was TY was always a very good TVT player. I know a lot of people were talking about this yesterday as well. I do think it's true. It'll be interesting to see what he's able to look like here today. See if he can challenge INnoVation. Loading up for game number 2 then. A couple of moments, get this ready to start.
来到他们的第2局的比赛。地图右上方的蓝色的人族选手就是来自韩国的 INnoVation。
INnoVation in the top right-hand side. TY in the bottom left. Sanctuary for our second map here. Get this up and ready to go, go, go.
是的，看有没有人会选择一个开矿的打法。
对，这个图偏运营一点，但我记得你在这个图上面选择了一个死神火车前压，
是的，
对吧？
我是感觉2期比较好打。
是什么理解？为什么这个图呢？
因为现在开矿的话，就是你2放很难放下去。啊。
Let's see what sort of builds we get for round 2 between these two.
就整体
Setting this up, getting this on the way.
这个图就默认对面单兵开矿，然后你2期去打对面。
其实现在感觉也还好，现在地图，因为现在开矿的问题主要是要把基地造在上面，因为你的地堡没有钱放，所以造在上面的话你就不太好下坡。
OK， 来看他们的选择。
看这边 TY 还是一个慢房子的运营。
慢房子这边。 对，两边又是跟上一局一样啊。
Obviously had very mirrored builds in the last game, which is what led to the very, very kind of decisive engagement and situation that came about. That is kind of the way of things when you have those kind of scenarios and you have very similar situations. If one player then gets in early and deals with it better, it is just going to be kind of game deciding simply simply as that basically. So.
太伤了，这个版本我觉得不太能探路。
我觉得开矿的话可以探，
因为你想，你探路的话，你2矿地堡就会
SCVs gather about. It's going to be seeing again the rack and the SCV coming through also.
对，但是探路，如果你看到对面开矿的话，你可以把基地放下面，然后数2死神。哦。一样就是运营优势很大。2期的话，确实是这个版本不太好探路。
哇，这边找得很仔细啊。
找得很仔细啊。
我觉得 TY 想太多了，因为这个版本。 野2兵好像反正有点
可以，
我知道可以，但是这么快应该没有练过还。你会去专门去练一下 TVT 的野2兵营吗？我还没有练过，反正。
我昨天看了一下另外一个人打，可以，是我没野好。
你说那一盘是吧？
就是其实也可以。
Moves across the map, so we'll try and get some position set up here. We'll see INnoVation is checking around, trying to see what's going on, and so just trying to see what is happening in these early stages. So. A little bit of movement coming through for the moment or so. Getting this up and running.
这边也停了一下，细节一模一样。死神一个枪兵，一个农民，防2个死神。
还是造地堡。那这样的话 ，TY 的话新轨会变不
And
了。
have ourselves the factory coming up from both sides. Do you see the command center building up from both players as well? So again, kind of expectations being met in terms of early builds, in terms of what we're seeing come through. Just initially, so pretty reasonable there. I mean, we will have ourselves an expansion on either side this time as well, and we start to work with that, so bring that through.
火车那边呢？有没有出火车？
这边看没有钱啊。
没有
，INnoVation
没有出火车。
对他没钱，没有，因为造了地堡。
他枪兵没停过，他还。
Marines are about to pop, and we do have the Hellion building on the factory also.
对，经济会稍微差那么一点点。
而且INnoVation好像是，没有，他是没有下机场。
没钱。
对，就是这个。
Now we're going to see the starport coming up as well. Orbital command. Continue to build through.
很不舒服，看他们运营。
对。所以这就是新版本2期开也。
2矿又停农民了，又造下去，每个地方都会卡这么一下。
或者你不造这个火车也行。就是你造了这个火车，你就造不了地堡。
这就是 TY 的理解。
火车开。
他就喜欢兵营帮忙挂附件。
是的。
他这样会停双臂枪兵啊。
现在 TVT 前面枪兵确实用处也不是很大。这边选。
Well, the starports are up. The Ravens on the way already from TY, and as INnoVation finishes his own starport, we are going to see a couple players get in some couple different places. So.
哇，这边真的很偏防守啊 ，TY。VR 技能，INnoVation技能自己挂，自己造附件，标准的运营。
Going to be having another cyclone popping in a few moments. Again, the few Marines already here. INnoVation powering up this position right now.
INnoVation 就打这游戏不在乎前面亏一点赚一点，对他影响都不大。
他就爱走流程。对，他就爱走标准流程，很标准很标准。
他只要开出去就可以了。
对。他就按部就班的来。
这边 INnoVation 的死神也看到 TY 是火车开啊，看一下。
This Ripper just going to patrol back and forth for a couple seconds.
感觉他又是火车，又是一个兵营挂附件，反正枪兵不多，坦克比较慢。是的。
Again, wait for his continue to move through as well. So just trying to see a little bit more of what else is going on.
哦，杜亚去躲下去啊，但 INnoVation 其实防守细节做得很好啊，一直在家里面。
As Raven goes around the side, TY going to start using it to harass. The problem with using your Ravens to harass in TVT is pretty much always going to be the case of... Yeah, the issue is your Ravens harassing is going to be that you don't have them then available for the fights, right? Which is definitely a problem because, believe it or not, Ravens are really freaking good. So typically... Typically, you would like to see, you know, those Ravens in the fight. So harassing is always like a little bit of a question mark. It's always a little bit scary in terms of how it can go out.
VS 啊，围巾，杜亚还在外面，哎，杜亚回去了吗？杜亚
没有动啊，好像没有动，
没有动。
他是想等 TY 出门再，他想等 INnoVation 出门再进家吗？
对。火车又可以去右边看一看。
As we've seen the Raven, the siege tank building through. It's going to be double starport again from INnoVation, who might just say, hey, I believe that I have, you know, a strong enough position in this matchup to just sort of hit you and hit you hard in these scenarios, which I don't necessarily disagree with either. I do think INnoVation is very powerful in this TVT, and I think him going for some aggressive plays here could make a lot of sense, so we'll see if that is going to work out for him. As going to see the Raven continuing through, just going to be having the SDVs mining, obviously trying to get as much damage done as we possibly can at the moment. Have a bit of a fight in the middle. There's a lot of Ravens available, a lot of Raven energies, especially I think for INnoVation. He's got all three of those Ravens fully healthy and ready to go. Obviously, TY has 3 Ravens too. Seeing if he can bring that across or not. INnoVation's actually going to play up over here. So he puts himself in position of the opponent main base. He's going to siege up. He's actually going to hit a lot of units coming up the ramp. Oh no, TY. Bit of a disaster. He's forced into the main base, or he feels forced into the main base to play defense here. Well, we are going to be, I mean, this is rough for TY because INnoVation obviously owns the main base. So we do drop a little bit of pressure on the other side. That one Raven still dropping an order turret, but that's not really comparable to what we've just seen happen here. Tank turret getting blasted. That's going to be seeming. INnoVation is not minding. TY is actually getting more out of this than I thought he was going to be getting, to be fair. So he's getting a little extra from this right now. Just going to see the siege tank and company coming down and around. I mean, INnoVation now pushing into the natural expansion as well. Again, confident, comfortable, moving through very, very strongly at the moment and putting himself into a good position. He's going to see this natural obviously basically on fire, not really able to do much of anything right now. The Vikings are going to land even to go after the siege tank, which really is a bit of a damning factor. Puts you into a very difficult place at this point in time. As this is seeming as though it may be a little bit doomed for TY. I mean, I don't think you survived through this one. I don't think you recovered from this at all. I think this is a very obvious case of things.
是的，这边渡鸦骚扰也要结束了。
无所谓，无所谓。围巾换掉，把这个渡鸦换掉。
Gonna see the SUVs going down. I mean, again, TY doing what he can. I mean, I like this double drop. You're in a horrible position. You can't really do much right now. This at least gives you a chance to put some pressure on and to make some things happen. Get the few Vikings chasing the orbital. So at least TY is going to run in at the third base. Get some work done. It's something, if nothing else.
家里还有兵可以防守。
这个基地车是往外走的嘛？
但是好像 F2回救了，稍微有一点点乱啊。
坦克没有动啊，中原坦克家里面2矿坦克没有动。如果这边 T1 能发现的话，雷达扫到了。哎，2矿很可能，哎，这个坦克可能全都送。INnoVation 没有编队。
Gonna have our Marines actually still intercepting units as well. Gonna get another Raven. To be fair, we are doing a very good job as TY of making a game out of an absolute doom scenario. Now he's gonna drop on top of the tanks as well to try and clean INnoVation up a little bit here. And we are gonna be seeing his attempt to break through. Order turret comes down. The Marines show up though from INnoVation. I think that's gonna be probably more than good enough to give it a go on this side.
那没办法了呀，这是农民就没办法。
Well, just going to be seeing the Vikings landing back in the main base. INnoVation's still going to clean it up. I love what TY tried to do. He definitely gave us the best chance we could to maybe make something happen. It didn't quite work out. It wasn't enough in this case. But like I say, I like the effort that he put in. If nothing else, he put the effort in to try and make a go of this. So Vikings continuing through. TY just going to say GG. INnoVation takes a 2-0 lead, like I say. And TY making it a little bit difficult, but INnoVation just looking like an absolute freaking beast in this tournament so far. Fantasy GG timing. Yeah, TY was like, we didn't get enough Fantasy GG timings from Fantasy this tournament. He's going to bring one in here. Well, that was INnoVation domination. It was just freaking good, man.
他现在基本功不够好，你看INnoVation就很简单，什么都没干，家里面就把兵报好兵，家里面先报兵的时候先把兵分好多线，防止多线，对吧？然后报好兵以后往前一 A， 就这么简单。是的，对吧？如果基本功都不够的情况下，那么你把基本功用在运营上面会非常的好，会更好一点。TY 就把基本功全部用在多线，各种搞事情。
他想法很多，
想法非常多。
但他现在操作搞不过来了。
对，如果是当年巅峰的时候，那他这么打绝对没有问题。
他巅峰的时候他这么打，他正面能守住，
正面守不住，然后多线
还能搞你，
多线也是收益有限，是的。所以。
Alright, guys, we will take a few moments. Game number 3 is going to be lining up. StarCraft 3 is due anyways. No, let's not coping ourselves that hard. I said yesterday, I think INnoVation 3-0s. I said at the start of this, I think INnoVation 3-0s. Right now, we're kind of on track for that, but I mean, INnoVation's been looking good. It's kind of funny. We had very competitive group stages. We actually had like very competitive group stages. Oh, it felt very competitive. Although now I'm looking back, I'm like, you know, soO 4-0'd, Neeb 4-0'd. Like Neeb's not dropped a map in this tournament heading into the semis. Scarlett obviously scraped through against Inno. Scarlett obviously didn't beat Inno. That was a fun match yesterday, but then she beat soO, so soO got knocked down. And Oliveira Cyan, I'm not sure how much of a fight Cyan can put up. Oliveira looked good, but he dropped a map in a couple TVPs, so maybe it's maybe Cyan has some good chances there. It'll be interesting to see how that plays. That'll be coming up as our 4th best of 5 of the day in these quarterfinals, guys, so that'll be coming up shortly. As we get into game 3. INnoVation versus TY. INnoVation leading 2-0. I think Inno's the guy who secretly plays the game when he's bored but can't be bothered to play tournaments. Yeah. He just doesn't want to play tourneys, but like he still plays a bit. I could imagine it. On the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be INnoVation. In the bottom right, our red Terran is going to be TY. Wonder if Neeb or INnoVation could be tempted into a show match with an active pro. You pay them enough, sure. If you give them enough money, I'm sure they wouldn't say no.
而且这个现在这个赛季地图有的图矿入口，很远，
很远，对，这个图就比较远。
是的，
走过去搞不好还差余钱还有。
是的，走过去感觉就亏个2、3秒钟。
对，吕布的表情可以啊。好，运营也极限兵营。
极限兵营。TY 看一下 TY 的运营呢 ，TY 好像还是
一样的，一样的，这两个流派的，这个是。
是的。
多补一个农民，然后再去补兵营。
这样就是。
All right, settling for a couple of seconds. Racking the gas coming up. SCV's on the way. First minute or so passing on through as we get our workers built and structures ongoing. Do you think there's really a huge gap between these guys and active pros now? First of all, give me 1 second, I'll answer this.
对INnoVation来说，感觉他其实不太在乎这种前面亏多少，亏一点或者赚一点，
他可能觉得极限一点就好。
是的，他就感觉就是把流程走出去，他不太看重前期，他主要是打中后期。
这边你看 ，TY 很不舒服啊！哎，他少补这个农民，少补了一个，忘补了，可以补的。
气矿也没有第一时间踩。
你看气也不对，哎，这个地方挂附件了。
是他直接挂双倍，
但是前期比例不对啊，他 VF 分不下去啊，哎，不对啊 ，TY 这边。
Sorry guys, just had to sort Ellie out. Helen just woke up. I was just giving her the info on where Ellie's at for the day. So I think there's really a huge gap between the pros and these guys and active pros. Yes, I don't think it's. Like, don't be wrong. I think they could win games, but I think them consistently winning best of 3s and best of 5s is unlikely. Since the new patch, the meta's been reset, so probably not. Well, I don't think the meta's been reset that much. I mean, obviously Protoss is extremely different, but the thing about StarCraft is it's such a mechanical game, and if the current pros just play at such a mechanically higher level, and if you've not kept up with that mechanical baseline, you do just fall off, you know? That's where the difference is. And that's why I think they struggle to win like best of 3s and stuff, because the mechanical baseline will carry the other guys pretty heavily. And I don't think the meta is going to change so much that new guys coming back, like, the meta is not going to shift so much that you can just pick up the game and be like competitive with people that were way better than you before, you know? The game still works in certain ways, like units still work in very specific ways and stuff like this, you know, so... Couple Reapers and the Hellion gather up. Medevac. Hellion Reapers all building through that commence into SCV and the Tech Lab coming up as well. Starport coming online.
INnoVation 站的位置不太好，他站的不是高地位啊。这个是高地位，他是错开了。哦，他站这个高地，但2矿怎么办？
I know we're only 1 week into the patch or so,
地图了解不是很深刻，这个。
but it's not like we're seeing some like brand new build orders kind of dominating the game. You know, it's still a lot of what we're kind of used to. Just the timings are a bit different. Sounds like the Reaper Hellion just going to chase across. A couple of those Reapers getting chased through the bottom. Hellion's into the center. Hellions go down, 2 Reapers go down. As soon as that command sign just finishes from TY, that's fortunate, because otherwise this could have been a problem. There's a Cyclone up here. I don't think we can fight this INnoVation. Can escape in the medevac, which I think he probably will want to do. As it backs it up. I've not played in years, and I feel this patch helped me come back. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not like a good time to come back. But, I mean, we're talking about, first of all, talking about pro level, it's just a different ballpark, you know? But, like, you need a lot of practice to get back to where you were. I'm someone who was much better than they used to be, and I know for a fact, I think I could play, like, 100 hours, and I wouldn't get close to being back to where I was, you know? Like, StarCraft's a freaking difficult game, and it evolves and it changes. But I honestly, I still don't really believe in this. I mean, other people obviously feel indifferent about this, but a lot of people saying they come back and like they feel like it's fair because people don't know builds and stuff. But like, I just don't like Terrans still know how to Reaper expand, you know? Terrans still know how to Reaper expand into 1-1-1 and all of this pressure and stuff. Like, yeah, the Protoss builds are a little bit up in the air and stuff, and so on, but like, it's not this like mass. I still don't see it as this massive reset. I played a few games the other day on the new patch, and I'm like, it didn't feel different. Like, obviously it feels a bit slower, but my builds still work. Like, you know, like the game is like, it's not like the people who are already playing don't already know how to do stuff, you know? What about Hero? He came back from military and destroyed everyone? Well, he didn't destroy everyone straight away. He took a while to get good again. I mean, there's a reason people can come back from the military now and compete again, which is that the game stabilized a lot and the level stopped increasing as much. But when people come back from the military, it takes them a long time to get to where they were. Classic took a very long time to get back. And also, during the military now, you can actually still play StarCraft. You just can't compete in tournaments. There's more chances for people to kind of play during their military service. So a lot of these guys are still playing ladder, you know, throughout their military service. So they're not starting from, like, not having played at all. Which is probably true for, like, INnoVation and Neeb and stuff as well. But that doesn't mean it's not going to be an absolute full-time grind to get back towards a point where they can compete with the current pros. Like, could INnoVation and Neeb start signing up to weekly cups and see some top 8s and stuff? I absolutely believe that's the case, yes. There's absolutely a bunch of players they could 100% compete with a lot of the time, because they've just got that inherent StarCraft skill. But if you're asking me if I think they could come back and beat, like, Hero and Clem and Classic and the guys you need to beat to win tournaments, no. I don't think they can. Not on any sort of regularity. Not with any sort of regularity. Not without going full-time and practicing for weeks and months, essentially. But I guess we'll also never know, because I really don't think they're going to come back and put that sort of time in. I see Medevac going to take some shots. Vikings are going to get pushed back the other way. The Ravens going to gather up as well. Have our units coming back around down the bottom. Actually, a fairly competitive game of TVT that we've got this time around. TY is about to have Stim, which is going to be pretty great for him. INnoVation's playing the double starports. He's trying to play this controlling game, but if Stim finishes, having Stim against no Stim is a pretty big deal, and it helps you break out a lot of the scenarios that you're looking to get set up into as INnoVation with this current build order. I guess the INnoVation meta is 2 starport every game. Well, I mean, if you've got a build that's working, that's the INnoVation thing, right? You do what you practice a very well timed out build and you do it very well. That's INnoVation in a nutshell when he plays StarCraft 2. Like that is just how he plays and approaches the game. So yes, INnoVation is gonna if double starports work, and he's gonna continue to execute on that time and time again, basically. Maybe if he loses this one, he might actually change it up a bit further. He might just say, you know what, I can do the same thing again, even better. It wouldn't surprise me at all if INnoVation came in and he practiced like 2 builds per matchup for each matchup, and he was just like, I'm just going to play these, because, you know, realistically, it's like, you what, in a best of 5, you maybe have to play each of those builds twice, and maybe you throw in like a cheese if you really need to, and you don't need to practice it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think INnoVation probably approaches this in the sense of like, if I just really practice my timings and builds, then that would be absolutely huge. As we do see the Ravens getting shot at, auto turrets going down, Vikings, Cyclones, Marines pushing over, missile turrets getting caught. This advance of INnoVation is looking good so far. First Viking shot's going to hit the... Sorry, first missile turret shot's going to hit those Vikings. A drop across the map from TY is nice. Going to put the pressure on INnoVation to go a little bit quicker. May force him into a mistake here even, which would obviously be ideal for TY if you can force INnoVation to make some mistakes. Tanks pushing up, going to start sieging. Going to see these other tanks in some trouble. Going to hit the Matrix on one, but are we in reach to actually hit it? Okay, one tank is in reach to hit this tank. Again, INnoVation has a lot of staying power, a lot of potential to just stand up and be strong in these positions. How did we not see the counterattack? Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't have it on the picture-in-picture. to be honest with you. No upgrades for INnoVation because, yeah, he's committed to this double starport push. Still owns a lot of position, still owns a lot of pressure on the map, so still has a lot of that going nicely. As Ali's going to come and pant into the microphone apparently, guys. Hello, baby. You here to watch some INnoVation? You inspired, are you? Oh, no, needs to be careful. Those Marines stepping in front of the tanks is going to be a little bit dangerous. And his own tank's now taking fire as well. His tank number is going down, which is not a good sign for him. I mean, this is just taking a bit too long. And TY's across the map with an even bigger attack to try and get even more done. TY going to take a game back. INnoVation will not get the 3-0. TY fights it back. Better start. Holds INnoVation back for a long time. Buys a bunch of time necessary there. GG's. Yeah, well done by TY. Nice to see him taking a game, because INnoVation looked dominant in the first couple of maps, and we were starting to get into another really dominant 3-0. But we do avoid it. We get to continue through. Now into a 2-1 lead for INnoVation. See what he can do next. TY was also always a TVT god. Yep, he was always very good at TVT. Like I say, I only have so little. I only have so little belief in TY because of how the day already went. You know, yesterday, like seeing yesterday's games, already kind of made me maybe believe a little bit in INnoVation a little extra. Defending 2 sub of 1 is so annoying. Yeah, it's a scary push. He did the right thing. He forced it to siege early. In the middle of the map, he forced INnoVation to slow down. The moment you get sieged on your natural and you don't have space, it's all about how long it takes them to siege, right? Because the more time you buy, the more chance you have of breaking out, stim upgraded, units that can counterattack and so on. But if they just get to your natural and siege straight away, every moment they're inching further into your mineral line, actually hitting your SCVs, actually forcing you to lift the base, right? And that's when it becomes very difficult.
TY 如果整块想拖的话，就在这个地方拖，对吧 ？TY 这边还是慢房子啊。战术选择应该，我就开局他们选择的应该都是自己觉得最好的开局啊，应该不太会变。TY 刚才失误了啊。这边 INnoVation 应该是一样的，就是先兵营，你看兵营又是快这么一节，然后这边多补个农民，然后再补兵营，哎，这看好像也是比较快的。 他没有停农民放气矿，对，差不多吧，差不多这个。双气，这2期会稍微早了一点点，好早了一点。
No, Rex coming through. The gases are coming up. It's just a okay. It is second guess from TY. He was just waiting a second.
这里卡一下，那里卡一下，打到中间影响就特别大了。对，但8个农民就是这样子的，就很不舒服啊。对，你想像上个版本一样打这种双气就很不舒服。 而且主要是新轨那个人口改动之后，现在人数还要上来先提前补一个房子。对，提前补第2个房子。新轨死存，你看新轨又卡这么一下下。
Alright, Reaper coming up. Barracks is still building through on the side of TY. The orbital command coming up on both sides. So Reaper's coming in. Orbital command's coming up. Gets settled in a couple of minutes here on it to attend these edges. This could be a big game. Big map. I don't love this map for double starporting on, so maybe INnoVation switches it up on this map. It's just a long way to push, a lot of space to work around on the opposing side, so I think that's fun one.
对 ，TY 又死神双倍，INnoVation是死神抽接死神。对，有一点点区别，这个是有点偏进攻了 ，TY。是的。
Yeah, factory coming up then. You have Hellion starting up on both sides, so bringing that straight through.
INnoVation 这边看一下 TY 是 TY 先放基地，先放基地吗？不，他先造死神，他装备好了吗？哦，还是先放基地。停死神。那他死神还会不会卡一下？不过他基地确实领先了一点。对，还是新版本不太舒服啊，这开局。他这个点放基地又得补房子，不然要卡人口待会儿。对，这时候应该是停一个农民先放房子，28人口。对。
Yeah, is going to react out Reapers here, TY, which is kind of fun. Both are expanding, but yeah, TY reacted out a couple of Reapers, so he's going to have a little bit more Reaper setup. Well, he went Reactor earlier, and then I guess he's going to still end up on 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. Just a little bit of different setups. INnoVation has the units earlier, but because TY has the same units anyways, and he's going to play defense, then he's just going to be kind of fine here, I think. And let's see if the fight goes anyone's way in particular. We can engage here. We are in a good line as TY gets the first multiple shots off. Grenades going down. INnoVation still looking to engage. Has yet to kill anything. Losing now 2 Reapers. He kills a Hellion. Gets another Reaper. So he goes down by a Reaper overall in this trade and just backs away. It's an early unit trade. Being down a Reaper doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, you're basically negating each other's early game setup. I mean, a Reaper later may find a bit of information on the map, may be able to move around a little bit, but I don't think long-term is really looking to do all that much as the Reaper and the Hellion move out. The few Marines gather together. The Medevac still building as well. Medevac loads up, tanking a couple Marines, going to go moving out.
影响倒不是很大，影响不大。这个图其实也卡不到路口，应该这个图那个地方比较远，但是很远绕出来了。我怎么感觉有点危险啊？INnoVation这边啊，哎，这枪兵的走位刚刚好。但是枪兵真的不会送掉吗？哎，看到坦克了，看到坦克就懂了。是的，这个坦克加的好像有那么一点。哎，这个基地位置可能会被点掉啊。是的，3基地好像要。
Up into this main base, so TY going to bring the pressure. CC was building right over in the corner, so it's actually going to be cancelled. So minus the 3rd base initially. Siege tank sieging, a couple of Marines going down. And we will chase away. The Raven is there to order turret if you feel like there's a chance, but we don't siege the tank. TY going to swing around to the natural. INnoVation already going to try and reposition to deal with this as well, so away we go. Again, order turret in good position. Tank going to unsiege. A few Marines coming back over. A couple more Marines and the Raven coming through. 2 tanks of TY in the game versus INnoVation 0. Looking great for TY, bringing this back. Stepping up a little bit, getting a bit more control in these games, and yeah, turns out if you give him a better starting point, he's able to play some games. This is nice from INnoVation, very well approached. What he just did was he dropped the order turret, forces the tank to unsiege, and then he engages into the main base, picking off those other units. So that's actually a very nice little combination of things right there to get some value. As do have the couple tanks sieging up on the watchtower for a few moments as well. Do you have that command center still coming up? We continue to bring that over. Factory moves over to the tech lab. Just going to be seeing the bunch of barracks up. INnoVation survived that early push. Actually, it did look scary for a moment or two. He's going to scan into the main one's info. Sees the extra barracks, sees the 3rd CC, so you know where your opponent is at. You know there's not some aggressive continued push or so, which is obviously then very good to know about. So getting that confirmation is very, very nice. Very happy to, like I say, see that straight away. Top one moves off for the reactor, and yeah, both players heading into their upgrades. TY a little ahead on Stim, but INnoVation has Stim and Combat Shield building, so he's going to have both those upgrades already on the way out. +1 for INnoVation, whereas TY is heading to 1-1. So there's actually quite a few differences at the moment at this point.
但是我们看科技其实 TY 还更快一点啊。
TY 进来看到3基地还没造好，知道自己优势很大。
Marine tank, Ravens gathering, just going to be seeing the watchtower in the center. Being taken for a moment, INnoVation pulling back over to the sides, the medevac pulling back through. And INnoVation has his own third CC finishing in a couple of moments. So TY will take a little bit of an economic edge. INnoVation has a bunch more workers already, so once he lands his third, he might actually have more SCVs to work with. He's just a bit later to the orbital. He's not even going to morph the orbital before he floats it down because he just wants to get those extra SCVs mining ASAP. So he will just land this down as a plain CC, morph it into position on the third location. And yeah, like I say, this map has the potential to be pretty big and hence pretty long, and in TVT pretty drawn out. And it does feel like we're stepping toward that kind of a situation right now in the start of this Game 4. Few upgrades finishing up, Medevacs and Marines gathering back together. And again, the +1, the combat shield, little bits and pieces of everything. Continuing through for a few moments, so again, bringing a lot of this up. Just having the Marines and the Medevacs still moving across the map here currently. The Ravens leading the charge. Going to hit multiple matrices. We're going to auto turret in return. Well, what are we going to do as INnoVation? He doesn't know what to do. He loses all of his Ravens. The game just ended. Yep, GG. It's a very anticlimactic end of this game as INnoVation was just out of position. He's not in a bad position at all in terms of where he's at in the game. He's just out of position to deal with this attack. Loses all of his tanks to the matrices, loses his Ravens without doing anything. That's yeah. Well, like I say, this could have been a long game. We were set up pretty evenly. Like, you know, we were set up pretty evenly. There's some difference in the upgrades and stuff. Numbers were good. Defense was there. We just can't get everything matrixed and auto-turreted and have no response to it. Gotta know when those units are coming your way.
47个农民没有补过，对吧？他没有补农民，他先补了5兵，然后报兵，然后又下 VA 要提2攻2防，他就停农民。但其实不影响的，如果不影响，你农民不停的话，其实不影响。是的，但他还是这波1攻1防加正牌出去，他正面有个优势。对，不管怎么样，2比2了 ，TY 连扳2局。是的，他们2个人打还是比较接近的。对，要不然难道要让2对3？有可能。
2-2, going to a Game 5. And bottom left-hand side, Game 5. Advancing to the semi-finals on the line, it's INnoVation. It does not look like the dominant INnoVation we saw in the first 2 games and the rest of this tournament in the last 2 games. TY bringing it back. Man, like I say, the start of this series was exactly what I predicted. The rest of it, I will have to own up and say I was wrong. TY is not going to let himself get 3-0. In fact, now it's 2-2. As TY shows he can absolutely fight himself back in these scenarios.
TY 这种开局会很舒服一点。对，而且如果是像INnoVation这种开局的话 ，TY 只要守住，他前面的经济就领先特别多。我来仔细看 TY 的开局，为什么他 VF 会慢啊？对，这边调农民好像失误了一下。对，现在新版本感觉很难调农民。对，这个农民会乱跑，其实你感觉调好了，他还是会乱跑。是因为以前12个农民的话，每个都有农民的话，他就比较好调。
He's going to build a barracks just a few seconds later. So Rex comes down.
INnoVation 标准，这是标准的。哦 ，TY 我看到他是每次要多按一个农民他就放气矿。哦，他本来这个时候。
When does Doc come back from the military? September. It is later this year. I don't know what month it is. You gotta miss Maestros for dinner plans. Oof. Well, Maestros is gonna be a long one. I'm pretty sure Maestros is gonna be like an 8+ hour stream, so hopefully you can catch some of it. Again, we'll be here covering Maestros as well. It starts up in about, I want to say it's 3 hours time. Yeah, I think it's about 3 hours time. double check.
其实放上面现在差，因为现在农民少，放下面低声也没有农民去踩。
哦，这边 TY 放在
Maestro's in 3.5 hours time.
可以啊。
因为你现在第一时间对不对？你主矿要22个农民，你第一时间基地造好的时候，其实你主矿是缺农民。等你能下坡了，你这个2矿才能开始踩。其实造上面影响不会特别大。
CC, Reaper's on the way through. SUV's coming over. I'm just gonna have ourselves the setup coming in. We got a Marine producing. Command center's on the way. Just gonna have this Reaper hopping back toward the high ground here to try and see what else is going on. Deepo's gonna lower. Again, Marine popping out. Command center's gonna be coming through. High ground CC from INnoVation playing very safe here for this game number 5. So playing as safe as he possibly could do while expanding.
而且比较偷的挂了附件。
那这样的话，感觉这把 TY 前面运营又是一个优势啊。
优势。
感觉其实 TY 每把运营都能占到点小便宜。
但是他中期又会把这个运营落下，你知道吗？
是的。
前期能占到一点小便宜。
You have our second gas just finishing up. Another Hellion on the way. The reactor coming through on the barracks. Command center building in the main. Bringing a lot of this up and around.
放在上面啊，这把运营上来说 ，TY 又是一个优势。那 TY 又双倍火车了吗？
双倍火车主动权，有主动权。
其实我感觉这个双倍火车有说法吗？你觉得？
说法，
我觉得其实很一般啊。
一般来说出6个，出6个的话可以正面突一突。
Finishing up this command center, and we got ourselves a couple Hellions already popping through then from TY. We have the starport coming up on both sides of the map. Marines are building by as well, so bringing a bunch of this up. Got a lot of that on the way.
火车打到后面没什么用，还是那个问题。老版本的经济是，而且老版本主要是可以先气开始这样打，可以先气矿开始。哦，这边INnoVation出运输机了。
Max moves again. The Raven continuing to come through. Interference Matrix is producing, so TY is going to go into the Ravens. INnoVation with a medevac, maybe looking to put, well, will be looking to put some pressure on. You don't make a medevac for the fun of it in this matchup. You absolutely want to get across early. If you're not going to build a Raven, you got to be making up for not having built the Raven, right? So it's going to be the plan right now.
这边INnoVation2矿是没有下气矿啊，看
2矿没有气矿，
那它的话气体会很缺。
2矿没有气矿，一般来说渡鸦就出不太起了，出不起渡鸦。
Back makes its way over. Again, just seeing the few Hellions and Reaper join up from TY. Can you get up this ramp? I mean, the Reaper thinks about going in. A couple units pull across. Going to be an easy shutdown, but then the Hellions are going to get access because we pull away to deal with the Reaper. 2 STVs going down. INnoVation's drop is going the most long-winded route possible, so it is not even close to arriving. It'd be kind of amazing if it did arrive at some point soon to do some damage himself. He's down 5 workers after losing 4. The Cyclone's actually going to lock on and just push those Hellions a bit further back out. Here we go with INnoVation's attempt to deal some damage. TY, that's not a slow response at all because he's got the units just pulling into position. INnoVation loads back up, loses nothing, but also kills, I think, absolutely nothing as well. I don't even think he got a single SCV there.
这边果然是没有出渡鸦了，发现自己很缺气体啊。
导弹车过来骚扰一下，坦克在主矿。哎，
Back still coming around, couple Cyclones unloading.
换2个兵，换了个炮台，再换还可以换。
We have in this army.
都可以一直操作的，没敢操作了。
Gathering about an INnoVation, looking to keep the pressure up, having map control if nothing else.
再把导弹车投回去。这边反而是这把INnoVation打得比较主动啊。
Double Cyclone trying to find its way in. TY just scanned the main base. I don't think INnoVation's going to find anything over here, though. Probably at the front will not do as much. And INnoVation just still trying to find himself a chance to, again, do anything with these Cyclones, really. Locking on, just trading out. Obviously, locking on to a tank here would be really nice. The Marines as well, anything to slow down this push. TY does have a 2 Raven advantage, which is a pretty big deal because that's enough to obviously go and, you know, really make a difference when it comes to breaking through the tank count. And INnoVation has less tanks as well, so these Cyclones really need to be getting value. And They're doing okay, but I wouldn't say they're doing incredibly. He also has no Vikings up. He does have 8 more Marines. Does he? Where's the stim at? Are we close to stim? Do we have like Marine upgrades to maybe help us out here? Production tab is not being brought back on, so we don't know just yet. First Matrix goes down. Plenty of Matrixes still remaining. INnoVation going to force the siege up. He's going to try and fight this, but the auto turret's going to make it nigh on impossible. And I think his own auto turrets just didn't really do enough to help him out there. Still has the Marine advantage. Production tab would be amazing right now. Okay, we see Stim on the right side finishing soon. That's a big deal. You can absolutely break out of this just with Stim to help you out. Now Orbital going to be pulling back. INnoVation taking a moment. TY in a good aggressive position, but INnoVation I do think has the tools to make a play onto this. 3 tanks are scary. See what we can do as this Orbital still keeps running. The Liberator is now ready to siege up. We can stim onto these... could we stim onto these libs? Position's awkward. INnoVation sees it too late. Loses one of the few tanks that he has. Is now on 25 Marines, by the way. So he has a ton of Marines. Tanks on siege. He sees the unsiege. Is that the moment to go? He scanned it, but a bit too late to really do anything about it. Tanks is going to be caught. Now we're going to stim in for the Liberators. We're going to drop at the same time onto the tanks in the background. So INnoVation is going to get a collapse on this army. He is going to be close, but not close enough to clean it up. That tank surviving. INnoVation supply going down, and TY looking as though he might have himself a chance to completely reverse sweep Inno and go into the semi-finals. TY finding himself a little bit in this series and in this tournament, because like I say, getting out of the group stage was a struggle for him. It was extremely close. It was a rough affair. And it did not look good at the start of this playoff match, but he is absolutely turning it around. Getting comfortable, getting set, and he might be moving through the semi-finals here. INnoVation's position will struggle. He's down a bunch of SCVs, but he is going to survive through to take the 3rd base and so on, so that is going to be a positive if nothing else right now. That is, going to be a pretty major win. And a couple tanks still set up. This SCV sees the INnoVation move out. Like, he's going to try and catch the medevacs. We're going to lose one. INnoVation's control going down the drain a little bit. INnoVation moving over. As he mentioned, guys, he has the upgrade lead, but that's great if you can get the right kind of fight for an upgrade lead to matter, but do we see that kind of a fight? Because if you're attacking into tanks, the upgrade lead may just not mean anything. And I think realistically, TY shouldn't be moving out and giving INnoVation this kind of fight that he's looking for with an upgrade lead. It does mean INnoVation has map control for a bit, though. Map control is good enough to at least maybe maintain this game and to keep it within play and to keep, everything pretty close overall. Tanks got a grab. Marine's going to stem. INnoVation looking to take the opportunity here. Still has the 1-1 upgrades, but where are the tanks of TY? Surely somewhere close. Surely Inno could not just stem into that forever. TY is about to have his own 1-1. He's actually preemptively set up the refineries over on this right side, so that's going to be something INnoVation can find. Is INnoVation going to find the position to siege here? And is going to be able to, first of all, knock down this first tank. The Liberators, though. Yeah, TY has the air control. Oh, the order turret to catch the siege tanks. We get 2 out of 3 because of it. Keeping them in range of the libs and getting some extra damage out. Cute little move from TY. Love that little cuddle on the siege tanks with the order turrets was actually really neat. Cool move. Tied up here 2-2. Marines get after a couple more Vikings. The Marines over here are going to win a fight, though. INnoVation having to fall back. He's going to be much closer to 2-2. The tanks, are they not able to do enough to make the difference on this? INnoVation running home. He's going to lose all of the tanks here again. TY going to start running up into the base. Loads into the medevacs, evacuates. What a trade. Anytime you're knocking the tanks down for a few Marines, you're going to love that fight. INnoVation just not getting enough up to deal with this. TY now expanded to a 4th base. Economy going to start going in his favor. Marines stepping forward again. Other Marines showing up. Tank's going to try and siege up. We are going to get some return fire. Bang! Straight onto the Marines. Good damage dealt. INnoVation needs a couple of trades to go his way. He's building his fourth on location because he knows he's behind, so he's going to take the risk of building it in position. And again, tanks exposed, low HP, one targeted. The Marines get out of there without taking a tank shot. Marines on the natural getting caught again. We knew these drops were over here as well, just INnoVation has too many places he needs to be. Tanks were obviously denied, so he doesn't have the tanks to hold the positions easily for him either. Running against him down in his bottom side. This little command center, I think, is going to be in trouble. Just going to take that down as well. At least the missile turret helping you out a little bit here as INnoVation. He's going to get both the medevacs. Wow. I mean, that definitely does help him out, but he doesn't have a fourth base anymore. He's going to relocate the main. Is going to be the choice. Anti-armor missile is a big deal. I don't think INnoVation can attack into this. Realistically, he steps back. He does have 2-2 to 1-1 for a few more seconds. He's up 25 Marines, but he's also on half the tank count. Doom drop in the main base would be the exact kind of thing you can do here with this sort of advantage as INnoVation. He goes in. One medevac goes down full of units, though. That's not good enough. That's not good enough at all. Tanks in position as well. TY got a tank that spawned into siege and just shuts it down. It was the right idea from Inno. It was probably the best chance he had, but it was not it. TY gonna get the reverse sweep here. Gonna get the reverse sweep. We can see more Marines coming down the bottom side. TY ready to push in. As we are going to be seeing Inno going to relocate back over to the left. I mean, again, his main base is the fourth right now. TY starts to take a fifth. And now INnoVation has to be defensive. And again, he doesn't have the tools to be defensive. He's not had air control all game. He's playing with way less siege tanks. So being the defender right now is absolutely miserable. Stepping up with a few Marines to try and do what we can. INnoVation is not giving up without a fight, at least. Nice, this base at least. There's a base coming up topside as well, though. NTY obviously still holds a lot of the map control here. INnoVation will refuse to give up until the last moment. Marines coming through, a couple of Vikings chasing off to the side, a few Marines pulling over. Tanks pushing down as INnoVation breaking into siege tanks with unsiege tanks. He is going to kind of break this position a little bit. I mean, killing a bunch of tanks was necessary because he needed to even up those numbers a little. Medevacs need to stay alive. You're going to see INnoVation taking a little bit of momentum at the very least. Has now got 3-3 to the 2-2. One final chance to take some sort of advantage with the upgraded edge. I love what TY's done with these Vikings. Confident to keep poking onto the medevacs. He's hit medevacs multiple times. Great job there. INnoVation pauses for a moment. Tank's going to siege. INnoVation with a push forward. Auto turrets coming down preemptively for TY. INnoVation just going to send it. He gets the forward tanks. I think that's going to be more than enough. TY is about to even up on the upgrades. As INnoVation tries to step forward. I think Inno needs to hit that top left base at the same time. Realistically, he wants a chance here stemming into this. He's going to get the tank sieging. It's a big price to pay to get forward with the tanks. The problem is you can't do this much more because your Marine count is running low. And the counterattack from TY is going to be deadly. A dagger in the side of INnoVation as this base goes down. TY has too much, and INnoVation has lost complete and total control of this series. TY with a reverse sweep, eliminating a Chinese fan favorite. Man, what a turnaround from TY. Because like I say, like the group stage from TY was not pretty either. I mean, he went 0-2 against Coffee, and then 2-1 against Coffee, and he was not looking like the games he won against Coffee were not exactly super clean or comfortable either, right? And then he was 0-2 down, got destroyed the first 2 games here, but just kind of found himself. Kind of found himself in this series, you know? Came around and was just like, you know what, actually? You know what? I'm TY. And he looked like TY. And I'm glad he did, because, like I say, to me, the start of this series looked like what I was expecting, which was that INnoVation just looked like a way better play throughout this tournament so far. But we actually did see TY step up, and he played way better into the rest of these games. Like, he actually stepped up and was like, okay, look, this is what I can still do. He absolutely improved on the fly here. Love it. Like, I mean, you love to see it. That's awesome. GG's. We're going to get a winner's interview probably, but I mean, we're not going to really understand it, but I will maybe let you guys, well, I will let you guys listen just so that if anyone does have the ability to translate, they can. Imagine TY beating Oliveira as well. I think Oliveira is the favorite on this side of the bracket now, though. I mean, then again, if TY is playing better and better, maybe not. But I think Oliveira was a big favorite coming into it anyway, so... Oh, what a fun top 4. Scarlett, Neeb, TY. Maybe Oliveira. Maybe Oliveira.
而且 TY 这把家里的运营也是完全没有停啊，他的渡鸦转的也很早，然后坦克的攻防也是一直在提，然后后面我们可以看到他已经下 VC 在准备出射程解放了，INnoVation还是就是枪兵坦克。
对，不管怎么样，那这样子的话 ，TY 又拿下比赛了，又赢了一次 INnoVation。是的，这是可见克这个吕布啊，克。你正面强，运营好，我就多线强。是的，没有用，你运营好 ，TVT 不是你说你兵多，你 A 过来就能赢的。对的，他刚才运营。 吕布的运营，你看正面确实兵多啊，这个兵，即便最后面那么烈的情况下，那正面还是能把这个兵爆出来。是的。而 TY 的话就多线骚扰，然后加科技加运营，然后家里面慢慢的拖，坦克这一层。
Like I said, guys, expecting a
但到后面又有1、2个，后面还有1、2个。对，他就是。
winner's interview to come up in a few moments.
你从这口冲来，后面还一直有，对的。他对你冲了一半，你 A 也不是，侧也不是。
对的，这个纵深就非常的漂亮，确实是发挥的越来越好了。 打出了一个浪2追3的一个奇迹，可以说。好，我们来
把画面交给采访。
各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎来到
Let's listen. I'll turn the volume up in case anyone can hear.
非常精彩的一个让2追3，我们把掌声送给 TY。也是特别想问一下啊，因为在被先拿下2盘之后，是如何快速调整自己的心态，然后连追3把的？
첫두 경기를 진 상황에서 0대2인 상황에서 역전승을 하셨는데 그때 0대2 때 어떤 생각하셨나요?
일단 3대 0으로 지면은 좀 많이 창피할 것 같아가지고 일단 한 경기만 따내자라고 생각을 했었고 한 경기 따내자마자 조금은 긴장이 풀리면서 오히려 좀 손이 잘 움직였던 것 같아요.
其实当时我在想，如果被0比3零封的话，有点太惨了，所以当时想的是只要拿下1局就可以了。然后拿下第3局之后呢，就觉得我的手放松的好像差不多了，状态就回来了，然后连胜，然后拿了这个3比2的一个比赛。
哦，那其实也想问一下，你们2个在前2把的开局是一模一样的镜像，是都觉得这是一个 TVT 的最优解吗？
첫두 경기를 전략을 똑같이 미러링 같은 그런 상황으로 만들었거든요. 두 선수가 사용한 전략이랑 똑같은 전술인데 지금 현재 패치에서 태태전에 최적화된 그런 빌드라고 생각하시나요?
가장 좀 안전하면서 조금 많은 선수들이 사용하는 빌드라서 선택을 했고 아무래도 좀 첫 경기다 보니까 서로 좀 어떤 판짜기를 준비했는데 어떤 빌드를 준비했는지 약간 좀 체크해보는 테스트 용도의 빌드였던 것 같아요.
其实这个战术的话是现在目前为止选手用的最多的，也是最稳的一个打法。而且刚开始打比赛不知道对手准备了什么战术，所以先求稳，所以就选了这个战术。
好的，那现在已经晋级的选手有我们的嘎姐，然后有 Neeb， 然后接下来是李培南和碳基里面会有一个胜者出来。那你在后面的比赛里面最想和谁交手呢？
지금 8강전에 진출한 선수가 스칼렛 선수랑 닙 선수 그리고 전태양 선수랑 이제 곧 시작하게 될 올리베아랑 그 사인 선수인데 지금 혹시 다음 경기를 만나고 싶은 상대가 있다면 어떤 선수 만나고 싶어요?
아무래도 좀 올리베이라 선수가 가장 잘 하고 있기도 하고 이번 대회 우승 후보라고 얘기를 많이 들었어요. 그래서 얼마나 잘하는지 한번 올리베이라 선수랑 한번 해보고 싶어요.
大家都说李培南很强，而且大家都在预测李培南可以夺冠，而且我也认为他是一名实力非常强的选手，我想跟他试一试。
哇哦！如果他们两个相遇，我们又能看到一场非常精彩的比赛了。好的，那我们再一次把掌声送给 DY 选手，给我们带来了非常精彩的比赛。我们稍事休息一下，一会儿回来。
Some highlights here, and obviously we will have ourselves the next match coming up. Oliveira versus Cyan for some TVP action in our final quarterfinal of the day. So last round of 8 match coming up. Maestros of the Game offline final starts in about 3 hours time, guys. So look, we will get some downtime between events. That fast PvP definitely helped us along the way with that one. So shout out Neeb and Yashi, unless Oliveira and Cyan play some super long stuff. I'm going to run some ads, guys. I'm going to take a step downstairs and say hi to Helen for the morning, and I will see you guys in a few. We'll come back, get some more games. Again, I'm just going to mute up the sound on the stream because if it plays music randomly when I'm gone, sometimes to do that, I get demonetized on the YouTube. So I will just see you guys in a few moments. BRB. Hello everyone, thank you for staying tuned as we are just watching Scarlett and Kellezer have some fun with the fans, signing and photoing. How's everyone doing in the chat? Hope everyone is doing good, having a good day. And thanks for joining us for some early morning Douyu Cup action. And then, like I say, Maestros of the game scheduled for 3 hours from now. Starting off with some PvP before Maru vs. Serral, best of 7. Hell yeah, gonna be a good one. Do. I think they start the intro at like 1 p.m. though, my time, so in like 2.5 hours. So we'll have stuff to watch from the Maestros stream much sooner. They're also going to be clean feeding it, so I'm probably just going to stick with this vibe of just being off camera myself and so on and so forth. It's because they're signing the Marine page in that book. I always love it when people have this, the Art of StarCraft book, and they ask you to sign on your favorite unit. It's always a cool one. I don't know if Scarlett's waving at us or just waving at someone behind the camera. They have moved the camera here since yesterday because people kept standing in front of it. Is Sal playing in this? No, this is only for retired players. Cyril is playing Maestros of the game in about 3 hours. Well, he'll be in about 5 hours. But yeah, he's playing in Maestros. I love how passionate the fans are in China. It's like they're just non-stop happy to meet people and stuff. It's crazy. Do ba 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 boom 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 ba boom. Next game is in an hour. No, it should be much sooner. They did bring the previous matchup forward when we were finished early, so I would be surprised if they didn't bring this one forward. It's scheduled in Liquipedia for 10 minutes from now, which I think is pretty accurate, probably. At a guess, I don't know for sure, but like at a guess, I would say this seems reasonable, you know. So, yeah, I know we don't have a timer or anything on stream because I also don't know myself, but I'd say pretty reasonable. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing great. Thank you for joining us and hanging out. Like I say, just chilling, waiting for the next round of matches to come around here. This guy's just waving at the camera. He just found a free camera. Where's MC? Yeah, didn't get an invite, huh? Lost, I know. I'm sad about losing too, but TY actually just played better the last few games. I mean, I honestly, TY played great to the point that I actually am very excited that he played. Yeah, I'm very excited that he advanced because now I actually think he's got a very good chance of challenging Oliveira a little, you know? Putting some pressure on him and stuff. I'm a bit of a believer. TY's the OG TVT GOAT. He is. He just wasn't really looking like it yesterday or 2 days ago. Whenever was TY day one? I can't remember when TY's games were. I think they were day one. Who's this guy? I've got no idea who this is. Can anyone in chat enlighten us on who this guy is? Today's Cyril match. Cyril match will be later, yes, in the Meisters of the game. We'll be moving to a new YouTube video for that, just so you're aware. It will not be on the same video, but same channel, obviously, just YouTube likes it if you change videos for different things. It's Max Pax. I wonder if it's like the owner of Kaisi Gaming or something. I wonder if these guys know. Maybe one guy just took a photo with him. Maybe one guy just took a photo with him and went from there. Damn, that's some dedication. The selfie while live streaming. Oh my god, everyone wants to meet him. This is crazy. And you're telling me no one in my chat knows who this is? Not a single one of you know who this is. It's you. But how did you write this? Oh, well, he knows that guy, I think. Someone do a screenshot, ask Google AI. Wardy, is Hero close skills with Classic? I think Hero Classic PvP can go any which way. Oh my god, can someone, I want to know who it is. I want to know who the heck this is. Well, this guy was just over next to Scarlett and Colors. The queue can't be that big to meet him, but people just keep going, man. Oh my god, he's popular. Hey guys, I hear my mic starting to do a couple of weird sounds. I'm just going to reset my sound. You'll hear nothing for about 30 seconds or so. We'll be right back. BRB. He's the owner of Kaizi, so it is the owner of Kaizi. Okay. I mean that's who I thought it was. That was who I guessed. For no real purpose other than he looked like he could be low-key rich, you know? He looks like the kind of rich, he looks like the kind of StarCraft guy who's like into StarCraft but is also low-key rich. I don't know. Yeah. If he's the owner of Kaiser, he's like a freaking billionaire or something. It's nuts. The whole thing with Kaizi and stuff was obviously, so Kaizi Gaming was a team made for the Chinese Team League and stuff because dude thought it'd be fun to own a StarCraft team, right? And to take part in the Chinese Team Championship. And the reason that Dragon Phoenix Gaming existed is because he was gonna make him and the Dragon Phoenix Gaming owner were going to make a team together, but they couldn't agree on which players were the best. So they both went and picked up their own players and made their own teams. So they made two teams instead of one. That's the story I heard. That they couldn't agree on which players were best, so they both went and made their own team. And became immediate rival. That's why we always ended the seasons of Chinese Team Championship and World Team League with Dragon Phoenix Gaming versus Kaizi, because it was like a proper rivalry within the Chinese scene and stuff, you know, and something that the Chinese fans really loved following and stuff. So yeah. INnoVation's probably like, thank you for paying me tens upon hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably. Good to see you again. Do you want to re-sign me to the team? I don't plan on playing any tournaments, but, you know, if you want me just on the team for name value, I'm available. Why was Clem playing Protoss versus Maru? Clem has played Protoss versus Terran for the last year and a half. He does not play TVT. Is Cyril dominant in Maru versus Cyril? I don't know. I actually don't know. I would say yes, but Maru's played decently lately, so yeah, I don't know. Are they playing old patch for Maestros of the Game? Yes. Then the patch doesn't change though. The StarCraft patch is not going to change. They just have a mod to play old patch. Yeah, they have a mod to play on the old patch. So we're going to be playing on a mod throughout Maestros. I'm putting these games on YouTube. Full VODs are already available on YouTube, as always. In terms of actual uploads, it's kind of tough because the problem is that YouTube doesn't love it when stuff isn't perfect. And me casting over the Chinese commentators, I think YouTube are going to lose their minds. I'm not sure if I'm going to upload it as like individual games. But I mean, like I say, the full VOD of the stream is on YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch the whole thing, you can do so fully on YouTube. I know all of their individual games are worth it. You say this, but like last time I uploaded INnoVation, it did not do well at all. From the All-Stars event, the INnoVation uploads at the All-Stars event was like very mid on YouTube. Hang on. Let's have a look. And it's not like my YouTube does crazy numbers anyway, to be fair, but how far back is this? 6 months? It's a championship Mondays. Here we go. Okay, it didn't do terribly, but it didn't do like crazy ridiculous numbers. It did just scam me. God damn it, it just scammed me. There we go. INnoVation soO had 4,300 views, which is not bad. I mean, it actually did better than some of the others. It actually didn't do terribly, but obviously the rest of the events from pretty much the rest of the games from this event did better. I actually think it did better. I think it did really bad when it uploaded, so I wasn't really, because when it uploaded, it was not doing great at all. But it actually, yeah, it didn't do great when I uploaded it, but it clearly did a bit better over time, it seems. So there you go. Is there any update on change of new patch, or are we using old patch mod for future games? No, we're going to be using the new patch for pretty much everything apart from Maestros of the game, which is going to be old patch. But I don't imagine anyone's going to run tournaments on old patch. You thought it'd be like 30 to 40k. I mean, it probably is on like Winter and Loco and channel and stuff. You've got to remember my YouTube is kind of like my YouTube's like a weird channel because now my YouTube does a lot more live streaming now, and the live streams are a lot more popular than the uploads. So I fell off, because I live stream, I fell off with a lot of the upload stuff. YouTube's weird, man. It doesn't like you doing multiple things and having multiple things be successful on one channel. It's really weird. But yeah. I actually think my YouTube would do better if I quit streaming on my YouTube channel and made a new YouTube channel to stream on. Yeah, if I made like a new YouTube channel to stream on, it's really dumb. Like, it's just like your subscriber count means nothing because you just make a new channel and YouTube likes it more. It's silly. It would, yeah, I know. It's dumb. You wonder what they saw. Oh, we're gonna go live, guys. You wonder what they saw on the PTR that made them think this patch needed Zerg buffs? Probably the Zergs have been miserable to play in the first 10 minutes of the game for the last 3 years. Balance aside, Zerg having more lavas. really, really fun if you play Zerg. Alright, I'm gonna guess a number. I think she's gonna pull out B54. Alright, if she pulls out B54, you all owe me a sub. Ugh. 122. That's close. Yeah, B122, don't be there. Let her redraw B54. Tally Mo on the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I was at... Oh, that's like just less than double 54. I was in the wrong ballpark. I didn't realize we were in the hundreds. Yo, Tally Mo, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Going out to Matt LS86, Night Warrior SC2, Point Break, Jaiski 66, and Neneden. Another one? Come on. 54. Whoa, you can't just pick the number you want. Hey! No! At least I was right with the B at first, at least. Instead, when you feel lost on network install because nothing feels right.
全都在，那你最支持的选手是谁呢？当然是我们的裴南。裴南接下来就要比赛了，给他加油吧！裴南加油，拿冠军！好。
Ooh, cheering for Oliveira.
请我们的奎哥为你送上奖品，那他也会代表黄哥来给大家送祝福。你有什么祝福想让奎哥说一下的？
我就祝玩星际的都找不到女朋友。
你要是不是
How will it feel after a month?
奎哥不是毒奶。
I mean, but I don't think it's gonna feel better after a month, right? Like things are still gonna feel like wrong if stuff doesn't line up properly. Oh, guys, I don't think we should start talking about the patch. We've done really good not talking about the patch all day. We're doing what the people want and not talking about the patch and just casting. You guys trying to sabotage us here. Alright, B 124. 164. No, I didn't know it was going to go that high. Is patch live? Yes. No patch talk. You guys can talk about the patch. I just we actually got through a lot of the stream without talking about it, so that was kind of nice, you know. This guy was right in the back. Patch talk happens when there's no game to talk about. It's tough, innit? Give us StarCraft. Well.
就是祝我身体健康吧。
好，祝身体健康就可以喽。
好，我代表我们的这个25仔，新的25仔啊，祝所有人身体健康，也祝所有观众的家人身体健康。
谢谢奎哥，谢谢。好的，可以到我们的台下稍事休息一下。那奎哥也是今天代替你亲戚来到现场，有没有什么话想跟大家说一下的呢？
既然代表我亲戚啊，我想代表我亲戚说，感谢大家能够陪伴着星际争霸可能走向最终的结局。然后就我真的很感慨啊，就是大家能够。
Which casters still play SC2? Picking the step fast, Roddy.
希望大家未来的生活一切顺利。然后，我也可以代表我亲戚说，黄旭东和孙一峰一定会陪伴着大家走完最后的。
Stay.
谢谢。
我们星际争霸的故事不会结束的，我们会一直陪着大家走到最后。谢谢大家这么多年以来对星际争霸的支持。那么我们比赛也是马上要开始了，我们把掌声送给我们的2位选手，希望他们能够打出精彩的比赛。
Probably forgot some. Does Harston count as a caster? Yeah. He has a Harston Casts YouTube channel. That basically makes you a caster. Yeah, he's obviously a player too, but... He's kind of cheating for this question. I love how old school this is. The host just like, wait a second, I'm just gonna go grab these guys from their PCs because they can't be bothered to come up on their own. Wow, Oliveira has his own microphone.
好，也是请两位来自我介绍一下吧，鸡哥先来。
大家好，我是Cyan探吉。
大家好，我是来自前 DKZ 战队的奥利维拉。
也是想赛前采访问一下牛牛哥哥，听说你昨天练到半夜3点钟啊，真的假的？
最近一直差不多这个点嘛。我觉得，首先对我来说，我自己的2大遗憾嘛，一个是 EWC， 然后另一个可能是真的是每次国内线下，我都没有打好。所以当时黄哥告诉我这个消息的时候，我不能说我是这个比赛里最强的，但我觉得我是这个比赛里付出最多的。
我们把掌声送给牛牛哥哥，他真的是付出了很多，最近一直在特别努力的练习，也是期待他今天能有好的表
World
现。
champion privilege, getting your own microphone for the interviews.
打我们这个线下传奇杯比赛的时候，做了多少的准备呢
？Crazy.
因为很早就知道要打新版本了，所以其实我是没怎么进行旧版本的练习的。然后因为我也退役蛮久了嘛，所以说
Being a caster is great. You get your own microphone without being a world champion, man. Literally playing the game on easy mode.
就是状态还可以吧。虽然昨天就是面对Neeb的时候，虽然说没拿下来，但是感觉自己如果没有那么紧张的话，就一定是能拿下来。因为当时自己确实有优势，所以回去之后我也练到挺晚的，我一直在思考。
Legit playing the game on easy mode.
怎么样去调整战术？最后我发现，其实不需要太多的去纠结心理上面的东西，因为本身这个比赛呢，就是一个很难得的机会。 然后能够看到这么多的星际观众，我觉得已经非常的开心了。所以今天我是一个
What's the worst thing about being the caster?
心态过来的，而且在2026年还能跟牛六哥哥进行一场
Prize money. What do you mean? Caster prize money is guaranteed. You don't even have to win games.
所以今天我们会尽力给大家带来最精彩的
Twitch chat.
与回馈各位粉丝们。
I think the worst thing about being the caster is the StarCraft 2 community. It's miserable sometimes. But great at other times. So, you know. Honestly, my chat's really good. Like, sometimes we do a minor crash out at someone, but I mean, we very rarely have to time out or ban anyone, you know? So... XY and Max said, bringing us the Chinese cast. Well, guys, I'm going to be talking right over the top of you both. Chinese casters have it good, man. The Chinese casters do one series at the start of the day, and it's just like, cool. That was our day of offline casting. Pretty sick. Love it.
对，6500分，6500分，标准6500分，而且练了挺长一段时间。
We are going to have a TVP coming up with Oliveira versus Cyan, as we just had them on stage, of course.
对的，而且他是
I'm getting this going very shortly.
情况下打6500分，对，非常有实力。当时现在这个情况，就像避孕，每天都在练习，他现在才6400左右，6300、6400，而且还
Yeah, honestly, having to deal with chat ain't so bad anymore, even.
太久没打，还能够2比0 0，这个我只能说底蕴啊，这个就是底蕴。
对的，李凡确实是一个有天赋的选手啊。
是的，而且他虽然太久没练，但是最近恢复了一下，他的手感也非常好，操作也没有什么，也没有落下。
然后就我们鸡哥啊，鸡哥最近是打了一个比赛。
Is Maestro going to clash? No. No, that's the longest TVP of all time.
但是李凡没有参加这个比赛，他是属于现在如果
Well, maybe not of all time, but
国内最强的选手，去年的石油杯好像也是他出现的。
对的，所以说他的状态也是很关键啊。
Was Cyan named Lancer? Yeah, he name changed to Lancer for a little while. Like towards the end of his ESL career, I guess. Change back though. Good guy Lancer. Change back to Cyan so everyone knows who he is again.
好，两边选手应该准备就绪了啊，
已经进入比赛状态了，已经。没错。好，比赛开始，出生在地图右下方蓝色的人族就是奥利维拉 Tam。 出生在左下方红色的神族就是碳基 Sam。
好，这是一场波舞的比赛啊，属于这张图的话是放出来的。
是的，
人猪是会把这个图办掉的。
这张地图其实是，人猪也可以打，因为它空中近点的话，空投会比较舒服一点。
我跟你说有几个点，一个是12点，一个黄。
Oliveira in the bottom right, Cyan in the bottom left. We start the series off on Rorschach for the opener of this best of 5.
进攻的话可以往回来回有血。
对，
这个点都是利于神组的。
这两个点确实，黄金矿其实还好。
Oliveira got to be a favorite here. Cyan was good. Cyan was one of the players challenging Oliveira, but I think Oliveira, from what I hear, is pretty much one of the guys to beat. And I think Cyan is just a little bit below that. Score prediction, maybe Oliveira 3-1.
应该会不会利用这个点？因为现在的打法其实，千奇百怪吧。
对。
有这种无气开矿，也有这种单气开矿。
对的，而且还有单矿一波。
是的，很多。好，加速。现在其实 PVT 神族基本上也不探路了，因为探路太伤了。
对。
Let's see who's get to mining. Probes are mining. Game is chilling. I mean, like, time. I mean, the thing is, Oliveira had the most successful name change of all time. He name changed to Oliveira. Everyone called it absolutely ridiculous. No one's ever going to call you that. And then he won a world championship straight away. So, realistically, Oliveira probably had the most successful name change ever.
我感觉有可能他会出哨兵。
有可能。出叉子了。
哎，什么意思啊？难道
有想法？有想法？
有想法吗？
这明显是有想法的呀，不然的话不会满彩气。
It's kind of funny, really.
这是。
It's like, hey guys, if you want a name change, just go win a world championship. It'll be a-okay. It doesn't matter what you want a name change to. Can you imagine Vanya when you name change to Ratata? Won a world championship? Can you imagine Tasteless yelling Game 5, 6, 7, whatever of the grand finals of Katowice? It's Ratata! Oh, that'd be funny. That'd be good. Oh wow, Oliveira misses all the scouting. Sees the Zealot. Healing Shrine though. It doesn't heal shields. Do you think they'll veto the 4-player maps in the best of 7? Yeah. 4-player maps suck. It's literally an RNG fest in a game that no one likes RNG, so yeah, probably. Maybe not completely. Maybe like one mix in, but I'd be surprised if both players decide not to veto a 4-player map. I tell you what, I'll be positive about 4-player maps if we put the worker count back to 12. I'm happy to concede something. Oliveira going to see the Stargate at the last second. Sees the Void Ray starting though, so he gets an idea of what the follow-up looks like. Wow, the Oracle doesn't go in. Believe in the Scout was there, but he knows the units are in the bunker, so I feel like the mineral line is open, so I think he should have absolutely gone in with the Oracle here. I'm an old enough follower in this channel that you remember something. Mom is not a phase. I was born a Ratata. Yeah, that was over on Base Trade TV, but that's why we have a riff the Wardy riff guitar mode. That was certainly a stream. That was certainly a stream. A bit of RNG is nice. Yes, a bit of RNG is nice. But losing the game because your opponent cheesed you and you scouted left instead of down, it doesn't make for good StarCraft. And outside of that, I mean, outside of that, you still have the fact that 4-player maps are just 2-player maps, which will have very uninteresting second halves of the map. Because main base natural third layouts have to be very specific. So when you have to repeat that in each corner of the map to make it a 4-player map, it doesn't matter what spawns you spawn in. If you spawn cross, if you spawn vertical, the other half of the map is way less interesting than if you just designed a map that was vertical spawns only in the first place, you know? So yeah, I'm very against 4-player maps. I think some of them are cool, and I think sometimes it's fun to mix it up, but there's a reason players are going to keep vetoing them as well, and I can't blame them. like no one wants to lose a game to just RNG. Like the stronger players are always going to veto them, and the weaker players are always going to let them through because the weaker players are going to hope that they can just get some luck to win a game. You know, like it's just so predictable. No, like that's kind of how it goes as well. So yeah, like I say, I'm not completely against 4-player maps. I'm glad we have a couple in the map pool. Especially now that we have 9 maps in the map pool, I think it's fine to have some 4-player maps as well. We've got more space to, you know, have some different stuff. But that doesn't make them good maps. I still don't think. I was on base trade TV. Yeah, there was a while where basically Rifkin, like ZG left base trade, but still casted on base trade. Like she wasn't just on base trade, just started to do her own thing. And Rifkin would basically bring me, ZG, or like a couple other people on and would basically pay us to cast for the day as his co-caster. So yeah, I casted on base trade a few times as a co-caster, and I also casted sometimes as a... Oh, hold on. Vikings, gonna get the Void Ray. Tank sieging, Stalker's dying. This doesn't feel good for Cyan at all. Yeah, but I casted a couple things just on base trade TV myself when Rifkin offered me to basically get some sponsorship money and stuff as well, so it was pretty good deal. I'm not complaining. Helped a bunch, and I was trying to make a living. And do have a couple Stalkers in the back. Surviving. There's a lot of Marines and 2 Vikings still alive in this main base, heading into this mineral line. What are we going to do? We're just going to go for as many probes as possible here. Seems like the likely outcome. There are 4 gateways, so we actually have pretty good production. We have morphed all of these into warp gates, so we've spent that cost early. 13 probes going down. Oliveira is just going to get overrun, but he kills 22 workers because the tanks and the Marines on the top side gold kill the rest of the probes. Oh no. Disastrous. Oh, nice blink away with the low HP Stalkers at least. Yeah, that was something good for Cyan in this grand scheme of things that was otherwise disastrous. But yeah, I was never like full time on base trade. I just sometimes I would do like a cast on base trade if like Rifkin wanted me to co-cast or something. Say we did like a couple of WardiTV events on base trade TV because Rifkin had like a sponsorship deal and I got like 95% of it. Rifkin was always very generous with that stuff. But genuinely helped me out a whole bunch. He could have made my life a living hell as his direct competitor, and instead he did nothing but help me to succeed. That's crazy. I see the Stalkers blinking in towards the tank on this natural. SCVs pull in for the bunker. Marines and tanks on the other side. Tank gonna siege up. That tank is gonna go down, but man, I mean, the Stalkers are hurting, and there's another tank in the main base. Oh no! Oh my goodness, one more tank shot here would have been so horrifically deadly. Oliveira up. 40 supply, Libera into the main base. Cyan has 23 workers. Every probe you see dying here is another knife in the back of Cyan. And as we are going to be seeing Oliveira taking a convincing game 1 after a little bit of a cheesy start from Cyan that just does not go right. Doesn't do enough. Tries to take the gold base. Doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Didn't do enough with the commitment. The problem is you commit to a 1-base kind of weird setup initially now. And if you need to do so much more because your economy is a bit weaker when you commit to this. So you need to do so much more to see it succeed. And that's why these sort of builds are just, I actually think, going to be worse for wear in a much more figured out world of StarCraft. What happened to Rifkin? He got burned out with StarCraft 2. He was obviously quite a controversial figure in the community. He straight up left because of the community and because of people and stuff. So he just left and started streaming other stuff. He streams to a much smaller viewer base now, but he's way happier doing it. So yeah, he still streams. He streams games like Rust. He did like a lot of the social game streaming stuff. Like he was pretty big in Among Us and so on, and stuff like that. But yeah, he just didn't want to deal with StarCraft community anymore, basically. Oliveira, 1-0 lead here over Cyan. Heading toward a game 2 right now.
其实这几张图我们都没怎么打过，都办掉了。这图属于不太舒服。
对，而且这张地图可以从这个后面那个管道啊，直接去对面。
对，中间也
去上面，就是0点都是可以这样走的，
对，
很快啊，探路。
对，这是一个农民的快速通道。
是的，
只有农民可以过。
对，
但是可以堵死啊，这个可以堵死的。
这个堵死没有意义啊，你只要给视野就可以。
不能堵不知道堵哪边，左边还有一个，右边
对，左边还有一个，右边一个，这个可只能从农民啊，这个要。
How do I deal with the StarCraft community? Not very well sometimes. I have a wife that taught me to ignore people more. Pretty much. I used to fight people a lot more back in the day. But Helen got me back on track most of the time. Sometimes I break out, like the recent patch affair, but yeah, most of the time it's just being told to be sensible.
但是2个建筑堵死的地图应该没有啊，我玩这么久，
用完神都是不堵位置的。
你有印象吗？有没有见过2个建筑能堵死的地图？
没有，
没有吧？
没有2个建筑可以堵死。我觉得应该旁边还是要补一个。
肯定还堵一个建筑的。
对的。好 ，BY 开过。
BY。
现在其实
Sorry, I just need a moment. Chance to chat a little bit.
他基地，他就是武器那个。
Is this the same Oliveira from the UFC? Yeah.
正常开局啊。
这种开局就是
这个没有用。
Of course it is. Can't you see? It looks exactly the same. Patch ran Wardy was old school Wardy. Yeah.
看到了。
但是李不南包有没有看到啊？应该给看到了，
看到吧？你看到我能看到你啊？
可能看到，能看这么远了，那肯定能看到。
对啊，他好像视野都是一样的。就是你能看到我，我能看到你，不像其他的那种空中单位要比地面要远一格。也就是说这个。
He didn't see it, right?
两边管道可以进，这边还有一个路口可以
进。No, sorry, did I see this wrong? Cyan didn't scout that, or did he? Sorry, I thought he didn't see it, but maybe he did see it. He didn't see anything. Yeah, that's what I thought. But then why has he gone straight home? He did see the depot? Sorry, I missaw that then. I thought they were showing that he didn't see the depot, but I think I missaw it. I was reading chat. He did see the... Okay. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to come home and not scout elsewhere, right? So... Depstork can get that SCV. Let's obviously use the tube to get across here. Paper now knows where to go on the map. There's a lot of people that burned out on SC2 eventually. Yeah, I mean, doing anything for a long amount of time, especially something that's as committed to streaming something, is a big commitment. It's difficult to keep on doing it. Like, you know, it's hard to keep it fresh enough that it's still exciting and fun and so on, you know, so... He saw the depot and Oliveira saw nothing. Okay. I thought Oliveira saw the probe. Because he could see the... I thought Oliveira had line of sight on the probe position. That's a Widowmine shot on the Adept, which is nice. Just cleans up that early unit. That's a big win early from Oliveira. Patch suggestion orbitals can land on units. I always thought a command center should be able to land on like a burrowed Zergling and kill it. Like, fool you for like leaving your Zergling under where I want to land my command center. Yeah. Or even better, that's rough. Even better, you can land on a burrowed Zergling, and it doesn't die, but it also just is stuck there. So you can basically trap the unit, and you basically waste the half a supply of your opponent's straight away. Oh, this is not good for Cyan, guys. He just lost his battery. Obviously, he lost the Adept early. Now he lost the Stalker too. If this tank was a little further forward, these Stalkers would be in a lot of trouble. Obviously, Cyan is playing in this position because of the fact the tank is where it is. He is going to get batteries up, though, right? Oliveira's going to hit this pylon, going to put some pressure on the Stalkers when he can. Pylon goes down. There's another pylon still powering the batteries, but not the Robo. As the Robo depowered, so the Immortal will be delayed. It's not going to matter too much because Oliveira goes home, but Cyan's also supply blocked. This entire situation is not exactly looking great for him, as Oliveira playing an absolutely spot-on game of StarCraft 2 here so far. Until the trapped Zergling dies from hunger. True. Stalker's going to get a couple of Marines.
一炮，哎，操作还行。那目前看下来的话，情况鸡哥这边一个农民都没补，刚才啊，就40多个农民。
So Gates coming down. This Raven, I think. It looks like the Stalkers know about the Raven, but because of the pipes, the map has a lot of space. The air units can fly down anyway. Raven will not get into the main base though, at least, so that's good. Gonna keep us a little bit safer there. No, that's just bad from the Raven. No real reason for it to be moving across there. Kind of greedy what you want to get it to the left side and maybe behind the natural in the third base. If you want to get it there straight away, you know, like fly it there to begin with. Don't fly it there like after you've put it to the right side and already shown it a little bit by flying toward the main. I think that's a little greedy. A little greedy from Oliveira. Well, Obs action coming through. Oliveira is going to pull back over a little bit. Feastalker's blinking back. Biotank gathering up. We do see the couple of Zealots going through. That charge is on the way. Combat shield coming up as well. Oh, we're going to pull the boys. Well, Cyan's supply is not bad. He's obviously way off any sort of splash damage. The SCVs do need to be in the front for this, otherwise it's not as effective. We don't have a ton of bio units here. But to me, a few more bio units would go a long way. What we do have is a Protoss player who's just going to let the tank get into the natural. That's massive, because look at where the tanks can be. We're going to get rid of the batteries super quickly as well if you want to. Doesn't target them. He's going to just kind of fight through the healing. Energy recharge comes off. The tanks are going to shell away at those Stalkers, but is it enough? A lot of SCVs went down. If we have enough army supply left at the end, that's what's going to matter most. The thing is, the tanks are now getting jumped on by the Immortals, but the Immortals are going down. And Cyan does not have the army supply to see it through. A tank lives as well. GG, Oliveira for the 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Looking good. Couple mistakes in this match, but overall, looking very, very good. Crowd loving it as well. Yeah, I really think he should have taken down the batteries. Or the pylon the batteries. Like, that just felt like such an easy way to shut down, especially with the position he put himself in right next to it. Like, there's no way you don't get it. Hitting the Zealots just lets the batteries have use when you should have been able to deny them. But it's a very minimal thing at the end of the day when you've already won the game, right? So, doesn't matter too much, just a little point of discussion. Oliveira with the 2-0 lead in quarterfinal days of the Douyu Cup 2026. Oliveira looking for a chance to advance through into the semi-finals against TY. That does play tomorrow, guys. Again, it's going to be another early start from us tomorrow when we jump into that. Maestros of the game starts in 1 hour and 45 minutes. I believe, like I say, the stream starts in 1 hour 45. I think they're going to do a big intro and stuff. So we'll be here chilling for a while. Bottom left, Oliveira. Top right, Cyan. They could have done this in one day without all the downtime. It wasn't that much downtime. To be fair, only the first day really had a lot of downtime. They cut out all the downtime for the rest of the days. Obviously, yes, there's some downtime between matches where we're watching the people sign stuff, but like this is no different to like just needing time to get people set up on stage. And again, they have an event to run that needs to obviously provide a certain amount of hours. So having 10 minutes extra between series is not too big of a deal. The issue is when they start like having like 30 minutes of downtime between matches. That's when it's really rough. You know. Were the show matches 3v3? I think so, but I didn't watch them. Yeah, I didn't watch them because they started earlier, so it didn't really make any sense. Probe going down the sides. We're just gonna be coming up on this barracks again. We got ourselves the Marine. Heading down, the probe gonna show up. Just gonna see the Marine gonna be hitting this probe a little. Gonna see the SCV gonna put some damage on it too. So this probe's gonna be trapped in. For the expansion down in base. Oliveira looking to get the expansion going. We're gonna gas steal. I don't know if I love a gas steal against Marine. Because you already have a unit out that's going to start working on this. Once the Reaper came out, that's going to start going across the map. But you have a Marine out to start working on it. You do slow it down. You're still going to slow down the gas. Yeah, maybe it's fine. Is Maestro's on the new patch? No, they're going to play old patch. Nice grenade, going to hit this probe back. Adept going to shade down, a couple of workers going to fall. Stargate, Adept, continue to build up. We do have our command center continue to come in. The Reaper turns back the other way, just going to go after the probes. Wow. Reaper micro. Few other favorites to win Maestros, I mean any of them. Several Maru, Classic, Hero, any of them could win. They're all great. Serral's the favorite? Yeah, I think Serral's probably the biggest favorite, but like Serral's also not exactly had the best of years in terms of SC2. Adept firing, Reaper taking some shots, getting pushed away over to the sides. Mario strong with prep time. Yeah, I'm excited to see what it looks like today. Be fun to see. Maybe some good games, if nothing else. Well, attacking a couple Marines coming through. Phoenix and the Warp Gate building up. We are playing the Stargate this game from Cyan, so something a little bit different from him as we get going. And the bunker is about to finish. Still got the Twilight Council, a couple of Zealots, and the Phoenix on the way then. Yeah, next is about halfway. Forge, Twilight Council both building, so we just take a third. Oliveira has got Stim and Combat Shield on the way up, so seeing how that's going to go. I mean, I feel like taking a fast third while the Terran players going into fast bio units is currently a sign of death for the Protoss, but we'll see what happens, see what the idea is going to be.
不能看到 VS 了，哎呀，藏了这么久的凤凰啊，藏了一辈子的凤凰，要不还是去骚扰吧？这没办法了呀。
来，你都杀点农民吧，你这不杀农民也不行啊。
对，这一直在等空投，等了这么久没有啊。
I think he's going to get through a couple of those SCVs getting lifted straight away. He's just going to work on this. Getting some damage. So you get about 6 workers, not a bad little starting point.
但是问题是人族敢出门吗？这种角速一防开局，
肯定敢，他直接就吐了没有赢的呀，
在我。
对呀，随便打。
Phoenix can get back around to the bottom side against Impact. Combat Shield +1, all of that continues through. Marines and the Medevac still producing up. A couple of SCVs are coming over. Stim and Combat Shield will continue into place.
这个点绝对不能再补农民了，我觉得，一定要疯狂刷兵啊！这个很明显对面要一波了，
刷兵都不一定。我跟你说，这个时候是来了。
Obviously going to be moving on to that natural lane. Cluster shells coming up. The +1 attack upgrade coming through. A few Marines and that Medevac continue to get on the way here as we are going to be seeing those Phoenix. Setting up the SCVs are going to be pulled and they are seen by the Adepts. So the info is there from Cyan. He knows what's happening.
什么都没有，完了呀，没了。
得完美的包夹才行，一定要完美包夹。
包夹都没有，
一定得，而且得包的枪兵。
主要是没有 AOE，
就这么几个兵，神族就这么几个兵。
We're not going to get to the high ground, which is interesting. We'll see what this approach is going to be like. We do have the Zealots obviously in decent numbers. We need to get these SCVs in front. Oh, I don't love that for Cyan. The moment you run away here, you're giving up units for free. The Adepts show up kind of out of time as well. You can see the tank on siege is going to relocate a bit further away, keeping itself safe. Oliveira so far has picked off a little bit. Going to engineer and Bay block himself in toward the natural where he's going to put some more pressure. It's going to take the Zealots a little moment or two to move through there. Some of them getting caught up on the engineering bay. I mean, the Zealots are just melting. +1 just finished as well, so these upgrades on the Marines are going to do a lot better now. Gates. It's kind of funny, but like, obviously the interesting thing of this is usually pros would be used to being able to just warp in on the third base, right, and come on a flank on this. But you can't do that now because your gateways are producing out of the main base. I believe they're still not warp gates in full. So it takes away options for the pros and how they kind of approach these engagements and these wraparounds. Like, wraparounds are way less likely unless they invest in the warp gate, which is obviously expensive when you're under fire. Here come the Zealots from the other side now, but at this point we've lost too much from Cyan. I think these Zealots are never going to be impactful enough. Fun micro from Oliveira just to put the icing on the cake, but it is going to be Oliveira looking great as he takes this opening. Closing quarterfinal of the day, 3-0. Very strong. And we had 2 banger matchups today, and we had 2 sweeps. I'm so glad TY brought it back against INnoVation, otherwise we would have had 3 very one-sided matchups. Crazy. Is that day 1 done? Well, this was day 3, but that is the end of today's games. Yeah, there was a group stage to this tournament as well, guys. If you missed it, again, full VODs are available on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, what we're probably going to do is obviously we have like about an hour and a half until Maestros of the game. So 2 hours until the games begin. I believe it's an hour and a half until just Maestro starts up. What we're probably going to do, guys, is run a rebroadcast of maybe the Scarlett versus soO matchup from the start of today. Probably makes the most sense. So I think I'm going to put that on to keep the stream live on Twitch. On YouTube, I'm going to turn you guys off because YouTube doesn't really maintain viewership as much. So I'm probably going to turn you guys off on YouTube and bring you guys back live when we go for our second stream of the day, essentially. But I'm going to get an hour and a half to go and chill, which is really nice. That's lovely. Maestros are going to be played not on the live patch, guys. Maestros is pre-patch, yes.
各位亲爱的观众朋友们，把掌声送给李培娜、奥利维拉。赛前还在说很遗憾，之前有很多在中国的线下赛，感觉自己发挥的不是特别好。今天这个3比0，感觉自己发挥的怎么样？
我觉得还好吧，因为其实后边就才4强嘛，还要往后打。我觉得，毕竟在武汉办比赛，我不会让韩国选手和欧美选手打。
Well, listen to the interview, even if we don't understand it. It's fun just to hear the crowd being excited.
第一把鸡哥是一个野 VS 接偷黄金矿，然后你当时是不是以为他要单矿一波，然后你下了一个地堡，后面猜到了他要偷黄金矿？
没有，其实赛前侦测还挺多的吧，因为我大概率知道他野 VS，然后要接一个黄金矿，所以我基本没有侦查，我就分了一波兵，然后去上面。因为我当时已经感觉到那张图野 VS 要么风暴，要么只可能会去偷黄金矿，所以我走过去的时候，我发现他下面那矿没开，我大概率就知道他是黄金矿。
料事如神啊！那第二把后面也是前期其实是小烈，但后面直接 all in 一拳打死了。当时那个 timing 是怎么做决策的呢？
其实也挺针对的吧，因为我最近天梯有看他比赛记录，还有一些就知道他不会走科技开，所以基本上第二把、第三把我就知道他不会跳科技，之后我就选了 all in。
只能说赛前的苦练跟研究付出都是有回报的。我们把掌声送给李培南，今天的发挥非常出色，也希望他明天的比赛可以再接再厉。好，那我们今天所有的比赛就到这里告一段落了。明天下午2点会有精彩的总决赛带给大家。那明天还会有非常神秘的环节，还有一些邀请赛、表演赛会带给大家。那我们明天下午同一时间2点，大家在直播间、在现场不见不散。那牛牛哥哥，我们一起跟大家说一声拜拜，明天见吧。
大家明天见，希望大家明天决赛都来支持我吧。
Oliveira may as well just be a freaking host for the Chinese team, man. GG's. Fun day. Have some highlights and stuff, guys. Like I say, I think what we're going to do, we're going to run the Scarlett soO matchup, because obviously that was the first match of the day, so if a lot of you guys missed it because you weren't here early, you can watch Scarlett versus soO. And then it means that I can take a little bit of a breather, I can go chill out before we get into our second term of the day, so it's not going to be as stressful as it originally seemed like it was going to be today. Look at that bracket for tomorrow, though. Scarlett, Neeb, what a matchup! And it's obviously going to be a non-mirror matchup finals. Terran versus Zerg or Protoss, as TY and Oliveira will fight for that final spot. I think Oliveira might just... Am I going to bet against TY again? I'm very tempted to. Oliveira might just be the favorite, man. Should have listened to the people who were telling me this is the start of the stream on Thursday. Crazy.
现在是好像是金贝贝，好像还有 No 总在签名。对的。大家有机会的话可以去过去。那今天的这个比赛。
Yeah, we'll watch the end of the bits and pieces. But I'll skip us over to the. Okay, that's it. Bye bye. All right, cool. Yeah, I will set up this VOD then, guys. What's the easiest way for me to do this? I think I can just add the entire file into. Let's do it like this. Let's do it on this screen. And then I think I can just add the entire file in and just move it over. Hang on, give me a second to check how long it is. 1 sec. Because I want to know how... I need this to take like an hour and a half, so I don't want to start like too early.
Straight into
hang on. Shut up, Wardy. From the
no
back.
wasted time there in the end.
Started here, that's 35. Oh no. Started here, it's at like 20. So if I start at 25, is it done by 1:55? Yes. Alright, I'll start at 25 minutes with the players on stage. There you go, guys. You guys can watch from the start earlier. Enjoy. I'm going to mute up. I'll see you guys later. Oh, is the volume okay, by the way? Sorry, guys. Just getting the YouTube turned on and stuff. Thank you, Nerfy, for the sub to start us off today. Is this Korean or Chinese? It's Chinese.
반갑고요. 만나게 돼서 굉장히 좋습니다.
非常开心来到线下，看到这么多粉丝，很高兴见到你们。
欢迎。那嘎姐也许可以用中文来给我们打个招呼。
Self-introduce, use Chinese, is okay?
你好，我是来自加拿大的 Scarlett，嘎姐。
欢迎 Scarlett， 嘎姐的中文真的很好，我在线下基本都可以用中文跟她交流。那我们也是想问一下soO，来到这一次线下，感觉我们斗鱼嘉年华星际争霸2这一次比赛线下给你的氛围感觉如何呢？
지금 그 우한에서 진행하고 있는 행사 참여하셨는데 현장 분위기가 어떠신지 한마디 해주세요.
일단 팬분들 열기가 너무 좋고 오게 돼서 온 걸 잘한 것 같아요.
现场的粉丝的热情非常的高涨，我很开心能够来到线下参加这次比赛。
哇！再给他一点掌声，让他感受一下我们武汉的热情。那嘎姐也是，因为嘎姐其实在中国很长一段时间了嘛，这一次线下赛在武汉给你的感觉会和之前的线下赛有什么不一样呢
？You have participated a lot of offline tournaments in China, and what do you think the atmosphere in this event, and is what difference in Wuhan offline?
Compared to previous events, this is like in a much bigger venue. It feels similar to like the DreamHack events we have online sometimes. And just in general, there's less and less events nowadays, so I'm always very happy to come to LAN, come to China, and meet all the fans.
他说这次的线下赛有些不太一样，因为它是在展会里的，然后有些像之前的 DreamHacker， 各位如果看过的话，不管无论如何，他还是很高兴来到这片大陆，来到中国。
Very quickly as well, guys. Oh, God, I'm listening to myself. YouTube, I will be turning you guys off. So I will see you guys later, YouTube. I will put you guys back live in an hour and a half when the Maestros comes around. If you want to watch the rerun, it's on top. Or you can just rewind the YouTube stream.